Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Never to be seen again. All right, Space Fams, great to see you. Hope everything is going well for you this evening. Saturn Day. So much to discuss since we last spoke to one another. Oh boy, but first, some shout-outs. Moanoep Skinny Stock, HBX123 in the YouTube chat. Horologist Closeforth. Randy Terpstra. Also here. Young Chris. Mr. Spock. Niyazraki. Glitchmaster. Leave Me Alone Mike. And Sassy Sassarai. Pro Gerb. Omega Star. And Green New Deal on the Twitch chat. Anyway, lots for us to talk about here tonight. Another episode in the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool debacle. Perhaps the end? Yet to be seen. What else we have to talk about? Oh, bombshell. Revelations as a result of a lawsuit vis-a-vis the Epstein files. Midterm elections still happening. Liberal, centrist, and right-wing brains melting down over the existence of real democratic socialists. That, Europe melting, running out of water, and the State Department revealing a fascinating map of Africa. Alright, let's start in the United States. With the reflecting pool. We're gonna have to go back long, long ago. 2 whole months. 2 whole months. I don't know if you can go back that far with your brains. But you may remember this moment.
Wow.
Shortly after. Actually, in the middle of refinishing the pool, it was half done. Half-done reflecting pool, Donald Trump decided to mobilize the presidential motorcade here in June.
They're going in slow motion.
Oh my god.
For a little trip.
Roll the window down.
Just to test it out, you know, do a little, yeah, test it out. Do some hard turns on the thing, why not? Yeah. That's gonna be fine. That's perfectly fine. Totally good. This is what the reflecting pool finish is for. For driving cars on. Some of the heaviest possible Chevys you could have. Not buy. You can't buy these ones. They're specially outfitted for presidential motorcade. So they're probably like 4 times heavier than a regular Cadillac or Chevy. But they just drove straight over that thing, no problem. Totally fine. I'm sure that wasn't at all deleterious to the The surface of the pool was probably fine. Now, apparently, the company which was enlisted to do the reflecting pool had never done a pool before, ever. They weren't a pool company. Just a random contractor.
President Trump threatening prison time for anyone damaging renovated sites in the nation's capital, writing, security is watching very carefully for the almost 70 other monuments, statues, and fountains that we renovated throughout Washington, D.C.
In case anybody's unclear, we're doing a retrospective. Hopefully this is the last time we have to talk about this pool. But we're going back in time. That was the first clip 2 months ago. This one, last month. I felt I made that clear, but maybe not clear enough.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
If anyone attacks any of them, they get as much as 10 years in jail.
Right to
in any
jail.
event, go check it out. The reflecting pool is magnificent.
Right to jail.
Well, it comes as we're learning more about what was a very little-known company that is now trying to save the reflecting pool from an algae infestation. Sunland Sarfati is out front.
In the middle of the political tidal wave, this man is in charge of keeping water in the reflecting pool crystal clear.
We've never done a pool, but the water is relatively the same as the water that you would see out in a regular lake somewhere, right? You're treating it.
So this is the chief operating officer at a company called Green Water Services that had no background in pool resurfacing, speaking outside of the green pool surrounded by a fence intended to keep supposed vandals away from it, saying, we never actually done pools. How hard can it be? Now, that's the chief operating officer of the company. He's not the only guy who works here, as it turns out. And the owner slash founder slash CEO of the company, he's a real piece of work. We got some insight into who that is. Also last month.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. The most visually arresting metaphor for the entire Trump era is getting worse by the day. We might call it the president's Green Watergate. Yesterday, we showed you what a leaky, peeling, algae-infested mess the reflecting pool in Washington has become, thanks to Donald Trump's obsessive, costly attempts to turn it into a monument to, let's be honest here, his own brilliance. Just in time for him to hold a MAGA rally that is doubling as a 4th of July celebration for the whole country on the National Mall. Well, what was the scene today? As workers, hip waiters worked feverishly to get the green out one way or another. This is a crash program at this point, folks.
Yeah, okay, hold on. We don't need this whole clip from Chris here, but... oh, boy. It's just, I think it's good for us to get a sense of what has transpired throughout this time.
It makes rhino lining. It's a spray-on liner for the beds of pickup trucks. They apply to the reflecting pool. Doesn't look like it's working so well. It is just floating in the water now, except for the bits being taken as souvenirs by visitors, and there's actually quite a bit of that happening. In fact, MS Now spoke to a few visitors of the pool today. Most were not impressed.
Part of it is sort of an olive green, and then there's this murky, blackish color. And then if you look a little closer here, it's more of a lime green.
It's like a rainbow of green. It's like all of the different colors of green in the rainbow, all in one place. Really is quite something.
Over there, and we saw the water come out. It looked straight like Mountain Dew.
For me, it's not the money necessarily. It's the national embarrassment of it.
Oh, Vicky's there.
I mean, it was floating in the water. What did you expect people to do? At that point, it's no longer part. In my opinion, you're picking it up off of the the surface of the water. That's no longer part of the monument. Okay, you're not gonna reattach the detached liner. It. You're not gonna do that.
Blue sky reflect on the surface. But as you just heard from actual visitors, anyone who walks up to the reflecting pool sees this. And that infamous nano-bubbler technology the Trump administration is touting, well, there's new reporting on that. It turns out this story of Trump governance isn't just about vanity or incompetence or now up is down gaslighting, right? The pool is clear, it's all working. There is also, of course, because it is Trump, an old-fashioned corruption angle. Because the government has now handed out not one, but two no-bid contracts for work on the reflecting pool. The first was at least $13 million to paint that blue sealant that is now obviously peeling. But the New York Times, which has been doing great reporting on this, now reports there was another contract awarded in April. Now, this one was for $1.7 million to an Ohio company to install cleaning systems in the reflecting pool, which, at the level of concept, seems like a good idea. Did they do a bang-up job? That company is called Green Water Services. I am not making that up. The Times reports that Green Water Services, the actual name of the actual company that has helped to turn the water green in the reflecting pool, so it looks like Mountain Dew, is owned by a holding company. That holding company is in turn controlled by the gentleman you see there. His name is John J. Carafo, and this is him in 2002. Who is John J. Carafo, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked.
I don't think that's the most, what's the word? Complimentary photos. I think the one with where he's holding on to the woman half his age, or the woman who's trying to act half his age, with the giant cigar sticking out of his mouth. I think that's the best photo of him. I think we should stick with that one.
Is John J. Carafo, and this is him in 2002. Who is John J. Carafo, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. According to the Times, John J. Carafo is a donor to Donald Trump and a neighbor to Mar-a-Lago, the president's private club in Florida. In fact, Green Water Services lists Carafo's Palm Beach mansion as its address in Florida corporate records, the Times notes. Neither Carafo nor the company responded to the Times, but they report that Carafo's family business was in developing shopping centers, but he branched into other industries, including aerospace. Now, here's an interesting little detail from his past. In 2001, Carafo pleaded guilty to conspiracy to bribe Ohio Congressman James Crafigan, one of the most flagrantly and notoriously corrupt congressmen of all time. His plea related to arranging nearly $27,000 in repairs on Traficant's houseboat and then buying said houseboat from him for another $26,000.
Oh my God. He really, I think this is AI, but this is the real photo in question. I think it's his best photo. He looks like a Batman villain. You know, like he looks like he's trying out for being the Penguin. You know, like, am I wrong? Like, I feel like he's trying to do his best impression of the Penguin. Honestly, he's doing a really good job when you think about it. I think he's doing a bang-up job of that. Looks exactly like the Penguin. Somebody in a Dick Tracy comic, sure. He's a comic book character. He's a real life comic book character. Oh, God. So yeah, they gave a Trump donor. Wait, we got to go ahead to see what the president had to say about this guy, Mr. Carafo.
Here you see him at a Trump golf resort in Palm Beach. And back in 2016, when Trump skipped a Republican debate to hold a rally in Iowa, this is very early in the election, he made a big deal of it, and he sort of said he was raising money for veterans. Well, he gave his donor and neighbor a shout out.
J.J. Cafaro from Florida and from Cleveland. He's a man who made a lot of money in Cleveland, does a good job, and a fantastic man.
Good job making money,
JJ, thank you.
Great job, JJ.
He made a lot of money. I'm sure his laser guidance systems were great, too. As great as his green water nanobubble ozone technology. The White House and the Interior Department said the president was not involved.
JJ, great job. Great job making money, JJ. Here is some more from the taxpayers. From me to you, from the taxpayers, here's like $15 million. Yeah. Now, since then, of course, we've seen a number of people arrested for...
Moments ago,
please shut it. Since then, in the last month or so, we've seen a whole host of people arrested for approaching the pool in an aggressive manner, touching the pool in an unwanted manner, retrieving bits of lining floating on the surface of the water. That's a crime, supposedly.
Illegal.
Saw a fence be erected around the pool. Which I found to be maybe one of the funniest things of all of this. Because the arrest, it struggles for me for it to be truly funny. Because actual people are being harmed. The fence harmed no one and just sort of, I mean, really spoke to the level of franticness and what do you call it? Oh yeah, it just manufactured concern. The sign "Danger Explosives." Authorized personnel appeared. After that fence came up, authorized personnel only, or you'll be blown up.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Coming to you on 4th of July. Don't worry, it's gonna be blue by the 4th. It's gonna be American flag blue very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Everybody's saying it. Don't even look at the pool. Exactly. Looking at the pool is a crime. One man, an American Olympic medalist, I believe, was a canoer, a professional canoer, kayaker, whatever, was arrested along with like a half a dozen other people over a few weeks' time as National Guard troops patrolled the area with Capitol Police to protect the pool at all costs. The DOJ coming out and making some very serious claims of felony paint touching? No, that wasn't it. What was it again? I can't remember the exact crime. But, oh shit, I thought I had... God damn it. I could have sworn I had this in here. Hold on. Please hold. Please, God damn it, hold. How did I do this? This is part of the retrospective, and I've ruined it. Janine, where are you to tell us about the... God damn it. Felony pool touching. Yes, 4 weeks ago, felony pool touching announced by U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro here at as the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
Did I get over? Yeah. And
Wait, nobody can
today,
see it.
I thought it was important to call this press conference
Yes.
because one of the most offensive images that I hold in my mind are the images of national monuments that are being...
Shut your face. I am trying... Here we go. There we go. Yes, we have to hear this. Yes, Janine, please tell us, what makes you most upset in life? Look at her. Oh, God, look at, she is seething. Look how she was so upset. This is like July 1st, right before America 250. She could not be more livid.
In my mind are the images of national monuments that are being defaced, roped, torn down, graffitied, and damaged by individuals. I have a vivid memory of this happening several years ago and over time, where our national monuments and statues are being torn down, and this is not the way of a civilized society.
This is not the way of a civilized society, says Janine Bureau. You tried to charge a guy with felony sandwich throwing earlier. Do you remember that? What are you talking about? Civilized society, Janine. You were a former Fox News contributor who is most known for coming on and losing her goddamn mind on national television. Oh, Janine.
It is anarchy.
And no.
Our nation has weathered moments of anarchy and chaos in the past, and individuals have made a decision, many of them, to destroy and to damage national monuments, not taking into account the fact that the rest of the nation considers these monuments important and necessary to our history. But this unchecked vandalism and civil disorder turns into criminal behavior, and that's why we're here today. They are an affront to the dignity of our shared history, and we will not allow our sacred monuments to be roped off, defaced, or diminished, or in any way impacted by disgruntled individuals who think that they, and not the rest of the nation, have the right to decide what should happen.
I love how she's saying we will not allow our monuments to be roped off. And like shortly after this is when they put the fence around the monument. We will not allow this chaos to go unchecked, says Janine Pirro. This will not stand. This will not stand, says Janine.
America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
These landmarks and monuments belong to all of us, and they must be protected for generations to come. And the president, when he came here in his executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful, brought in a fresh injection of resources, both for my office and for all of law enforcement, to make D.C. safe. And the other part of that executive order was to make D.C. beautiful. And as part of that, in anticipation of the celebration of 250 years of American history, the president, as you heard from him, has been able to improve and to clean up 50 parks, more than 48 monuments that have been repaired, 22 fountains have been returned to service, and these monuments and fountains must be protected.
Protect the fountain.
Those who decide that they want to do harm will be held accountable, just as they have been held accountable in the criminal justice system in so many of the press conferences that you have been in this room to witness. D.C. has experienced a renaissance like it has never experienced before in both safety and in beauty. Today is about accountability for damaging a national resource, a national treasure, and that is the reflecting pool.
Yes, today is about about what is it again? Wait, here, let me say that again. I can't remember the word you just said.
And in like it has never experienced before in both safety and in beauty.
Yes.
Today is about accountability for damaging a national resource.
Yes, today, or at least 4 weeks ago, Janine called this press conference to demand accountability for damaging a national resource, one of beauty and greatness. Exactly, unchecked vandalism. It will not be allowed. Janine won't have that, okay? She won't let it stand. She is the thin line between anarchy and beauty. Oh, God. Or at least she was. Because this will be shocking to everyone here. We've been talking about this scourge of crime, as Janine was just talking about, that has been waged against our national treasures and monuments. When she said national treasures, all I could think of was Nicolas Cage. Oh, yeah. Like the founding fathers totally did not want this to happen to the pool. It's in the Constitution. You just turn it upside down. Nick Cage is a national. That's true. That is true. Nick Cage is a national treasure. Unchecked talent. Okay. Now, this is shocking to everybody, but yesterday it came out. The DOJ admitted that the reflecting pool renovation itself was flawed, dropping charges against the U.S. Olympian. I can't remember this guy's name now. Oh my God. Very shocking revelations.
Moments ago, the Justice Department moved to drop the criminal charges against the former Olympian accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool on the National Mall. Prosecutors admitted the $14 million installation was rushed and flawed. Joining us now is CNN's Caitlin Polans and CNN senior legal analyst Ali Honig. Caitlin, let's start with you. This is a big admission by the Justice Department.
A big admission on two fronts, Pam.
So true.
One is that they are now saying that this pool liner, it was damaged because it was installed incorrectly. And the reason it was installed incorrectly was because the Trump administration was rushing for a pool liner to be placed on the bottom of the reflecting pool as they were awaiting the July 4th, 250th celebration.
Honestly, in recent days, the utter incompetence of the Trump administration is being laid out flat. I mean, we've been watching it over and over again, but it's stuff like this that they've been harping on for months, literally months now, to have it gone full circle to them being like, actually, it was our fault. 2 months of endless, insufferable press conferences from Janine Pirro and other people about all this vandalism in national parks, and it turns out, actually, that was never the case. The thing we've been saying the whole fucking time. And that it was, in fact, their incompetence. But no, we've been reminded that saying that is basically a crime in and of itself. Just thinking it is a thought crime. And now the government itself is like, you know what? That's our bad. You know? Big whoopsie. 2 months? In 2 months, you couldn't have reflected on that at all? Like, that's what's so crazy about it, is that it went on for 2 months, and it truly is ironic that the government was incapable of reflecting on their own, on the series of events that had transpired surrounding the reflecting pool. You see what I'm saying here? They can't reflect on the pool intended to reflect the Washington Monument, actually, really. It's what it's there for, I think, technically. But point is they struggled for 2 months to prove any of the claims that they've been making surrounding all of this. As I was saying, I was literally, I think, were we not talking about this yesterday? And was I not saying there is no way that this is going to hold up in court? And there's no way that the grand jury is going to look at this and be like, yeah, a lot of damning evidence here.
Like after there was water drained from it after the July 4th celebration, and Piro's office determined it looked like there was damage throughout. They didn't realize how extensive it was, and the Department of Interior then backed them up with some more information.
Hey, did you just try to donate bits? What just happened? I don't feel like you're taking this. I'm not taking it seriously. You're right. I'm not taking it seriously. You feel like I'm not taking Janine seriously? I'm not. It's true. In fact, that's not a revelation. I don't think I've ever once taken Janine Pirro seriously. Before she got this job, or after. You know, honestly, what's her name? I can't think of the woman. What's her name? The SNL actress who does the Janine Pirro impressions. Colin! I prefer that over the real Janine Pirro. If I'm being real. That Janine Pirro is much more amusing and entertaining.
And saying the damage was the result of a botched installation and not vandalism, not Davy Hearn's fault. We got a statement from Hearn's attorney, Norm Eisen, just a few minutes ago. He says the Trump administration's case against Davy Hearn.
Yes, Cecily Strong, thank you. Yes. Her fucking Janine Pirro impression is so good. If it wasn't copyright protected, we'd be watching it right now, I swear to God. If it wasn't like seriously copyright protected, we would be watching it. Oh God. Believe me, I thought about it and I was like, no, not worth it. But boy, oh boy, I thought about it hard. I mean, it's not shocking that Janine was fine with going along with this nonsense. She's always been unhinged. And let's be real, Cecily, she really does capture Janine's essence, if you will.
Should never have been brought. Its dismissal today does not erase the abuse of government power in arresting and charging a patriotic American who did nothing wrong. The government's approach was ready, aim, fire, and the administration owes him an apology. Pamela?
Ali Honig, what do you make of this development?
Well, Pam, I think you could see the problems with this case right away. I wrote a piece for New York Magazine. I said on air that there were some reasons to doubt the validity of this case. I did not expect it to unravel so quickly. It's a real embarrassment, first of all, for the United States Justice Department. Let's remember, first they arrest David Hearn. They charge him initially by complaint with a misdemeanor. Then they upgrade it to a felony. They get a grand jury to indict him for that felony. And then Jeannie Pirro holds a press conference where she's pounding the podium and talking about what a serious crime this is and how justice will be done. And now it turns out they dismissed the case voluntarily. And what DOJ is saying in the statement that we've received is that, well, we didn't get the full information about the state of the pool from the Interior Department until after we charged. But that's no excuse at all. It's your job as a prosecutor to get the relevant information first. You don't charge first and then figure it out. You get the information first and then charge. So
But that's exactly what they've been doing. And yesterday, I could have sworn it was yesterday, we watched a press conference of Janine Pirro saying that they had the evidence, and if you wanted to see it, you'd have to go to the trial. Like, look, we've got plenty of evidence, okay? We've got plenty of evidence. We just can't tell you about any of it. I don't know why all of you are being so demanding for evidence.
It's a true embarrassment for Jeannie Pirro. It's a true embarrassment for DOJ, and they brought it on themselves.
So explain more about why it matters if the pool was already damaged or not, because the case was made before that he reached in and pulled it up and everything. What is the relevance of the fact that now they're saying
shared 100 bits? The evidence is on Pam Bondi's desk.
Yes, that's where a lot of things go to die. Pam Bondi's desk. Where is her desk now? Her home desk? Because she's not the DOJ anymore.
The Dow right now is over.
Well,
the Dow is over.
This wasn't the only area where it was damaged, and so therefore we're going to drop these charges.
So the actual felony charge that DOJ brought here requires prosecutors to show that the defendant caused over $1,000 worth of damage. One of the points that the defense had made is if this liner was already destroyed, then it's worthless. Then you can't cause $1,000 worth of damage. To make a rough analogy, if you already have a window that's already broken and then someone throws a rock through it, he hasn't damaged it anymore because it's already useless. So
that's exactly what's happened here. That is exactly what's happened here, and it's an utterly ridiculous argument. We've been saying it since the beginning. The liner was cooked from day. The only reason people were talking about the liner is because it was already cooked. It's because it was floating in the fucking pool, and everybody was noticing it. Everybody is saying it. And that's what happened. Not this ridiculous cabal of knife-wielding vandals going to take out the liner. 300-yard, huge 300-yard gash straight through the pool. You'll see it once we drain it. Once we drain it, you're gonna see. It was irreparably harmed by communists. The nasty communists, they're coming for the liner. They're trying to take down the beautiful American flag blue liner.
Court documents there is a recitation from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney, the Justice Department in D.C., where they are pointing fingers at a host of other people in the government, including the government contractors that completed this work, and also the Department of Interior and others, where her office is essentially saying they just didn't realize the extent of the damage, and they didn't have documents until after they were looking at this and building this case against David Herm. They actually say that they received documents about the installation of this reflecting pool from the Department of Interior.
These people are so fucking incompetent. This is what I'm talking about. So deeply incompetent. It's multiple layers of incompetence on top of one another. Layer one, they failed to line the pool properly. Okay, they spent $15 million to line the pool. They failed. Then, for 2 months, they ran around blaming people for their own failures and charging them with crimes for it. Then, when they had to, like sort of like last minute, like, oh, we got a test tomorrow. We better check our, we better check the textbook. They go and they actually start looking through the evidence and they realize, oh, actually, everything we've been saying this whole time is complete bullshit. So for 2 months, they didn't do their jobs and look into any of the claims that they were themselves making and charging people on, and then brought, literally brought the case, all these cases before a judge preparing to convene grand juries on all this shit, and then realize, wait a second, we don't have a fucking case to make. It's incredible. It really is just multitudes of incompetence and meritlessness. Two things that we were promised unprecedented levels of, which I'm now realizing didn't rule out complete lack of merit or competence, right? Like, they said that we were going to get rid of DEI and we would have just historic levels of competence and merit. They just didn't, they just didn't say whether it was going to be more or less, right? And it seems like we're having historically low levels of competence and merit coming out of the U.S. government. Maybe we should have left the diversity exactly where it was. Am I the crazy one?
Davy Hearn and others ever got to the mall to take a look at that liner coming up. They also are pointing, the Justice Department is pointing to other stuff that was happening in Washington for the 250th celebration, including at one point in this filing, she's writing, or her team is writing, of prosecutors saying that some of the equipment and the crews that were working on the reflecting pool, they had to be moved over to the White House grounds because of the UFC fight that Donald Trump was hosting there. I don't know if I've ever seen an autopsy of what was happening between branches of the government like this in a filing, just putting it out there, but it is a filing where the Justice Department, once they got this sort of information, would have needed to come clean because the evidence just wasn't there to prosecute Davy Hearn for felony vandalism.
And Ellie, you noted this, that U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro came out strong when announcing the charges earlier this month with that press conference. I want to play a little bit of what she said.
There was an effort, a violent effort, to rip up the sealant from the bottom of the pool. We can state and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused damage, and that damage is over $1,000.
Keying in on that, how do you prove that $1,000?
With an expert. Come to the trial.
Did he have any tools, or was it just his bare hands?
Right now, we believe it's his bare hands, both hands.
Both hands, not just one. But both hands, said Jeanine Pirro. Oh, his hands are dangerous, dangerous pool-destroying weapons. Oh, God. What a pathetic display. What a pathetic display. A display which I think very fairly calls into question the validity of the Justice Department itself at this moment under the Trump administration. Claims of lawfare we heard for years under Joe Biden, but this is the real lawfare that we are witnessing now. It's, federal government that's turned our justice system into a kangaroo court.
Call a crackhead.
What about feet? You're right, he has 2 feet and 2 hands. He could have damaged the pool with his hands and feet. Who's to say? All right. Now let's go to, I think, is this Chris Hayes? No. A former U.S. attorney went on for interview, talk more about this revelation regarding the old reflecting pool. Had some interesting thoughts regarding all of this.
confirmed that the Justice Department moved to drop felony charges against former Olympian David Hearn after acknowledging that the damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool was caused by a flawed installation rather than vandalism. The motion to dismiss was filed by D.C. Attorney Jeanine Pirro after prosecutors concluded that the damage attributed to Hearn stemmed from defects in the installation of the reflecting pool's liner. The filing said information obtained after the indictment showed the damage was caused by, quote, botched work.
I love that they had to admit this in a court filing publicly. This is so, it's so fantastic. I mean, it's a court filing. It's a public document. But they had to explain why they were dismissing the case. Oh, and the explanation is just so perfect. Botched work performed by the project's contractor, not by criminal conduct. So strange.
Violent crime.
Performed by the project's contractor, not by criminal conduct. Remember, it was Donald Trump's chosen contractor who did this very work, and it was Trump himself who made this following claim.
They cut it up with a buck's knife and tried to destroy it. These people are sick. They ripped a scar 350 feet long through the side of the reflecting pool.
And Jeanine Pirro said they had beyond a reasonable doubt that Hearn had, in fact, ripped it up. Joining us now is Barbara McQuaid, former U.S. attorney and law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. She is also an MS Now legal analyst. She is the author of The Fix, Saving America from the Corruption of a Mob-Style Government. Barbara, first, I want to start with the reflecting pool because I think it sets up everything else around this. Clearly false statements made by the president and Jeanine Pirro that his own people then aren't able to prove in the court of law. What damage does filing these types of prosecutions, from trying to make the Subway sandwich thrower a felony crime to the reflecting pool indictment, do to the credibility of the Department of Justice?
Boy, Vaughn, I really worry what it does because it means that members of the public can no longer trust the Justice Department to be bringing cases in good faith. The timing of this dismissal is so suspect. It came right after the defense filed a motion to disclose grand jury materials because of this very issue. A witness came into the grand jury room, according to the transcript, testified he didn't know anything about the value of the damage that had been done by Mr. Hearn. He leaves the room and 20 minutes later comes back and says, oh, yeah, it was more than $1,000, which is what the statute requires. It was so implausible that the defense team filed a motion to find out everything that occurred before the grand jury. And then the very next day, we see this motion to dismiss. This confirms what most people have suspected all along, that there was no there. But it appears that this case had come to roost, that they were about to be discovered, that there really was no basis for this case. And
Yep. The federal government was found out to be pursuing a completely spurious legal action. And honestly, I don't think anybody at this point should be believing anything coming out of the federal government. Out of the Department of Justice, the FBI, they have proven that they are a bunch of corrupt liars. Whether it's Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, who's gone now, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, who is Trump's former lawyer. All these guys are corrupt liars, willing to do the bidding of Donald Trump, not uphold the law, but just uphold the wishes of the president. That's all they are now.
Says, quote, finally, a recent visual inspection showed damage throughout the reflecting pool, even in the middle of the pool where a vandal would not likely have attempted to peel the lining. Given all of this newly discovered information, it is difficult to attribute the widespread damage to the reflecting pool to vandalism, let alone to establish that fact beyond a reasonable doubt. I read that because it is signed, respectfully submitted, Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. attorney herself. But on that line of, right, sort of the course correction being made from previous decisions by this Department of Justice, one of them is around the anti-weaponization fund. And, well, the president today claimed that it's dead. Senator Tillis is saying otherwise. My question for you, Barbara, is how can the Department of Justice actually roll back the fund and essentially reverse course on that $1.76 billion and make this formal that it is, in fact, not going anywhere?
Well, as we've heard, Vaughn, Todd Blanche has said in confirmation hearings now twice that it's dead. They're not moving forward on it. That statement alone, Judge Kathleen Williams says, demonstrates that this was not an arm's length negotiation, because if it were, one party to the case, like Todd Blanche, can't just unilaterally say the thing's dead. It requires both parties to say that. And we have Donald Trump saying just the opposite. And so I think it is very understandable that people want to see in writing the idea that this case is withdrawn, because otherwise it still stands. It's a written document. There is a settlement. And, settlement agreements are contracts between the Justice Department and Donald Trump as an individual.
Anybody still trust it? Yeah, people do still trust the Department of Justice. You know how I know that? Because multiple cases that have actually made it past a grand jury to trial, people have accepted. In the case of was it the Texas 12 or whatever it was, right? Like the ICE protesters who lit off fireworks on July 4th outside of, that was the DOJ. That was the federal government, right? That they were the ones who brought the completely spurious evidence to trial and won. People accepted what the government said as being reasonable. So yes, there are still completely delusional people walking around trusting the things coming out of this government.
In this case. And so representations orally by Todd Blanche really aren't very meaningful. And so I think what you would need is to see both parties file some agreement that says they have withdrawn this agreement. And that.
Okay. There's a part in here I could have sworn. I don't know if I skipped past it or what. But it's whatever. Let's keep this moving. Now, in the wake of this court filing from the U.S. Attorney of D.C., Jeanine Pirro, Donald Trump, it will shock you to hear Donald Trump is upset. Oh, he is upset. President Trump rages at U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro after DOJ drops charges against vet over reflecting pool damage. In Truth Social post on Saturday, President Trump criticized United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. Let's find it. Let's find it. Let's find the post. God damn it. Here it is. Here, I found it. I disagree 100% with Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, on the reflecting pool. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know what she was thinking. To me, it was there's a question mark in there. I'm not just making this up. I don't know what she was thinking. To me, it was a pure case of all caps vandalism that included the grass, which had a big 8647 emblazoned in giant letters on it, and other elements of the surrounding area. There may have been some contractor difficulty, but the major damage was caused by vandals. President DJT. Very upset. Oh, the president's so very upset with Jeanine. How dare you, Jeanine, for admitting How dare you admit that there was any sort of problem unrelated to any kind of alleged vandalism? President is furious.
So let's start with MS Now White House reporter Akayla Gardner. Akayla, welcome to you on this Saturday. How is the president reacting to the Senate putting contingencies on Todd Blanche's nomination?
Alex, President Trump says he is willing to play the long game. He's willing to keep Todd Blanche in his acting capacity at the Justice Department until John Cornyn and Tom Tillis retire next year. Now, those two men are important because they sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee. They're right now holding up his nomination in that committee. But that just comes after President Trump says that he wants that anti-weaponization bill to be codified into law. Now, this is what he said just yesterday.
Do you agree with the acting attorney general that the anti-weaponization fund is dead? And why not just put that in writing?
It is dead, but, I wish it weren't, to be honest with you. I think people were horribly treated, horribly abused. This has nothing to do with Todd. This was me. Horribly abused. And I'd like to see them compensated for the pain.
Now, for Senator Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, this just proves the point that they had a reason to be concerned about this fund, and they had asked Todd Blanche to put in writing that this fund would be killed, and he refused to do that. And Tillis says today that the president could talk about this.
Why I fucking hate. Like, MSNBC, CNN, they have live streams. They do, live streams. Right? I just don't understand why they have to do clip vids of two different topics. Just do a single topic. I hate that I have to set up each clip in this way. Ugh.
This happened moments ago, Akayla, because the president lashed out at the Justice Department for dropping that reflecting pool vandalism case. It was against a former Olympian. What can you tell us?
Alex, I know this is shocking for everyone, but the D.C. Attorney General says that damage caused to the reflecting pool was caused by a botched job by that no-bid contractors. And she says it was not attributed to vandalism, even though President Trump made that claim continuously. And this comes after Jeanine Pirro had said that there was tremendous evidence to charge that former Olympian, David Hearn, in this case. And she says that the Interior Department actually misled her office, saying that they had evidence that he was responsible for that. And President Trump is taking aim at her. This is his hand-picked D.C. Attorney General, and he says, I don't know what she was thinking. He does acknowledge that there was some difficulty by the contractors, but...
Yeah, and what's interesting about this is I don't think Trump can find a more loyalist U.S. attorney for D.C. that isn't just him. Really, I don't think there's a more loyal person than Jeanine. Jeanine was willing to go above and beyond, charge anybody with anything. Whatever the president wanted, she was there to do it. I just find it interesting that he's lashing out at her over this one. I expected it, but almost thought that maybe he would realize that he can't find better than Jeanine, and by better I mean more loyal to him. Not better in terms of knowing the law or upholding it, but just being a loyalist prosecutor. She was the perfect woman for the job. She is, still technically the woman in charge there. I just don't know who he would put in this more loyalist than her. Mike Lindell? You got any legal experience? Seriously. Eric Trump? Who's more loyalist to Trump than fucking Jeanine Pirro that isn't already in the administration? I would argue no one. I would argue there is no one left. But she may be out the door. We'll see. She went against Trump one time. And by went against, just sort of accepted facts, which is oftentimes contrary to the president. She should have known better. She should have known better that facts are contrary to the narrative. While we're talking about the Department of Justice, we should talk about the latest bombshell revelation regarding the Epstein files. A former lawyer slash YouTuber now, Katie Fang, at the Midas Touch Network, sued the Department of Justice to get access to the unredacted Epstein files. And as a result, has been finding some fascinating information that none of us are privy to, because the government has not released the Epstein files in accordance with the law. However, Katie's lawsuit has forced the DOJ to furnish her specifically with the information, which I would point out is supposed to be getting furnished to all of us under the law, the Epstein Transparency Act, ETA. Speaking of which, what is the ETA on the Epstein files, huh? When are we getting those full files? It's got at least 3 million unreleased documents. Another 3 or so million redacted documents, heavily and improperly redacted documents. No real footage, any of the CCTV footage from any of Epstein's properties, Zorro Ranch, the island, his Manhattan property, or the Palm Beach one. It's weird.
Hi. So, yesterday was a big day. Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General of the United States, produced to federal judge Emmett Sullivan in the district court in D.C., produced unredacted emails and documents for purposes of a in-camera or an in-chambers review. I'm not allowed to be there. It's something for the judge to be able to do on his own. It is pursuant to an order that was entered on July 25th, 2026, that we've covered here at Katie Fang News. This order was specific, about the bait stamp documents that were to be submitted, and accompanying those unredacted bait stamp documents, Todd Blanche was to provide documentation supporting his representations that the redactions that were done were compliant with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's really an important, nuanced kind of detail.
Well, they're trying to claim that they are in compliance with the Epstein Transparency Act. But all of the evidence up to now shows the exact opposite. The FBI, the DOJ, has not complied with the Epstein Transparency Act. In fact, it seems that they've done everything they can to subvert that law.
For laboring so fucking hard, to support each redaction. Epstein Files Transparency Act requires by law for the Attorney General to submit, in addition to the summary of redactions and withholds that Todd Blanche seems to think covers all bases. He's wrong on the law. Judge Sullivan granted the redaction log as a part of my preliminary injunction. And as we sit here today on July 31st, still no redaction log. Remember that. But thank you, Todd, for laboring so fucking hard, to support each redaction with an explanation, like you were supposed to do for all of the redactions. But, okay. Now, let's start with the first document. EFTA 00749-245. I want to do this with you. I think it's important to go through these emails. This is the I loved the torture video email. This is the email that Todd Blanche wanted to say that if I had just Googled it, I would have found out that it's Sultan bin Sulayem. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't have to trust Todd Blanche. I don't even have to trust Tom Massey's word for it. I don't have to trust anybody's word for it. I get to see the unredacted email. As I've said before, there is no trust me bro exemption in the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Wait, what?
That gives
What?
There's no trust me bro, just trust me bro amendment in the Epstein Transparency Act? The DOJ can't just say trust me bro, and that's... What? That's not sufficient?
What you talking about?
Wow, weird.
Blanche cover to continuously violate not only the law, but Judge Sullivan's order. Now, the email address and name remain redacted. This was provided to Judge Sullivan yesterday unredacted, with the name and the email address unredacted. What does Todd say? Todd says that the in-camera documents show that the redacted text contains only emails address that are consistent with the government's briefing. That's not even English, number one. It's grammatically wrong. But number two, his briefing, as I've said, says that when it pertains to the torture video email, as we are calling this, he says, well, it's a private email address, and there's no purpose beyond sharing that private email address.
There's no purpose behind sharing a private email address of somebody who said, what was it again? Where is it? Where's the email? Where's the fucking email? Who said, where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody who received an email from Jeffrey Epstein saying, I loved the torture video, suggesting that the person whose name is being redacted here sent Jeffrey Epstein a fucking torture video. And you're telling me that you don't want to harm the privacy of the person who sent Jeffrey Epstein a fucking torture video? I do. I legally speaking, I think it's literally required. That sounds like a crime, just sort of on its face. Just, I don't know if I don't know the law well enough to know whether or not having possession of a torture video is a crime, but it feels like a crime. It feels very much like a crime. Like, I can't imagine a scenario in which I could hear a justifiable explanation for why you had it, unless you were like a journalist, right? Unless you're like a journalist or the fucking government or something. I don't see why do you, what? For what purpose? Why? What are you doing with it? What the shit are you doing with it? Why are you sending it to the world's most notorious sex trafficker? These are the questions that should be answered. That the government's like, actually, that person deserves privacy. Why are you even asking questions about it?
This is ridiculous.
Allowed to do redactions or withholdings to spare somebody embarrassment, shame, or any type of political humiliation. And yet Todd seems to think that that is a priority. So that's this email. Next, EFTA 1187999. That is email chain dated January 17th, 2013, from somebody working at the Mademoiselle agency, which, again, if you go and you Google, that is a modeling agency in Paris, France. According to Todd Blanche, the names that have been redacted and email addresses are victims that are represented by counsel. Now, why is this one so important? EFTA 1187999. Well, Blanche says that the victims in this email are represented by counsel and have requested that the individuals whose names and email addresses appear in this particular document, that they want to be, quote, treated as a victim, end quote. Todd also references something called an attorney review protocol for Epstein files dated January 4th, 2026.
Yeah, and the reason why it's interesting that they want to be treated as victims was quite revelatory to what the DOJ seems to be up to here. Sorry, I should let her finish.
Let's take 1 minute to go over that, because that's a very important thing that we should talk about. So this memorandum is dated January 4th, 2026. I'm going to do an entirely separate episode about this memorandum because it's worth detailing. But I want to highlight in this memorandum, the subject heading is Attorney Review Protocol for Epstein Files. What Todd Blanche has done in order to, for example, protect the name and email address of the torture video lover, and in order to also protect the names and the email addresses of the people in the Mademoiselle Modeling Agency email, is the following. So in this memorandum, what he did was he said that victims' personal identifying information includes email addresses. Okay, fine. That's okay. But if you go to the beginning of the protocol, he says that what they're defining as victims now is not just victims that have been identified through investigations, but individuals who have identified themselves as victims or potential victims, either through prosecutions of Epstein and Maxwell, as well as all individuals who have self-identified, as well as those that have been identified and that have reported to the Department of Justice as being potential victims of state or federal offenses or other claims of sexual exploitation or misconduct by Epstein or Maxwell. So what Todd Blanche has done has taken a non-existent definition of victim and expanded it to include victims, potential victims, and people that arguably were co-conspirators, co-defendants, and co-perpetrators of abuse.
Exactly. If you look into this Mademoiselle modeling agency, it is closely tied to Epstein co-conspirator Jean-Luc Brunel, France's most notorious, I can't remember if he was convicted or not, sex trafficker, and, you know, like, some of the things we've heard in the past, we've talked about Jean-Luc Brunel in the past. I mean, first off, he was really close friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. He knew Jeffrey Epstein. They were supposedly working in tandem with trafficking women. And so we're protecting people working at Mademoiselle, telling Jeffrey Epstein that they just got a new Brazilian in, a new sexy, cute 19-year-old Brazilian in, with images sent to fucking, I mean, are you kidding me? To Jeffrey Epstein? You assume, why else is it in the fucking files? We can't even get any of this information of who was, like, it's just this one, it's the only thing that's not redacted. It's crazy. It is crazy. They are actively allowing co-conspirators to request to be treated as victims. I mean, this is just perverse. Utterly fucking perverse. Really, really gross. I mean, we've known that they're covering up. But now it seems that they are actually, they're not just doing it, they don't just have like their own list. It sounds like they're getting, to me, what this sounds like is like they're in contact. It doesn't even sound like. there seems to be evidence that the DOJ is themselves furnishing that they are in contact with the co-conspirators and perpetrators of these crimes, and allowing them to add themselves to some fucking list of, of fake victims, so they can keep themselves out of the news, out of any kind of bad press. I mean, the DOJ is not going to prosecute any of them. So that's really the only danger here. Although I guess there is some danger of the DOJ being just blatantly proven to be covering up the largest sex trafficking ring in modern history. That might be damning, I suppose. I guess. I mean, people already seem to accept that that's already what's going on. But I do think that they're worried of there being really genuine evidence to it. But now we seem to have it. Now we seem to have genuine evidence that they aren't accidentally covering up co-conspirators' names. They're doing it on the request of the co-conspirators. The co-conspirators are calling up and being like, hey, I'm actually a victim. And Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, whoever it is fielding these fucking calls, it's going, great. Put you down on the list.
But I think it's a very, very, very big deal. And in fact, that is the biggest red flag that you could find from what has happened here. Putting aside...
Hold on, I got to go back slightly further back.
I go back. Having issues. But I want to go back to 1187999. This is the Mademoiselle Model Agency one. And the reason why I want to go back to this one is there's something very important that happened with this email. Todd Blanche admitted in his filing yesterday that Jeffrey Epstein's email address was redacted. He calls it an inadvertent redaction, but it's been redacted and has since been lifted.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Now, you may not think that's a big deal, but I think it's a very, very, very big deal. And in fact, that is the biggest red flag that you could find from what has happened here. Putting aside all the other stuff. Why? Because it shows that the way that the redactions were done here was wrong. This wasn't some one-off mistake. We know for a fact that the Department of Justice released over and over again, hundreds and hundreds of times, the personal identifying information of several victims. Victims whose names had been submitted on a list to the DOJ. People like Danny Bensky. We know that the process was flawed. We know that it didn't work. And now we know that it also worked to protect the identity of Jeffrey Epstein, the main perpetrator of these crimes that we are focusing on right now. And the DOJs want to say, oops, sorry, we missed it. There's something flawed with the process.
Yeah, I mean, how could you accidentally redact Jeffrey Epstein from the Epstein files? He's the main guy we're talking about. How could you accidentally do that? It doesn't make any sense at all.
And that is what a special master needs to get to the bottom of. Because this, folks, is just a small subset of the millions of documents that have been publicly released, in addition to those that are being squat on by Todd Blanche. There is so much more work that needs to be done, but I am thrilled that we have made it this far together.
Katie over here is doing some seriously important work. Her lawsuit leading to revelations regarding these Epstein files. Got me to notice it. Also had the ladies over at iHip with their ears perked up. Pumps. And Katie having a quick conversation here earlier today.
Joining me today is the fabulous Katie Fang, host of the Katie Fang News on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts with the Midas Touch Network. She is also a former trial lawyer, maybe not former, maybe still, and an independent journalist. That is the one that has finally gotten Todd Blanche to turn over documents in the Epstein case. So, on behalf of everyone, thank you for having the gumption to file this lawsuit against the DOJ. And now we're seeing results, but in a weird way.
Yeah, that's the best adjective you could use, Pumps. It's weird. Everything is weird these days. This litigation has not followed a traditional path either. But thank you so much for that introduction, number one. Number two, thank you for making this feel like home always when I get to spend time with you and Jen. And lastly, I dropped my daughter off at a little brief summer camp thing. And as I was driving away, it actually hit me a little bit today when I was driving in the car. You know, we've made it pretty far so far. We got a way to go, but there's something to be said about being resilient and persistent, right? And that's
And honestly, I feel like the Epstein files have fallen out of the news too much. The Congress passed a law, and then the DOJ just completely ignored it, and we just moved on because of all the chaos going on. All this other stuff happening, I feel like, has sort of allowed them to just, what's the word? Just sort of like skirt by and not face any repercussions for not doing their fucking job. Not releasing the files properly, not doing any investigations. I mean, name a thing. They're not doing any of it.
A $1.8 billion slush fund for insurrectionists and a tax immunity provision that Trump clearly doesn't want to let go of because A, he has something to hide, and B, he wants that protection for himself, his family, and his businesses. That's what's important. The problem I have with Cornyn and Tillis even thinking about negotiating that with Blanche is Judge Williams, as you and I just talked about, she made a finding that that settlement agreement was void from the beginning because there was no legit lawsuit to speak of.
Right.
Okay, hold on. I don't think this is the right. Is this the right? Hold on. I'm gonna let her go for like 5 more seconds.
So why are we even talking about that? Those are dead upon arrival. Let's focus on the fact that Todd Blanche was responsible for the rollout of these files, and he's protecting lovers of torture videos. That's what we should be focusing on.
No, I completely agree. And it just, what it tells me is the rot is so deep. And I'm not saying Merrick Garland, I think he has done the biggest disservice in the world. I mean, Trump ought to be in jail right now. There are people, power players on both sides of the aisle. But my thought is release the names, let the chips fall. You are a big boy. You decided it was okay to rape little girls. Now you get the consequences, whether you're a Democratic donor, whether you're a philanthropist, whether you're a Republican donor. But all I'm seeing on the right is just, throwing. To me, this whole thing was conjured up because it was going to be a bunch of Democrats in the file. And now that it's a bunch of Republicans, nobody cares. And I'm just like, the rot to the core of the citizenry is really stunning, kind of.
Yeah, Pumps is absolutely right. All of the people who were claiming that they cared about the Epstein files before they got released have all clammed up on this shit. I mean, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are perfect examples of it because they were the ones who were running around on every podcast on the planet, including Dan Bongino's own podcast, talking about how we needed to get the files. The files were filled with Democrats. We were going to go in there. We get Trump in office. And Dan and Kash will be FBI director and assistant director, and they'll release the files. The cabal of Democrats will be exposed. Then they got in. Instead, they did the America's most obvious cover-up in modern history. And all those QAnoners are fucking crickets. What happened to all that Pizzagate stuff? Huh?
Give us pizza or give us death.
Well, it is a reflection of exactly how rotten the Department of Justice has become. We talk about the presumption of regularity in a legal sense all the time, how there's a presumption that somebody who works at the Department of Justice, especially at the highest job, would have a presumption of credibility. that no longer exists. We look at a Department of Justice that ignores court orders and disobeys them on the regular.
Yes.
We look at the rewarding of loyalists when they defy court orders. They get federal lifetime appointments as appeals court judges like Emile Bove, or they get cush U.S. attorney positions even though they're not qualified, competent, or legally allowed to serve, like Alina Habba and Lindsay Halligan. I mean, the list goes on and on. We see the prosecution of political enemies like James Comey, of Donald Trump, over 8647 seashell formations. I mean,
Yeah. Katie is absolutely right. It's a clown show. It's a clown show of the justice system that we happen to have right now. God, it's just like, it really is crazy to me that, you know, like the Pizzagate QAnon people, like even amidst this, where we have just, it would take you like years to go through all these files. And like, the one thing that most of them seem to be focused on was still pizza. Like I remember us covering this, but like the Pizzagators looked past all of the just out in the open sex crimes and all of these other things that were being listed in the files. All of the Trump allies and references, the thousands and thousands and thousands of references to Donald Trump in the files. And they were like searching for like pizza and grape soda. It's like, are you guys fucking stupid? Are you guys that fucking stupid? Like, if you just look at the files, they weren't talking in code. Right? They weren't talking in code in the files. They were like, great torture video. You know, great torture video. Tell me about the 15-year-old Brazilian that you got. Right? Like, there's no, they were not talking in code. But the fact that they're so focused in on the code still, when we had the files themselves and they were out like openly talking about like just genuine crimes and like, oh my God, did you see the pizzas mentioned 300 times? Yeah. You know what's mentioned 1,000 times more than that? Donald fucking Trump. And they completely looked past the fact that Donald Trump was like the #1 named person in the files. They're like, I still love the president. He's still protecting us from the pedo cabal.
You have a mental health problem.
How long was the FBI actively investigating the Epstein file? Were they ever investigating the files? If anything, they were just on a redaction spree. I don't know about any actual investigations. They literally came out and told us that there were no investigations needed. Is this place better? What place? Huh? Vertical chat? Speaking of the law, the United States is still weaponizing immigration law against the citizenry, those within the bounds of U.S. territory.
For help after she says her mother was detained.
More people just living their lives, not doing crimes, but having their lives completely upended. Cron 4 Bay Area. To a woman and mother, I believe now currently in ICE detention.
For help after she says her mother was detained by ICE while trying to return home. Daria Soboleva says that her mother, Alitivna, was arrested or rather taken into custody by ICE agents at the Buffalo, New York airport earlier this month. Soboleva says her mother, who lives in Sunnyvale, had been vacationing at Niagara Falls. As she prepared to fly back to California, she says plainclothes officers stopped her mother and asked her to review her documents.
You know what this story brought a lot of thoughts to my brain. I was like, okay, so if they're tackling Eastern European white women who've never committed a crime at the airport for having like overstayed a visa, they truly have run out of all of the criminals that they claim exist. There are no immigrant criminals left. It's just people on overstayed visas and shit like that, just kind of minding their own business, going to work. There are no more immigrant criminals left in the country. That's what it seems like to me. And you know what this woman is like? It reminded me of a whole hell of a lot. FLOTUS! FLOTUS. This woman is basically the FLOTUS. She's an Eastern European woman here on a visa that she overstayed. Melania was here on a genius visa grant, right? She's from an Eastern European Slavic country. Yeah. She came here on a visa she did not deserve even close. And now she's First Lady of the United States of America. But she gets to stay here, while this woman gets to stay in an ICE detention center.
Be best.
To Soboleva, her mother was then detained and has since been transferred between multiple immigration detention facilities. She says her mother also has underlying health issues, making the situation even more urgent. Now Soboleva is calling for help to bring her mother home.
I really hope that we can bring her home. I really hope that maybe a tiny next, she's been there for 12 days. It's really hard for a person who is delicate like my mom. She's missing me as well. She's missing me a lot. And she was telling them when they were transporting her, can you please let my daughter know where I am, because she hasn't had a chance to talk to me. So for my mom to care about me when she's there, she needs to care about herself. I tell her this, but she still cares about me a lot.
Well, according to the Department of Homeland Security, Alivtina Soboleva came to the United States in October of 2021, but her visa expired in April of 2022.
Oh, yeah, so better get her out of the country. Look at her making all these crimes of... was that? Hasn't done any crimes. Oh, she hasn't committed any crimes at all. Okay, cool. Cool, just like everybody else that the ICE and Border Patrol are going after. Almost entirely non-criminal people. People whose entire criminal history basically amounts to a traffic ticket. Going through a stop sign. Now, the man who's supposed to be enforcing immigration law in this country is supposedly Mark Wayne Mullins.
Give me a joke.
Secretary of DHS. Speaking at some sort of conference here next to a $30 bottle of water. However much that shit costs.
Congress actually do immigration reform. It's been since Ronald Reagan, since we had any kind of meaningful reform.
Yeah, look at Mark. The guy barely gets the question out. Can we do immigration reform? And Mark Wayne, he He just starts shaking his head, smiling, smirking. He's like, if reform, what are you talking about? I was just a senator.
Immigration reform. It's been since Ronald Reagan, since we had any kind of meaningful reform.
That was amnesty. That wasn't even reform.
Yeah. Well, governors want to be a solution, and we feel like we're closer. And what I think American public loves is the fact that me and the governor of New York, the governor of Oklahoma, the governor of New York, can agree on a lot of issues. And how can we present that? And how do you think through, is there potential to fix this?
So let me unpack that. Coming from 13 years, gosh, that was a long time, in the House and in the Senate. Listen, we haven't had actual immigration reform since 1959. There's a reason. It's political. Anything that becomes political, everybody in this room is political. We understand that. When it becomes political and becomes a red issue, a blue issue, it means it's dead. If this was easy to fix, it would have got fixed. If any side was wanting to compromise in it, the Biden administration could have done it in the first 2 years they were in office when they had full control of Washington, D.C., and then we could have.
Biden couldn't compromise when they had complete control of the government. A thing that Republicans haven't done since taking power, ever.
When we had full control, the problem is that it's hard to get 60. It's hard to get an agreement because no matter what you do, it's not good enough. And so we try to get perfection on immigration bill, and it's not perfection that we're looking for.
We try to get
love perfection, but that's not this.
We
That's
try to
not
get
what politics
perfection.
is about.
When?
It's about negotiating
In
and
one
getting
time.
the best option. Plug the holes that you can plug. I worked with no labels for 2 years. 2 years. What we did when we brought people in, and we met every 2 weeks on this issue. And what we said is, here's red lines for both sides, right, left, red lines. What's in the middle? We came up with a pretty good solution in the middle. Really non-controversial. President actually was like, yeah. If you can get leadership to sign off on it, yes, I'm good with it. We went to the Oval Office, sat down and talked to him. We'd take it to Jeffries, he'd make changes. We'd take it back to Schumer, he'd make changes. We'd take it back to Thune, they'd make changes. Take it to the Speaker's office, they'd make changes. And before you get back, now you're so far apart, you haven't even got started. And so is immigration reform possible? No.
There you go. A man who was literally in government for over a decade. In Congress. He says, no, actually, reform can't do it. Government, useless. Might as well just keep militarizing immigration, murdering people in the streets, and deporting every brown person that we see. No, we can't do immigration reform. Nope. Impossible, says Mark Wayne. Yeah. Now, of course, there has been immigration reform. Some of it, most of it bad. Lack and Riley Act, for instance. Piece of trash. They passed it. Bipartisan votes. So Mark is just living in some alternate universe. In fact, he was in Congress when that passed. So he's just living in some alternate reality. Unfortunately, without any sensible reform, like, I don't know, abolishing ICE, reinstating TPS, abolishing the Supreme Court, and reinstating sense and law to the land, without restoring asylum and refugee status in this country, we're going to have some bad results, including this example we got for you from PBS NewsHour 2 days ago about a Missouri couple who was just murdered in Guatemala after they were deported.
The violent deaths of a Missouri couple who had illegally immigrated to the United States are shining another spotlight on the Trump administration's deportation policy. They were killed after the husband was deported and the wife self-deported back to Guatemala. Lisa Desjardins is here now to tell us more. Lisa?
Nixon Giovanni Perez Paz and Glendy Marisol Gonzalez de la Cruz were found bound, gagged, and shot in a sugarcane field in Guatemala. Their 14-month-old daughter was alive and crying next to her mother's body. The couple, whose funeral was last week, leaves behind 2 other young daughters as well. Gonzalez de la Cruz left the United States with her daughters just weeks ago, self-deporting after her husband was detained by ICE and deported last year following a traffic stop. Now, 2 communities in 2 countries are reeling and searching for answers.
Well, there you go. People who probably could have, under a sensible government, applied for and been approved of asylum, deported. Whether involuntarily in one case or voluntarily in the other. But you can't expect a wife to stay back in the United States while her husband is back in another country. Now they're both dead, and they're never coming back. This is what this lack of humanity in immigration policy leads to. These sorts of examples. Suffering, pain, and death in some cases. Too many cases that we are seeing over and over again. As the Trump administration continues to act lawlessly in this country. Now, it's a real problem that we have a federal government, an executive branch acting lawlessly, and a judiciary branch that's rubber stamping everything that he does. And saying, actually, that's fine. Don't worry about the law, the Constitution. You do you, Mr. President. Now, Senator from Rhode Island, Jack Reed, had some stuff to say about the Supreme Court, about some fascinating thoughts on how the government should run, checks and balances should be enforced. Let's hear what the senator from Rhode Island had to say.
But before you begin, I now want to turn to my colleague, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Senator Jack Reed, for his opening statement.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Hagerty, and for convening this very important hearing. And I want to thank Justice Kagan and Justice Barrett for appearing before us. I also want to, again, note the passing of a dear colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. I served in the House and the Senate with Lindsey, and I will describe him briefly as a passionate patriot. Indeed, he was that. Madam Justice, this is a long overdue opportunity for us to question the members of the court about its budget and operations, and I'll stress budget and operations. This is, I believe, the first time since 2011 that a justice has testified before the Senate, and I would hope this would be an annual occurrence, not a decade-by-decade occurrence. The Supreme Court is, under our Constitution, the final arbitrator of the law of the land, but it is still accountable, Congress, for taxpayers' funds which you use to operate. And today's hearing is about your fiscal FY 2027 budget request, a budget that's grown significantly in the last few years. We know, as the chairman has pointed out, that you have faced a series of threatening attempts, you and your colleagues, assassination attempts to online cybersecurity threats. And we know that the number of threats are increasing each year, and it is a substantial justification for budget increases to protect the court and protect the Constitution. So I look forward from hearing from both of you about these issues and the needs that you have to protect yourself and your colleagues. In regard to these threats, the court created its own residential security operation, and Congress responded to the request with a $28 million appropriation. But weeks after that CR was signed, the court began privately lobbying for another $30 million. And we understand security is important.
What now?
But we also understand that this should be an open process and that your request should come to us and the committee to be disposed of as we typically do with all appropriations. And I would urge you to adopt that practice. This committee has responded to the court's request, as I said, for more money, and we hope to do it again. But I must point out that unless we have a top-line budget, both domestic and defense, it's going to be difficult to fund domestic, particularly domestic agencies like the court. And I hope that the Chair Collins and Vice Chair Murray will reach that point very soon. The other thing I would just point out is that, and I know this came up this morning, is that you have adopted a code of ethics, but a code of ethics without effective enforcement is more aspirational than practical. And I would hope that this year in your budget request, you would include funds for an enforcement structure as well as simply the code existing. I'm very honored.
Yeah, no, Jack Reed is not my favorite guy. He's incredibly boring. But this was, I mean, while boring, revelatory, I think, for a lot of people. But did you know that Congress funds the Supreme Court? And without Congress's funds, the Supreme Court wouldn't be able to do its job. Well, not as, you know, they would struggle to keep the lights on over there. But as I think most of us know, the Supreme Court Code of Ethics is not enforced. And they're constantly doing things that seem to completely violate that supposed Code of Ethics. And I thought that a mechanism for enforcement on the Supreme Court's Code of Ethics is a great idea. And why don't we have that already? Why don't we have a mechanism to enforce ethics on the Supreme Court? It's a vital part of our institutions. And seeing as there's been a lot of questions surrounding ethics and the Supreme Court in recent years, I do think it would be prudent to get on that. In order for us to do such things, we need a strong and effective government filled with people who actually want to do things.
99 just subscribed for 10 months. Can Congress pull their money?
Can Congress pull their money? Yes, they can, technically. They've just never done it before. That's what I'm realizing when I was listening to this earlier, is that the Congress controls the Supreme Court's budget. You can technically defund the Supreme Court until they uphold their ethics code. You know, I'm just like all sorts of ideas start flying around in my head when I start thinking about it. Believe me. But as I was saying, in order to get any of this done, you need a strong and effective government filled with people who actually want to do the things that we're talking about. Fortunately, Democrats haven't even kind of head faked at doing anything like that. And as we head into the midterms, doesn't seem like Democrats, at least the DNC, prepared to do much of anything.
Holy Toledo. Hey there, if Democrats lose to Trump yet again, these are all the red flags. Democrats, you have only about 100 days until the midterm elections, and you don't have control of either chamber anywhere close to being locked up. What are we talking about here? Well, we're talking, first off, we're talking about cash on hand. We're talking about cash on hand. You know, Democrats, they're much more like this. They're your $1 bills, while Republicans, you're much more like this. You're
Yes, indeed. Democrats in the red right now, heading into the midterm cycle. Spending untold sums of money trying to prevent any change from happening in the party has resulted in some real fiscal mismanagement. Meanwhile, incumbent and establishment, centrist, neolib, whatever you want to call them, Democrats, they're all basically the same guy and or gal.
And joining me now is Democrat.
They continue to not accept and or fight with everything they have against that progress being represented right now in the primaries that we have been following with great deal of effort around here. As people who want progress, who want change, who want effective government and a government that benefits most Americans and hopefully the world, we've been engaging in the democratic process. But Democrats are upset that Democrats are engaging in the democratic process. Or at least Democrats engaging in a way that they would prefer they didn't do. People like John Fetterman having fucking breakdowns on national television.
There's very few that I'm aware of that are proud to stand with Israel through everything. And
Are you saying that right now you still view the Democratic Party as pro-Israel?
no, I don't. I see the Democratic Party as some people are trying to have it both ways, where they won't really be willing to go the full side the way with the left. But I think overall, without a doubt, there's very few that I'm aware of that are proud to stand with Israel through everything.
How many different sentences did John Fetterman just try to start and or stop during that statement? It must have been at least a half a dozen, if not more than that. The guy can't form a thought. But he is now effectively the center of the party. And not just because he's so large, he has some sort of gravitational pull. He's, you know, like he's the Democrats now. Like he is, you know, he's like the last of the hang-ons. It's him, it's Chuck Schumer, it's Hakeem Jeffries and Torres. People like this who are just like basically become political, like Dave Rubins out here. Like they're all, at least to some degree or another, starting to at least verbally give recognition to the fact that the voters don't like them, that the voters don't approve of them or their policies and would approve of a completely different set of policies, but they're still sitting around whinging and complaining about it, talking about how the voters, they're unwilling to actually put it as I'm putting it, but they're basically coming out on national media, press conferences, and whatever else, talk about how the voters are leaving them and how that's unfair that the voters would do such a thing. And it's pathetic. And guys like this who can't even come up with a fucking sentence are the representation of that. Dudes with one brain cell left are the ones representing this fight. Dudes who are either almost dead, brain dead, or otherwise organically dead. Like, are the ones holding this fight up, trying to continue the neoliberal establishment vision alive, whatever that vision is, a vision of doing nothing, standing as still as possible and hoping voters don't notice. The voters notice that you're doing nothing is slightly better than Republicans and what they're the terrible things that they're doing. It's not a strategy. This is the strategy that they are just begging to hold on to for all of their might. It's really sad. Really sad to watch. It's either that or just full-on Republicans doing it. The fact is all of these guys we're going to talk about, they're really Republicans. Right? I mean, Fetterman, he votes with Republicans all the time now. He's not even a real Democrat. Like, he's not even like a DNC anymore guy. He's bucking like the DNC, like the line, what do you want to call it, like the Democrat line vote. Like, to like vote with Republicans on multiple occasions. So like it's just crazy that anybody like this is complaining, or people like Bill Maher. Who's coming out and complaining about the existence of the DSA and Hassan Piker.
Once tweeted Karl Marx's words exactly. They're not trying.
No. You mean to tell me Zoran Mamdani is a socialist? What?
Zohran
Guys.
Mamdani.
Guys.
By the way, everybody, we forgot to mention, but we do have to do a galactic content goal today. Forgot to put it up on the Twitch, but we're 2 hours into the stream, so we've only got a couple hours left to complete galactic content goal here. Thankfully, we do have a bunch of ways for you to contribute. You got Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Although we have had a little bit of movement on the goal. 1 resub from Benny Hanna, 100 bits from Omega. Of course, your donos do go further on places like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Almost all the money goes directly to funding the stream, rather than our corporate overlords.
I'm panicking. This is not all right. Anyway, so this banged on Twitter, of course. Bill Maher once again positioning himself as like eventually leaving the left. He's going to do the why I left the left shit. He's just, getting ready for it. He's trying to get everybody ready for it. Like this is going to be a big surprise when it...
How long has he been leaving the left, though? It's been years. It's been years he's been waging a war against the left. It's just been hitting a fever pitch recently. He's just this most reactionary, like liberal dickbag that exists. If you can even call him a liberal. Let's not forget, he said the N-word on his show, on this show that we're about to talk about. Like, what was it? Like 6 years ago, 8 years ago? I can't remember when it was. But that's who Bill Maher is. John Betterman, of course, chased the black guy around his neighborhood. I'm starting to see a pattern.
Left the Democrat Party from Bill Maher.
And finally, new rule: Donald Trump has told 1 trillion lies, but when he says the Democratic Socialists of America are actually communist, that's not one of them. And it's not hard to prove it, just by quoting the DSA and their candidates. It gives me no pleasure to have to do this. I'd much rather keep going the good vibes from...
This is so good. Look, I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you, okay? For all the DSA cadres in here, for all the DSA folks in here, take one thing from me, okay? What do I always say? Whenever people ask me this, I always say, look, I don't self-describe as a communist, but I have no issue with the moniker. This is your opportunity to also do the same. And if you're a communist, even better. But if you're not, and you're like worried, oh no, they're calling us commies, they're calling us communists. They call everybody communist. Okay? The Republicans call everybody communist. They call Nancy Pelosi a communist. Who gives a shit?
It's true.
Who gives a shit? It's no longer the Cold War.
Kamala.
Okay?
Kamala Harris. Everybody's saying it. Joe Communist Biden. Barack Hussein Karl Marx Obama.
I totally got a girlfriend at Bible camp. However, right before we left, Vice President J.D. Vance was on the show, and I told him that if the Democratic Party keeps going in the direction of the DSA, my vote was in play. And all I heard all vacation...
Oh my God. Oh, my vote is in play. Whoa.
Oh my God, the whole vote? A whole Bill Maher vote? Oh my God. Oh, if only for Bill, his vote were worth more than everyone else's, but in a democracy, one vote is one vote. Doesn't really matter. And since Bill, I think, lives in a fairly populous area, his vote's even less meaningless than most. So, good job, Bill. Your vote's on the table. This is serious. Everybody, if you have a chair, grip it. You know, a hat, hold on to it, buckle up. Bill Maher's fucking vote's on the table. Watch out, this could sway an election. Has anyone heard from Mitch? Mitch McConnell? No. He's not really alive, is he? Dude's been replaced by a Chinese AI robot or something.
China! What will we do without Bill Maher? Oh no. For every Bill Maher vote we lose, we will gain 1 million. Okay? Bill Maher and his attitude, and I mean this sincerely, like Bill Maher and his attitude and the way he carries himself is exactly what is wrong with the way people perceive the National Democratic Party. Okay? 1,000,000%. Smug, entitled, elitist, know-it-all arrogance. It is so repulsive. Bill Maher is the poster boy for the Democratic Party's failures thus far.
He really is. It's the reactionary centrist that Bill Maher has represented. The one who still thinks immigrants are scary and doing crimes, or that healthcare for everyone's a little too much, or, you know, like doing protest or activism is a problem. Like he's come out and he railed against blue hair SJWs on fucking dozens of occasions. The guy is a reactionary. He's the fact that Democrats have continued to allow people like him in the party is the reason why Democrats continue to lose. Because if you want reactionaries, you got a whole team of them on the Republican Party that are willing to go way further than Bill is. So why would you pick reactionary light?
Oh my God, you're a Republican now. No, that's not what I said.
Yes, you are.
I said in play.
Yes, you
and
are.
Here's why. Because not a week goes by where I don't read about some newly chosen, exciting new face in the Democratic Party. And then when that...
Like, look at these faces. These faces are awesome. These are incredible people. They're all young. They're vibrant. There's so much dynamism on our side. It is so crazy. Of course, this asshole who's wrong all the time.
Yeah, and who was it? I'm trying to remember who it was that was telling us that anti-establishment is anti-black. This is like a deeply diverse fucking picture. It's one of the most, like, if our, oh my God. Oh, there would be, I don't know exactly, like, if this picture, if they want 3, 5, 7, 10, 11, if the 12, I almost forgot Zoran. I was looking right past Zoran. If the 12, if the 12 apostles seen here, if the 12 apostles of socialism here were representative of our government, like if in Congress, right, in the House and the Senate, we had the same level of diversity here, just seen in this picture, there would be, I don't know the exact number, but it's got to be close to like 3 or 4 times as many black representatives in Congress than we have right now. Right? As well as a whole host of other minority groups and to claim socialists. Like, people are coming out, oh, it's just a bunch of white, college-educated elitists. The most diverse picture of a government I could imagine. It's beautiful. It is glorious.
It is so crazy. Of course, this asshole who's wrong all the time and a smug conservative reactionary piece of shit is going to despise where the base has moved and where the excitement really is in American politics right now for the first time in a very long time.
Face opens its mouth, the Communist Manifesto or some other crazy shit comes out. Again, let's just read the quotes. The DSA platform says you work as much as you are able and no more than needed.
I love how he says that, like, and you notice that, like, the room kind of falls out when he says that, because even like the average Bill Maher like paid audience member is like, wait, you're saying I wouldn't have to listen to this drivel any more than I can physically deal with it? Like, I mean, that sounds great. I think to most people, aside from Bill Maher, who are like multi-millionaires and already don't have to work more than they can physically do, right? Bill, I don't know when the last time he ever worked harder than he could, like than physically could, was forced to, forced to hurt himself physically, to harm his health, to pay the bills. But that's what we're talking about here. The bill objects to. But I'll bet you even the average paid Bill Maher audience member is like, actually, I'd love to not have to laugh at these jokes more than I can physically handle, to just get by.
Form says you work as much as you are able and no more than needed. If that was any closer to Karl Marx's dictum, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs, they'd be sued for plagiarism.
I mean, that is literally, yeah. Dude, this is so funny because he's like, wow, guys, let me tell you how shocking this is. These socialists are socialists. Yeah, no shit, you idiot. What are you talking about? Wow.
What you talking about?
Guys, hold on. I've learned something very fascinating about this Democratic Socialists of America movement. They really like this Karl Marx guy.
No. What? That is crazy.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Oh my God, the Democratic Socialists, they like socialism. Who could have possibly predicted that? That is a revelation. I am floored. I am disturbed. Over here, I've been backing all these candidates. I had no idea these people liked socialism. God, all these DSA candidates like socialism? I wish there was some amount of research that I could have done to figure this out sooner.
What? No! wanna give it to you correctly. Oh yeah, here it is. Had Mao died in 1956, his achievements would have been immortal. Had he died in 1966, he would still have been a great man, but flawed. But he died in 1976. Alas, what can one say? Chen Yun, a leading Chinese Communist Party official under Mao and Deng Xiaoping. This is a fair assessment of, Mao's contributions in general. This is also closer to the contemporary Chinese assessment as well. It sometimes changes with the attitudes, with the cultural attitudes, with the political modes of governance, where, sometimes they lean heavily into Mao. It's not slanderous by any means.
China!
Okay. There were many failures within the Great Leap Forward attempts that led to crises, many deaths, many more deaths than like many excess fatalities. Cultural revolution, obviously, as well, especially led to many failures as well, many setbacks. But ultimately,
Yeah, honestly, and I think people who've listened to me enough, that's really where, for me, I think, like Mao, because this is one that's brought out all the time, it does actually, like, they genuinely went way too far. Like, the Cultural Revolution, when it comes to Chinese communist history and all that, Cultural Revolution went way too far. And in no way am I calling for any of that stuff around here. Nor is Hassan or any of the candidates that are winning right now. Nobody's talking about banning Christianity or Western music or any of the other things that got banned under Mao during the Cultural Revolution. We're not gonna do book burnings. None of that's coming. Okay, that's not part of this. What this is about is just getting healthcare and about like infrastructure and like U.S. prosperity. Really, that's really all it is. It's just an attempt to make all of America as prosperous as possible, not just the capitalist shareholder class. And it's just that's literally all it is. And they just they're like, oh my God, they're coming for your Bibles.
the reason why 1.4 billion Chinese people do not have the same assessment of Mao Zedong as do Americans is for one reason and one reason only. It's because without Mao, there is no People's Republic of China. You don't have to like...
Okay, while I can get on board with the sentiment of it, like personally, taste-wise, but I can't actually get on board that policy-wise. But you're right. You're right, though. We should exclude country music in that. I can't, though. I got to be consistent. No matter how much I despise country music, got to be consistent. We're not going to ban any music. Okay, everybody, don't worry. No matter how much some of us might hate country music, it's safe. You're safe. You can have your... Struggling to think of any relevant country music star right now. You can have your Beyonce. She did a country music album. That's literally all I can think of right now.
Modern China, okay? You don't have to like the Communist Party of China to learn important lessons from Chinese history, to learn important lessons from what they're doing that we could apply here, adjusted to our own material conditions. And you certainly don't have to like the People's Republic of China to recognize that Mao's contributions to the world was plenty, okay? Hassan, stop simping for private property just for 1 second, please.
China. Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property...
All of these fucking freaks just love saying his name wrong. And it's borderline racist, you know? It's borderline racist. Like, years ago, if it had been on the other foot, if it had been like Trump or George Bush doing this sort of thing, clearly intentionally, you know, I think people like Bill would have actually called it out when he had more of a ethic, I guess, or at least perceived. Like, there was like, you know, like I feel like there was a time where he would have called that sort of a thing. But it really is racist. They just continue to do it to make him seem more Muslim, because they and the people they're messaging to believe Muslims are scary. So tell me how it's not racist. They're trying to fearmonger by mispronouncing a guy's name.
It's over, and impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is. But that's also part of the reason why I really respect what he's doing. She's awesome.
What? That's a goal? You know you're supposed to scare people into voting for you, right? One of the new soon-to-be Democratic Congresspeople, Darlisia Chevalier,
Bro can't say a single fucking name right, dude. God, you are such a old racist baboon. I
He's
swear
doing it on
to God.
purpose. Exactly. It's
Darlisia
racism.
Shavala.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Hassan's absolutely right about this. It's racism. That's what it is. He's not doing it because he can't pronounce their names properly. It's because he's intentionally choosing to effectively just sort of make vague jokes about their ethnicities. It's just deeply racist. But of course, once again, Bill Maher said the N-word on this show. The show that HBO continues to fund, Real Time with Bill Maher. He said the N-word. Look it up. It was like 7 years back.
Mabdabu and Darlisia Shabubu. Like, what the fuck, man? It's Daria Liza.
Reports seizing all properties from landlords and said seize the means of production. Mendami has said the end goal is seizing the means of production. I think they want to...
Wow. Guys, again, first with the Karl Marx quote, I was a little confused.
Karl Marx.
Okay? First with the Karl Marx quote, I was like, well, that's making me a little uncomfortable. But now they're saying the end goal is to seize the means of production. Guys, these socialists sound quite a bit like socialists, and I'm beginning to not like what I'm hearing. Really messed up. Really messed up that they're saying socialist things.
Seize the means of production.
Why are the socialists saying socialist things?
Or
We
missed
must
school
know.
altogether, but that's communism. That's communism, which we tried, and it doesn't work.
Who tried it?
We tried. We tried communism, and it doesn't work.
When did... Yeah, great question. When did we try? When did the United States try communism? What year was that? Or around what year would you say the United States was doing ye olde communism around here? What year? I just need not even a year, just a ballpark. You know? Just like anywhere, like even in a century. Just give me a century in which the United States tried communism and I'll shut up about it. So fucking stupid. Yeah, we tried it. Who's we?
When did we try communism? Everybody knows communism doesn't work. Bitch, we live under capitalism.
Right.
Okay?
Right,
And
George
the
Washington.
reason why, despite...
Right, slave-owning George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, they tried communism and it didn't work. That's it. They tried seizing the means of production, that being the slaves. I'm sorry. But like really, seriously, describe one communist policy. Oh my God. The United States is so cooked. Like the fact that people can continue to make that claim, because I hear that exact sentence all the time. I've heard it so many times throughout like my awareness of politics is the we tried communism, it didn't work. I don't know who first said that sentence, but it's been said by millions of Americans now at this point. And it has no basis in reality. It's just a vague sense that communism in other places didn't work, and that counts as we. That's us trying communism. The closest thing you can get to is the Green New Deal, which was just a compromise that a wealthy president decided was needed to be made so that the capitalist class could continue to exist without some sort of violent revolution happening.
Years and years of propaganda and successful initiatives to completely thwart and destroy the socialist movement in this goddamn country. People are finding themselves more sympathetic to this ideology once again at the heart of empire, at the heart of capitalism in the United States of America, is because capitalism is fucking failing. It's not because there are incredible spokespersons.
Oh, in the 1900s, a couple of towns tried doing socialism. Right. Yeah, but that is that Debs? Debs, right? I think I know what you're talking. It's like something vaguely relating to Eugene Debs. I can't remember exactly which towns you're talking about right now, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I would shut up if that meant if that really counted as we. That's not really we. You know, one or two towns isn't really a we thing. I don't think Bill Maher's from whatever fucking historical examples we're talking of towns that he were talking about right now. I highly doubt that. If that is the case, I will shut up. But I don't think he is.
Communism or socialism in this country. It's not because of me, you know. It's not because of others. It's not because of Zoran Mamdani either, right? It's because people are arriving at their own recognition that capitalism has failed for them. And it's getting worse, okay? That's it. That's it. We can only steer people in the right direction to the best of our ability. We can only show them that there is an alternative out there. But ultimately, without those contradictions, without people recognizing that they are struggling for one reason and one reason only, and that reason is capitalism. It's not trans people. It's not undocumented migrants. It's not black people, brown people, but it is the current design of the system. Without people recognizing that they have that pain, without people recognizing why they have that pain, this wouldn't work.
Exactly. If capitalism was doing amazing right now and was getting big wins, everybody has health care, can, go to whatever doctor they want to go to, pay for childcare and housing, and some reliable form of transportation, or, whatever. Like all of the, the things that have been promised over the years, that are not being met right now, were in fact being met, right? If everybody was doing great, everybody was, or just like the vast majority of society even, right? If like the vast majority of society was thriving right now, there would not be some sort of concerted push for change in the way that we're seeing it right now, right? Like people wouldn't be, there would not be some overwhelming sense of the need for change if things were great. If things were great, people would be like, keep it the same, don't change it. But more and more people are like, actually, no, we need change, we need it right now.
Back then, but then JFK got elected and it switched. The DSA itself has switched, even 5 years ago.
I have to go back.
It shunned communists. That
had in this goddamn country, with the exception of Eugene Debs and some others.
Democrats were the racist party back then, but then JFK got elected and it switched. The DSA itself has switched, even 5 years ago. It shunned communists. That's change.
Yeah, and now they're successful. So what does that say? Much to think about. Much to think about, Bilbo. So he's also not right about this regardless. But what he's actually pointing to, but not doing it correctly, is like that, yes, DSA at its inception was an expressly anti-communist institution. Okay? DSA was openly anti-communist. That's what it used to be. Except it was also fucking irrelevant until 2016. Before 2016, in the Democratic Socialists of America, you would just see a bunch of,
Okay, hold on. We need to go through all this stuff. I'm just trying to get to all the Bill Maher clips. But Hassan just keeps going back and forth all the fucking time.
75-year-old Jewish guys.
Which is fair. We all do it.
Domestic home front is ridiculous. It is supposed to be an alternative, charting a positive path forward for all Americans, not just the hand-selected pedophilic capital owners.
Now the coalition within the DSA, called the Marxist Unity Group, is in ascendance, and I must take them at their word when their words include, our commitment is to the long-term struggle for a fully liberated, classless society, in a word, communism.
Yeah.
This only scares people like Bill
Oh my
Maher.
God. A big tent political organization.
It's so funny. Like, but those words only scare people like Bill Maher. People who see themselves as being, you know, in the upper class. You know, multi-millionaires. I think he might be like a centimillionaire, probably worth at least $100 million or something like that. People who are so stratospherically wealthy, they can just, you know, tell other humans to do whatever they want and just throw money at them. You know, doesn't ever have to get up off his ass to do anything. Doesn't have to leave his chair, ever. He could just have everything brought to him at all times for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't run out of money. He could quit his job right now, never leave that fucking chair, probably buy the studio, and, you know, I don't know if he owns, I'm pretty sure it's HBO Studios, but, like, you know what I'm saying. Like, just, like, literally never leave that chair. Continue to stay fed, and whatever else. And damn, that's scary. A classless society? I'm a winner, thinks Bill Maher. I'm a winner in society. I'm at the top. I'm upper class. The rest of the classes, they have to look up to me in my fucking gilded tower. You know, while I have dinner with the president. You know, while I chuckle with Hitler over dinner. And, you know, none of this affects me. He has a lot more in common with the president of the United States than with you and I, or Hassan, or anybody else. Although Hassan is certainly more wealthy than most of us, I think. But you get what I'm saying. Like, he identifies, I think, a lot more closely with the president than any normal human being, right? Like, Donald Trump and him can afford to go to all the same places, right? Clubs, right? Like private clubs, golf clubs, dinners, whatever. He can afford anything he wants to go. He can hang out in all of the same circles as Donald Trump, as all of the oligarchs, without batting an eye. He is that rich. So yeah, classless society is very scary to this guy who sees himself as being a winner.
Of socialists have communists that are fighting for a classless society? Oh!
What do they have to do? Tweet out, elect more communists? Oh yeah, Sia Weaver did that.
Beast mode.
Yes.
Beast mode.
Good, I'm glad you're shocked. People gotta realize this is going on.
Beast mode. Wow. Wow. Guys, what the hell? What the hell, Bill Maher?
God, he's worth even more than I thought.
Thus far has made.
He's worth even more, 140 billion. I was thinking like 90, 100 million, $140 million.
More scared by the moment. Every new statement you deliver, scarier than the last, Bill. I'm positively disturbed.
Yes, my vote is in play. I'm not voting for anyone who thinks the wrong side won the Cold War or cheers for the Intifada like it's the World Cup. It's so ironic from the people who obsess about colonization. You know what's being colonized now? The Democratic Party.
Classic reactionary thought, by the way. The Democrats are being colonized.
They're being
by
colonized.
What? Lifelong Democrats
Being
realizing
colonized
that there
by
is a
the
socialist alternative that they subscribe to.
We're being colonized by the ethnically diverse socialists. Oh no. Wow, Bill. What an interesting use of the word colonize.
Wow. How is it any different than when Republicans say, oh, the real colonialism, oh, you're talking about colonialism. The real colonialism is when Mexicans cross the border. That's not colonialism, you fucking jackass. It's called people changing their minds. I know that's a shocking revelation for your smug, entitled ass.
This month, two released an open pledge they wanted their fellow Democratic members to sign. It said, "We are capitalist, not socialist. We want safety, not lawlessness. We are proud, not ashamed of America." These should not be hard words.
Yeah, sorry, big dog. The first line is ridiculous. The next two, that's fine. Okay? I hate this shit. I fucking hate when Democrats do this kind of like silly messaging bill. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. And they're like, oh, we're signing on a pro-capitalism bill. And Democrats have done it for years. I despise it. Okay? I despise it. It's so dumb. Especially because, guess what? Republicans are going to call you a communist anyway, you fucking dingus.
Yep.
They never stopped. And it's not
Exactly.
like they stopped after you signed 700 other bills that are like, whoa, the Democratic Party are capitalist.
For a congressional Democrat to sign on to, you know how many did? 8. 8 out of 212. Guys, really, there's got to be an easier way to lose the swing states. No, this nonsense is not where most Democratic politicians are right now, but it's also becoming a raging fire festival.
I just want to put something up real quick. Where is it? Fuck. Wisconsin is a swing state. It's one of these states that used to be blue and now votes very purple. State of Wisconsin. And Francesca Hong is leading the pack by nearly 20 points right now. In fact, more than that, if you eliminate Barnes, who has dropped out of the race, she's 25 points ahead of anybody else in a purple state. And he's like, oh yeah, that's a great way to lose elections in swing states. No, that's a great way to win elections in swing states. That's a great way to apparently mobilize the fucking voters and get them out, Bill. These guys are done. People like Bill are cooked. Him, Jim Carville, all of these fucking clowns are cooked, and they know it because they have been feeding a center-right, whatever you want to call it, a centrist neoliberal base that is eroding faster than the West Coast, you know what I mean? Or like faster than the Miami Beach. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example. It's eroding fast as shit. Okay? It's imploding beneath them. And they have no idea what to do. And people like Bill have actually been on the front lines of complaining about this for years. And they're done. I don't know how long his contract goes with HBO, but even HBO must know that renewing this guy's contract not going to be good for ratings. Like, he's dying. People like Bill not only are just getting so old they're literally dying, but like his ratings are dying. The audience that he serves is both literally dying and figuratively dying. They're either giving up on neoliberalism or they're getting so old they're dying. And that's what he represents. This old, regressive form of neoliberal politics is still holding on for dear life and trying to hold on to power, and they're losing it. And they don't know how to fight back against it aside from complaining like your grandpa. That's who Bill Maher is now. He's your grandpa. He's your complaining grandpa about how things are changing too fast around here. Oh, my God. Why are things changing in the Democratic Party right now? I don't understand. Somebody explain it to me. Look at all these brown people smiling.
In the party that neither is anyone putting out. People are actually getting elected now who literally don't think we should have police or prisons or borders. And again, they're not lying about who they are. The media is. Ask Ms. Chevalier about the border. She says, yes, literally abolish the border. You know, if you call a woman a whore and everyone gasps, and then the woman says, oh, no, he's right. I'm literally a prostitute.
He's such a piece
What
of
are
shit.
they?
Dude.
Seriously?
I mean, you're
Seriously,
such a fucking
though.
disgusting. You're such a disgusting little gremlin, you old.
Seriously, though, Hassan. Couldn't agree more. Dude is gross. He proves it over and over again. Let's not forget, this is the same guy who said the N-word on this very show like 8 years ago or whatever it was.
Fuck. Also, like, being anti-sex work as Bill Maher is crazy, okay? There's no one in Hollywood that loves prostitutes more than fucking Bill Maher, so I don't know what the fuck he's going off about. Jesus Christ. So,
believer, this crowd literally wants to get rid of our form of government, the Senate, but also, and I quote, replace the president and Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress. Yeah, no biggie. Just taking the very essence of our government, which is 3 branches checking each other and shit-canning 2.5 of them. Who could be this nuts? I'll tell you who. Morons who are still wearing COVID masks in 2026. This photo...
You see what I mean? He's a Republican. Bill Maher is a Republican. But this is what happens with progress, right? I can't remember... Actually, I think it might have been Steve Bannon who said this, but but like technically, like, you know, like the ideas of activists over time have been subsumed into the broader liberal movement, and then eventually, to some degree, some of those things have like actually left that and been then taken on by the right, right? Like they become so like. Those ideas become so old, they eventually get taken on by the right. But that's basically what's happening with Bill Maher. You know, his ideas haven't changed at all in the last 25 years. Like, since 1990, Bill Maher's been the same fucking guy. And, like, the Democratic base has moved. He's stayed the same place. Everyone else has continued moving. He was successful 35 years ago. Everybody else, some of whom weren't even born back then, many of whom weren't born back then, are here not successful, not established like Bill is, and are continuing to move in a direction that's intended to benefit them and the rest of society. And Bill is just ossified, like a Chuck Schumer, right? He's at one of the biggest media organizations on the planet. He's got a nighttime talk show he's been doing for fucking decades that most people don't listen to anymore because they don't have HBO, right? He's talking to a very specific audience, has been doing it for a long time now. And, you know, he's over here making COVID jokes and sex work jokes and like all these other things. Like that is like this is the part of the party that we shouldn't want anymore. Right? This is the part of the party that we're rejecting in the elections, right? It's the regressive conservative wing of the Democratic Party.
From the DSA meeting in Denver 3 weeks ago. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Since the far left, the far left, is overwhelmingly made up of affluent, ultra-woke white people, you raised your kids. You told your precious brats that every brain fart was genius, and now those brain farts are becoming Democratic Party policy. Francesca Hong, yet another major Democratic candidate who's all in on a...
I love how he starts it off with saying it's all just a bunch of rich white people, and then brings up an Asian woman as his example. See? Just a bunch of elitist whites, like this Asian lady.
Abolishing the police. And is running for governor of Wisconsin says, I think that my perfect world would be a world without prisons. Because we all see the humanity in one another, and then we know nobody's disposable. Well, murder victims are. I mean, if you heard this kind of nonsense coming out of the...
Bro, you can't even say you want a perfect world where prisons are obsolete without motherfuckers being like, oh, you just want to let rapists get away with rape and murderers to get away with murder. Like, we can't even say, hey, man, a better future is possible without some fucking cynical, nihilistic douchebag being like, fuck you!
That's exactly the world we live in the United States right now. It's a country filled with reactionary idiots. We're being fed and slop by people like
Not
Bill.
possible. We're
Okay, final part of this.
You can't even say, I have a dream for a more positive future without people making commentary around how fucking bullshit that is. What the fuck?
Mouth of a teenage beauty queen, it would be an eye roll. No wonder that the most true blue Democrat ever, James Carville, says, there's just some shit I can't be in the same tent. Yeah, Carville said, I'm done. I'm not in that fucking political party. Now, Gavin Newsom disagrees. He says he's good with it because the party is a big tent. Well, you know what else you find in a tent? Clowns.
Yeah, well, when you leave, there will be one less fucking clown.
Oh. Okay, and this is where I went then, because I do actually have a point to make right here as well. You know what else you find in tents? Circus tents? I believe we're talking about circus tents, because that's what Bill is, I believe, alluding to with the clown reference. You know what else you find in tents? Elephants. You find elephants. I don't know if you've ever been to a circus. Elephants are a big thing at the circus. You get clowns, you got elephants, you got little cars, and other, jugglers and things like that. But you got elephants. You got elephants in tents. And you know what I say? I say we ban elephants from the Democratic Party tent. No more elephants. I'm fine with the clowns that Bill is talking about. I'm sick and tired of the fucking elephants in this tent. Okay? And if anybody's not picking up on the metaphor here, Republicans are what I am talking about. Yeah? What is the Republican, brand? It's the elephant. And that is who Bill is. He is an elephant who needs to go out of the tent. Okay? The Republicans in the Democratic Party tent need to go. I'm fine with the fucking clowns. Get rid of the fucking Republicans. All right? The neo-centrists, as I call them. I'm sick of it. Quit playing both sides of everything. I'm done. I'm done with these kinds of people. And I think the party is proving that they too are done. Because the fact is, the people who are voting for these clowns, as Bill puts it, are Democrats. You know how I know that? Because Democratic Party has closed party primaries. So the only people voting are Democrats. But elephants out of this tent. We're done. No more fake Dems, okay? No more dinos. No more dinos, no more elephants, okay? No Dems in name only. No fake. No more, pretend Democrats, Republicans running around this party, okay? I want people who want progress, equality, a vision of a future. One of hope and change and equity. I'm sick of being in a tent where people like Bill Maher have more than an equal vote than anybody else. Where people who refuse to change, who are actively fighting against any kind of change, are the ones given the loudest megaphone to get their point across. I am done with it. Because we keep hearing about this tent analogy, and that's what I came up with. It was like, yeah, you know what? It is a circus tent. It's been a fucking circus for a minute. Oh, boy. I'm moving not fast. I'm moving very slowly tonight. 3 hours into the stream already. I've barely gotten through any of what I want to get through tonight. I'm just getting locked in on this situation. Well, I can't help it. Very animated. Very animated over all of this. Jesus, we're doing really bad. We're doing terrible on the galactic content goal. We've made very little progress, I'm afraid. However, you all can help contribute. Even $1 at a time helps us get closer to the completion of the goal. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. I'll even open up Throne right now. If you want to buy me some sort of physical gift. Snacks, drinks, whatever else might be on there right now. I'll add that into the content goal tonight. Just cuz. Just because I want to give you all as many options as possible to keep the stream alive. Oh, I got big plans for tonight. Honestly, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. Do I want to do this first? God, I figured at this point we'd have already completed the galactic content goal. Do I do this now or do I hold off on this one? Screw it. All right, we're doing back-to-back Hassan clips right now. I was considering breaking these up because I don't know how this is all going to play out right now, content goal-wise. I think I'm just going to do this now rather than later, since we're already doing Hassan. And the fight against the change happening in the Democratic Party. Let's see what Republican commentator Mark Levin had to say about Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker
made a little appearance on Fox News and really let it all out. Really let out just all the crazy. I mean, Mark is he's a complete lunatic. We don't even talk about him very much because of how much of a lunatic he is. But the fact that he was here on Fox News going in on Hassan, I could not help. I could not help but cover this one too while we're talking about the narrative right now happening amidst the political tumultuousness we're witnessing in the primaries. Oh no, we can't skip over this. This is special. This is a special one. Mark came out of the fucking cabin to let everybody know with the elephant pin affixed to his right lapel to trumpet the alarm on one Hassan Piker. I need like an elephant sound at this point. A trumpeting, if you will.
I don't know how this guy gets a platform. I don't know how anybody pays to give him a platform. He's not intelligent.
Who is paying to give us on a platform? You mean Twitch? You mean like YouTube and Twitch like existing? How does anybody pay to give this guy a platform?
In any case, but the criticisms haven't stopped there. Last night I saw a little piece from...
You think some people wanted to contribute via Ko-fi or whatever it's called? Coffee? I forget how you say it. Yeah, I remember people saying that at one point. I mean, we have so many ways. Do we really need more ways? Patreon? Throne? Cash App? PayPal? That is for non-streaming alternatives to Twitch and or formerly YouTube when we were still monetized.
Friend of the show, Master Shake, Aqua Teen, Hunger Force. Master Shake went on the Sean Hannity program last night. And what's really interesting...
Wait, is Hassan's nickname for Mark Levin Master Shake? I was listening to this at like 3x, so I didn't catch all of these subtleties. Is that a nickname? Is that his... Why is he Master Shake? I'm trying to think of why. I mean, he is kind of unhinged. I will say that much. He does make a lot of really ill-advised life decisions, I suppose. I'm gonna have to give that a thought.
Refuses to have me on the show, but will talk about me every goddamn night. This time, Sean brought friend of the show, Mark Levin. And Mark Levin was crying, dude.
Spiritual leader of the Democratic Party, far-left extremist Hassan Piker is now touting an anti-Israel litmus test for any Democrat with 2028 presidential aspirations. Take a look at these.
Dude, it's awesome. You call me the spiritual leader of the Democratic Party?
Really repulsive and disgusting remarks.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are?
You hear Ko-fi might have lower fees. Honestly, Patreon has I pay 1% fees to Patreon for memberships. You know, Cash App, no fees. PayPal takes a tiny, I think it's like 5% or something like that. Throne, it's really, really minimal fees off of YouTube and Twitch. You know, Twitch is like 40, 50% depending on what you're doing, if it's bits or subs or whatever. YouTube is like 30%, at least back when we were monetized. So, like, all the other options are way, 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 way lower.
Really repulsive and disgusting remarks.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? If you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I will have to make that calculation at all, because there is 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. You'll see.
Disgusting. That is...
look at Hannity's face.
You'll see.
Look at Hannity's fucking face. Look how concerned he is. He's trying to make his face as flat as possible right now. Oh my god. Did he really say that just now? I can't believe it. Did he say anti-Israel? By the way, thank you to... Who is this? Who donated? Hermit? Hermit, thank you for the 20 bones on PayPal. Very much appreciated. That helps big time. Big time. We need content. Yes, we do. Agreed. That's going to help us with the content. Surely. Surely that will help.
Disgusting. That is disgusting. Dude, I love this. This is so good. This is far better promo than the Democratic Party deserves. Okay? I'm telling you right now, the Democrats do not deserve this much praise. They do not deserve this association. They haven't done enough to deserve this kind of promotional material. Like, this is the equivalent. This is the equivalence of like Fox News being like, the next Democratic candidate that runs for president is going to be America first. The next Democratic candidate will be truly America first. Or this is Fox News.
I mean, I gotta say, it's pretty crazy to me that Fox News and like it has been interesting to see the likes of Fox News coming to the aid of incumbent Democrats, being, you know, like doing like, what's wrong with Hakeem Jeffries segments, and why have Democrats abandoned the great Chuck Schumer, you know, or like what is all that bad about Democrat policies exactly that you would want to go voting for a Democratic socialist? Like, these kinds of segments are truly mind-boggling to me, just because they're coming from what has always been, effectively in my lifetime, a source of anti-democratic politics, like propaganda. Right? It's like, it's just been, Democrats are communists. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are communists, and they want to kill your grandma with death panels and release all the criminals. But now they're like, actually, we've been lying. We've been lying for years. Those guys, they're perfectly fine. Kamila, more like, can I vote for you, la? Basically, the U-turn, you know, the flip-flop from Fox and some of these right-wing pundits on the Democrats that they have been going hard in the paint on for like decades, suddenly being like, actually, Barack Obama's pretty good. He was not a socialist Kenyan. He was actually a great American patriot. Like, have you heard of Malat Kiros before? Like, it's just crazy to me that this is the kind of content that Fox is currently doing. This is the one, I feel like the one thread in this timeline I really definitely didn't predict was Republicans and Fox News coming to the aid of incumbent Democrats who they've been going after for years, just being like, you know what, we've been we've maybe been a little too concerned about these guys over the last couple decades. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe they're not so bad. Like, that's the one part of this I really didn't expect.
This kind of promo yet, but why not? We ball.
Here with reaction, the host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, and of course his own nationally syndicated radio host. Of course, he's here on the Fox News channel. I call him the Great One, Mark Levin. Mark, this is a guy that blamed America for 9/11/01. There is 0% chance any 2028.
9/11/01? What?
Yes.
I've never heard someone refer to 9/11 as 9/11/01.
Well, not to be confused.
9/11 what does Sean Hannity?
Not to be confused with the second 9/11 or the third 9/11 or the fourth and fifth 9/11s. We've had a lot of different 9/11s. You want to be specific, right? You don't want to get in a situation where people might be confused about what 9/11 you're talking about.
Specify. He's like, 9/11/01.
A Democratic nominee will be pro-Israel. Now, if that's not anti-Semitic bigotry institutionalized in a party.
Dude, it's so awesome. They have to be woke. They have to be so woke in a way that is repulsive for the average Fox News watcher, okay? This idea that you ran on America first and anti-DEI, and now you have to flip the script and be like, no, Israel first, and also we're anti-DEI except for Israel, is hilarious. He is so woke. They're so woke, dude. Oh, it's awesome. It's hilarious. They flipped the script. They took some of the worst instincts of the Democratic Party that they had successfully opposed, won an election on opposing, and are now flipping it, not realizing how this looks to the average person, even in.
I feel like they must know how it looks. Like, to some degree, I feel like they've made the calculus that protecting the status quo, at least for some of them, right? Like, if you're not one of the...
in their own base.
Like, if you're not one of, like, the working class, you know, Trump voter dupes, you know, who continue to support the president, like, on basically everything, regardless of what he says or does. Like these guys, they know. Like, guys like Levin and Hannity, they know that the status quo is the thing that's been effectively benefiting them for a really long time, right? Like, unlike working class voters for whom the status quo is continuing to get worse and worse, people like Mark Levin, Sean Hannity, they know that the status quo upholds rich assholes like them, and that Democrats, while they might have been fear-mongering about them for years, they too have been upholding that status quo, which benefits them for years. The ones who are getting ousted right now. And it's 5-alarm fire for them. They are as worried about Democrats losing, like the Democrats that they have been, you know, collaborating with on things like military aid for Israel, the military-industrial complex more broadly, and all sorts of other horrifying things like immigration, honestly. Lakin Riley, anybody? I mean, there's plenty of instances in which the Democrats that we're talking about right now trying to get out of office have been allies of Mark Levin and of Sean Hannity. And they see that as they see this as a threat. This is a threat to them. You know, and they're like, you know what? Screw it. It's more important that we protect the house that is on fire than message in a way that will be palatable to the average Fox viewer. That's just my estimation of things. I could be wrong.
In Israel, he's obsessed with America. And by obsessed, I mean he hates us. He hates this.
What do you mean, us? Bitch, I'm American. I'm American. What are you talking about? Of course I'm obsessed with America. I'm an American citizen. I'm an American taxpayer. I'm an American citizen. I'm an American taxpayer. Of course I care about where that taxpayer goes, where those tax dollars go.
Country. He hates the citizens of this country. He hates the Israelis. He hates Jews. You know, he was raised in Turkey. You know, Turkey, the country that's run by our dear friend Erdogan, who's a...
And then he just gets like weirdly racial with it. He's like, he's Turkish.
Yeah, and it's funny, he says our dear friend Erdogan, because I think this is an example of him actually trying to ride the fence, you know, like, because Trump loves Erdogan, you know, but Erdogan and Turkey have beef with Israel, right? And so he's trying to ride the fence and hope nobody calls him on it, like our good friend. Like, he's saying, I'm fairly certain he's saying it sardonically, right? Like, sarcastically, but he's hoping that that some people just won't notice it.
Of course he hates Jews. He's Turkish. Like, I don't. Okay, that's also ridiculous.
Another Jew hater, an Israel hater,
Jesus
and so forth and so on.
Christ.
And he ought to go back to Turkey. I'm really troubled by the fact that we have people coming into this country, or coming back to this country, that hate it so much and spew their poison left and right. I don't know how this guy gets a platform. I don't know how anybody pays to give him a platform. He's not intelligent. He's just...
It is kind of crazy that, like, so much commentary in the American news sphere, in the American media, is just made up. And it's not even just like on Fox News. Obviously, if you've been in here long enough, if you're like even somewhat familiar with my commentary, you know immediately that they're lying, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys, Mark Levin, all these right wingers, they just fabricate. They're just fabricators. They're narrative monsters. Like it's basically their job just to lie for the purpose of a narrative, and they do it without blinking. They do it as easy as breathing. You keep finding dead house spiders. Your cat is murdering spiders all over the house. Well, I guess you can say that's a positive or a negative. Right? I mean, sure, you now have spiders to clean up, but they're dead spiders rather than living spiders. So, it's kind of, it's a win-lose, it's a 50-50 type of deal, right? Like, yeah, spiders are all over the place, but they're dead, and you don't have to worry about them biting you. You see what I'm saying here? There's benefits to this.
Every other country is doing this except for Israel is, kind of silly.
Just a thug. He's just another Jew hater. And you can find them anywhere. You can find them on the street. You can find them anywhere. So this guy gets paid a fortune because he's a Jew hater. Now, as far as the Democrat Party goes, I hate to say this, he's not that far off the mark.
Democrats will hear Mark Levin do this commentary and be like, beast mode, I totally agree with you. Let's get this Hassan guy out of here, Mark. Not the biggest fan of Mark Levin, but I'm really beginning to like what he has to say.
Yeah, and what's crazy about this is I'm fairly certain that there is, I don't know exactly what percentage, I can't ascribe any particular number, but there is some number, some non-negligible number of Fox News viewers for whom Jew hatred is actually a plus. It's actually they're like, wait, what? What's that, Mark? You found my new favorite guy? But, of course, this is all just slander, because Hassan doesn't hate Jews. It's just insane to even suggest it. Because there's basically no evidence for it, and, you could, chop up very tiny clips of Hassan out of context and try and, what's it called? That's the wrong word. You could try and, railroad through, some argument on it. But if you actually assess any of the statements he's ever made, they're not anti-Semitic. He's not an anti-Semitic guy. There's zero evidence for it, but they just keep doing it. They just keep, and honestly, guys like Mark Levin are willing to go way further than most.
Of course, the average Democratic voter hears this shit and goes, okay, I like this Hassan guy now. If he's making this dickhead, who I despise, this bald fascist piece of shit, cry real tears, then guess what? Maybe this Hassan guy ain't that bad. Democratic Party consultants, on the other hand, will hear this and go, wow, this Mark Levin guy is growing on me.
Democrat Party.
Yet another point of divergence where the base is totally living in a different reality, our shared consensus reality, whereas the DC elites, the consultants, the right-wing Democrats, the right-wing flank, the establishment Democrats are living in a totally alternative reality.
Is led by individuals who are Israel haters.
Keep leaning into
Israel
this.
haters, you have to be a Jew hater. It's the only Jewish state that exists. Now, they like to say, well, we don't hate Jews, it's just Israel. Well, that's like saying we don't hate Catholics, we just hate the Vatican. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No, it doesn't.
I'm sorry, what? That, too, is not anti-Catholic hatred. Okay, Mark is trying to play some crazy games here. Now criticizing the Vatican is anti-Catholic hatred. Do you hear him over here? This shit is wild. So I don't know, pointing out that the Vatican's got like a serious pedophilia cover-up problem, that's anti-Catholic hatred now? You gonna lock me up?
Right to jail, right away.
I mean, what in the fuck are we talking about? Oh, God, it's the same as criticizing the Vatican. You know, of course you wouldn't do that because you know that that's anti-Catholic hatred, says Mark Levin. What?
Could you drum up?
He said that in such a blasé manner, like off the cuff almost, like in a way that I felt was intended to like sort of distract from the fact that this is not a normal thing to claim. I've never once heard of this. But Mark just says it like offhand, like it's just normal. Like we all know we don't criticize the Vatican. That's anti-Catholic hatred. Like what is since when? Since when is criticizing the Vatican been it's just a statement of hate, of religious hatred? God, if you criticize the Holy Roman Empire one time, I swear to God, you are a bigot. The fact is, the Vatican's been doing, like, this is what's, like, so crazy about this, and I can't stop this one, okay? This is what's so crazy about this. Like, the Vatican has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years worth of, it goes back over, like, 1,000 years. Like, I can't remember exactly when it started, but it's, like, literally over 1,000 years ago. Like, and, like, you're trying to tell me that we're not allowed to criticize anything the Vatican has ever done, ever? I guess the whole, all right, take it back. The Holy Roman Empire started before the Catholic Church, right? Technically, I'm trying to remember now. Actually, no, the Holy Roman Empire started after the Catholic Church started. The Roman Empire started before it became holy, right? Because Jesus and all of that stuff. But no, it's been thousands of years. It's like over 2,000 years. We're not allowed to criticize any of it. For a second, I forgot what year it was. It's been literally like 2,000 years. We're not supposed to criticize it. That's anti-Catholic hatred according to Mark Levin. I don't understand. I don't understand. Don't understand. That means that the libraries are just filled with anti-Catholic bigotry. Just all over the place. It's been going under our noses this whole time. Anti-Catholic bigotry. We've all been engaging in it, apparently. Whenever we talk about all the bad stuff the fucking Catholic Church has ever done, you're being a bigot. Okay? Write that down so you don't forget. You idiot.
You're a moron.
Saying we don't hate Catholics, we just hate the Vatican. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No, it doesn't. So that some of them try and camouflage their Jew hatred. This guy's out of the closet in many ways. He is what he is. But you have the guys like Van Hollen. You've got guys like Bernie Sanders. You've got people like that in the
all
House.
The anti-Semites.
You've got a whole phalanx.
All the anti-Semites, all the Jew haters like Bernard Sanders. Yes, right. Makes sense.
Of Jew haters and American haters.
Every
single one of the Jew haters, every single one of the Israel haters hate America. Have you noticed that? And they trash our country as much as they trash Israel. Because Israel and America have things in common. A democracy, representative government, consent of the people. What else do we have? The belief in the Judeo-Christian value system and belief system.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, Mark just gave me the best argument I could have ever asked for on this. Like, I never thought of this argument before, and I really appreciate him doing it. Because he has, in fact, unintentionally so, brought to light just a current, like a modern example, somewhat similar to Israel. There's certainly some differences, but, you know, this, like, religious state that's done a bunch of atrocities that we're definitely allowed to criticize in society, and nobody's claiming is bigotry. Like, why are we allowed to criticize the Vatican and not be accused of anti-Catholic hatred, but we aren't allowed to criticize the state of Israel? You know, or why is it that we don't, you know, we don't accuse J.D. Vance or the president or any of these other people of anti-Catholic hatred when they criticize the Pope or suggest that there be a different Pope. Like, why don't we accuse them of bigotry when they do this? Oh, right, because it's not bigotry. It's a nation state with a political system and a bunch of other systems that you can criticize without being racist or bigoted. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. It's very helpful of you.
The belief in the Judeo-Christian value system and belief system.
Yeah.
We embrace the Enlightenment.
And the beauty is, of course, all of the American tax dollars, a good chunk of the American tax dollars are now being deployed in the direction of Israel's foreign policy. You know, we have a lot of things in common. Get back to work, Americans, so you can pay your taxes, so we can fund our military, so that Israel can use it like a mercenary force against whichever enemy they have. Great stuff, man. Rewind, he called you gay? Yeah, who cares? Whatever.
Every single person
Israel
on this
embraces
planet
the
is
Enlightenment.
gay. Yeah.
We do not embrace the ideology of jihadi Islamists. We do not embrace the ideology of Marxists. And yet that is the modern-day Democrat Party, Marxist Islamists. And that is the modern-day ideology of the Democrat Party. So,
do you see what I mean? This guy is imploding on live television right now. He's just... all he can come up with are the buzzwords. He can't even come up with sentences. He's just like, Jew hater, Marxist Islamists. Like, he just keeps like repeating these buzzwords over and over again, and he can't seem to, like, you know, calm down and formulate normal human sentences. And so he's just sort of lobbing attacks and random accusations against people with no basis in evidence. And just shouting words that he hopes make people angry.
Yeah, we're doing Marxist Islamism in America. That's, you know, Medicare for all. No more,
this is
no
just
more
Mark
wars.
Levin.
Spend America.
No, I'm not saying this is uncharacteristic for Mark. What I'm saying, well, or it's like, maybe I'm slightly saying that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that he's not a yeller or that he's not emotional. Is that I feel like he's exhibiting emotion that he doesn't normally exhibit. That one of what would I even describe this as? I'm trying to think. Because I feel like you're absolutely not wrong. Like, the guy is regularly unhinged and a bit yelly. But I'm trying to think of what this particular emotion is that he's exhibiting right now. Grief? I don't know. I'm struggling.
Peace ticket, rebuild the American industrial base. These are all, you know, Islamo-communist takes. Yeah, I don't think this shit's going to work, especially considering that there aren't that many Muslims, man. That's it. That's a big part of the problem for these guys. It's not like there's a significant amount of like Muslim migration into the country. There are certain areas like Dearborn, maybe Hamtramck, you know, there are diverse neighborhoods where Muslims exist, but the average American is not like encountering a Muslim person all the time. There's not enough, like, there's a lot of resentment due to the war on terror, a lot of built resentment against Islam, against Muslims in general, Islamic terrorism and stuff like that. But you can't really pull the European style.
Yeah, Muslims are a very, very small group of people in the country. And all these sorts of, what do you want to call them? These hyperventilating episodes over things like
Islamophobia here.
Over Sharia law or whatever, like Hassan's saying, right, is basically, it is just a form of Islamophobia. There is no threat of there is no threat like of Sharia law or anything even close to it coming to the country. Like, nobody's even kind of proposing it, and it's just a bit of old-fashioned racism they're trying to pepper in. Like they're just hoping that, they're just hoping that they can appeal to the racist tendencies of voters and of the base. Be like, look, these leftists, these democratic socialists, they're Islamists, okay? They're scary because they're not the religion that you are. It's just fear-mongering.
This is the same party that, in my opinion, correctly made fun of Joe Biden for saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
I'm staying in the
They
race.
were on the money. They were correct in their jokes at the time.
Well, you know, Josh Shapiro has his own problems as far as I'm concerned. He's not as moderate as he pretends to be. But you're right, he's off the list. He's Jewish. But it's not just Jewish. It's also going to be evangelical Christians. It's going to be people of faith, a faith that is based in our founding in this country, that serves as the underpinning of our institutions. Remember, these same people, many of them, the Democrats, just like the Democratic Socialists of America, the Marxists, they oppose the Supreme Court. They trash the presidency. They attack the Electoral College. They attack the Senate. The Democrats want 4 more Democrats. The Marxists want to get rid of the Senate altogether. They want to rejigger this.
Is Mark Levin Jewish? Yeah, I mean, look at how pro-Israel he is, right? By his own estimation.
Oh, my
Sean
God.
Hannity and Mark Levin are both Jewish now. But Mark Levin...
Okay, Hassan. This is not the part. This, I think, is...
You're human beings, because that's what Islamists and that's what Marxists want to do. So they have a lot in common. Now, who stands up to this? What is the oldest religion, Abrahamic religion, that exists? Judaism. What's the second one? Christianity. So Judaism and Christianity.
What's the third one? We don't need to talk about it.
What's the third one? Yeah, it's weird that he just leaves that one out.
Christianity come under attack. Why? Because they are the bulwark against these ideologies. Marxism believes in no faith, no God. He said it was mysticism. Islamism insists that you either are a true believer to their faith, the radical Islamists, or they'll kill you.
Where does he say
And so who stands up to this? Jews, Christians, Israel, the United States. And we are thriving, free, happy societies. And the people who speak like this guy Puker,
are we?
They're angry, they are evil, and they are diabolical. And the Democrat Party buys into it the way it bought into slavery, the way it bought into segregation, the way it bought into Jim Crow.
Yo, it's wild that he wants to invoke Jim Crow right now.
The Democrat Party.
It is wild that he wants to invoke Jim Crow and Dixiecrats right now, while Republicans are literally enacting Jim Crow voting maps in all of their states. Like, it's wild that Mark Levin, a guy who is supporting Jim Crow era maps, want to come out here and invoke the name of Jim Crow for his own purposes. Like, fuck right off, you piece of shit.
Bring it back. And not me, that's currently defending Jim Crow apartheid in Israel.
Or that.
Is a un-American party, and it's always been an un-American party.
All right, the great one, Mark Levin, will be watching Life, Liberty, Levin this weekend. Mark, as always, thank you.
Wait.
All right, thanks.
Wait. Did I miss it? Where is the fuck? Hold on. Oh, God damn it. I think I skipped over a part that I wanted in here. That's bugging me. We can't go back. We've gone too far. Anyways, there you have it. Mark Levin on Sean Hannity's show. Just having a full-on meltdown over the existence of Hassan Piker and the Democratic Socialist surge in the DNC. Literally, what's fascinating about it is, I mean, Mark Levin, Sean Hannity have been calling for the destruction of the DNC, for, like, the criminalization. Like, I'm pretty sure both of those guys have called for, like, DNC members to, like, go to jail, right? And they're like, we have to protect the DNC from the socialists. You know, we got to protect the poor Poor incumbent Democrats from old Hassan Piker. All of his Jew hatred. I can't remember. Was it this? Hold on. I gotta check something really quickly. Because there was... I could have sworn... Maybe I've been watching too many Hassan clips lately. Maybe, and honestly, the fact is everyone in the mainstream media is talking about Hassan, so this could actually have been a different clip. But I could have sworn I saw a clip earlier today. I thought it was this clip. I could have sworn it was Mark Levin, but now I'm losing my mind. I skipped over a bunch of shit in there, but I could have sworn at one point Mark accused Hassan, not just accused, but claimed Hassan is a dog abuser, referring to Kaya Gate, not by name, but specifically in action, suggesting that he abuses his dog. I could have sworn it was Mark, but I could be wrong, and I don't want to libel him. But somebody libeled Hassan, which I think is actionable recently in the media. I can't remember whether it was that or not. Well, that's going to haunt me. That's going to haunt me for a little bit. Oh, God. That's what I get for not taking notes. Oh, it was a different... Oh my God, it was different. I found it. It was it was CNN who did it. That's crazy. Why did I mix these? I was watching too many Hassan clips. It happened. This shit is crazy. I'm sorry, but we gotta watch this. Since we're talking about this too, we might as well do this. Because this is insane. I can't believe I forgot that this was CNN and not Fox News that did this. This shit is wild. This shit is redonkulous. Like, I can't believe this was allowed to go to air and was reposted to YouTube or whatever fucking platform it was on.
The
Twitter,
maybe? Link.
In the Republican Party. It's all aimed at overthrowing the establishment. The juxtaposition between Carville and Piker is very interesting to me. Carville's a guy who's won, I don't know, hundreds of political campaigns in America over 30 years, 40 years. Hassan Piker is an influencer who abuses his dog on camera. And he's very popular with a certain fringe bunch of people out there.
Why does this guy sound like he's about to fucking cry? Why does he sound so emotional about Hassan? Something weird's going on with this guy. What's his name?
Over 30 years, 40 years. Hassan Piker is an influencer who abuses his dog on camera.
Hassan Piker sounds like Hassan Piker is a guy who abuses his dog. Why does he sound like that? Why does he sound so fucking... Like, what the fuck is going on over there?
Hassan Piker is an influencer who abuses his dog on camera. And he's very popular with a certain fringe bunch of people out there, but he doesn't care if the Democratic Party succeeds. He wins. Democratic Party loses, and he wins if Democratic Socialists win. His interests are not aligned with winning in purple states, in swing states, and the like. And that's
now they're
the
doing
with the
defamation.
DSA, and a lot of DSA
Seriously
admit as much.
Yeah, I think
it's absolutely defamation. I think Hassan should sue. I genuinely think he should. Like, Hassan has been very cool about this shit for a very long time, in my opinion. Like, I've seen other instances of this where I've seen Hassan shrug it off. I don't think he should shrug this off. So this is... some guy just made the claim. And by the way, CNN, whatever her fucking name is, this woman does not... The anchor here does not interrupt him. The host does not interrupt him and correct him on any of that. She doesn't say, just to be clear, Hassan has never been proven to have abused his dog. No, she just moves on as if it's factual. And that is journalistic, there's a lack of journalistic integrity happening here on CNN that is just, it's beyond, it's just beyond, like, acceptable. It's like it's unacceptable. Like for them to make like this such a libelous claim against Hassan without any evidence for it, based upon like a couple of like a bunch of like opportunists like clipping and reacting to this shit without, once again, all people doing this without evidence. Like for CNN to basically make this canon about Hassan, I would not let this slide. I would not fucking let this slide for a second. Like, Hassan has the money to get a lawyer. And I think he should engage an attorney and sue CNN. Fuck them. Fuck them for that. I've had plenty of problems with CNN over the years, but that is fucking insane. Like, that can't be allowed. Hassan cannot allow that to stand. Like, as a guy with the power to push back on this, he needs to push back on it. Like, the legal system exists for a reason, right? The only reason we're even able to do the things that we do are because of a set of standards, right? And other things like that. The CNN is completely shirked in that segment. And that shouldn't be allowed to stand for a second. I don't care if he like settles out of court. It doesn't need to be some kind of show, but they just need to be put in their place. Know that they can't just fucking play these kind of games right now. Because if it's not, Hassan is just the first, right? Hassan is the first. As independent media, as content creators become as powerful, if not more powerful and influential than the mainstream media has been for so long, right? These attacks are coming out for everyone. These kinds of spurious, baseless claims against people like Hassan, Sam, anybody, are going to come, right? The more influential you are, the more that you're affecting, the more likely these kinds of things are going to happen. And we got to nip that in the bud. Can't be like, it's fine. No, not fine. Not fine.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is why he got permabanned on Twitter the other day for calling that out about CNN. What happened to free speech? You're criticizing CNN on X, on Twitter? And Elon Musk bans you for it? That's weird. Oh boy, that's super weird. Is that what free speech looks like? Getting banned for criticizing CNN on Twitter now? Is that what maximum free speech looks like? Where Nazis are allowed to traipse across the platform with free reign? But standing up for Hassan Piker, that's too much? Okay. I'm trying to think of the people that Elon Musk has defended in the past. It's just all horrible people. Like, for him to do that, I'm not saying he personally did that, but I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. All right. Let's talk about some of these elections. Before we do that, I'm just realizing we're only a half an hour away from the end of the Galactic Content Gold Timer. And while we have made some progress, maybe halfway there, little less, we've stalled. We've stalled on our progress to completing the Galactic Content Goal. As a result, the stream might just end suddenly. Unexpectedly. And if you'd prefer that not happen, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donos, even Throne for tonight, and Patreon. All great ways to help support the stream, me, keep me from going homeless, stuff like that, paying the bills. Paying the bills. Gotta keep doing it. I may have paid the rent, but we still have other things. All right, before we talk about any specific races, let's talk broadly about the state of play in Congress.
Welcome back to Takeout. Thanks, Frank.
The field, if you will. The primary field. How things are shaking up.
Welcome back to Takeout. Thanks for hanging out with us. University of Virginia's election forecaster Sabato's crystal ball has updated.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think it's kind of a crazy arc, galactic arc for me and Major Garrett. It's played out because I used to think Major was maybe the most boring milquetoast guy on CBS, and he's still actually maybe the most boring milquetoast guy on CBS. But I gotta say, I didn't really appreciate his journalism back in the day. And now, since the Barry Weiss takeover, I feel it's like somehow Garrett, somehow Major, who I used to make fun of his name so much. I was like, get a real name, Major. What in the fuck? Get real. Major General Garrett, sir. Honestly, I feel like he's the last bastion of journalism left at CBS at this point. It's kind of hilarious to me how it's all played out.
Outlook in favor of Democrats, at least in some House races, and in one particular Senate race. Georgia Senator John Ossoff's reelection bid shifted from leaning Democrat to likely Democrat, and 13 House seats have a new and slightly better outlook for Democrats than before. CBS News contributor Kyle Kondak is with me to discuss. He's the managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, and he wears a necktie, which I don't disparage because his mother prefers that. And I always defer to mothers with sectorial choices here on The Takeout.
I mean,
Kyle, great to have you here. Mom, hello, great to have you. So I want to talk about the upper Midwest. We have talked a lot about Michigan, understandably so, but Minnesota and Wisconsin also have some interesting statewide contests with progressive components to it.
Yeah, it looks like Francesca Hong, who is a progressive member of the state assembly there, she's a big favorite to win the
Democratic Socialists of America. She's a DSA-er.
Yeah, a big favorite to win the Democratic gubernatorial nomination.
In part because Mandela Barnes, trailing by a lot, dropped out today.
Yeah, and the quote-unquote establishment, the sitting governor Tony Evers, Democrat, endorsed David Crowley from Milwaukee to try to save this thing and nominate a kind of a
no traction.
Doesn't seem like it. No, I mean, doesn't seem like he has any real name ID outside of Milwaukee.
And in Wisconsin.
Exactly, and that is basically that race is a microcosm which represents the whole, in my opinion, right? Where Francesca Hong is proving that democratic socialist policies are democratic policies, that you can win primaries with with limited funds, but a huge amount of backing from the people. She hasn't won yet, but she's up by 25 points against the next person after Mandela Barnes dropped out. Now, there's going to be some reshuffling with those numbers, in coming days, like I've been talking about. It's only been a couple of days since that happened. But, we have watched manufactured candidates get proposed, get pushed forward, get propped up by $50-60 million in some cases, and continuously lose. Just lose and lose and lose, right? Just dropping in the polls precipitously. The longer it goes for, the more people are like, I'd rather somebody with ideas I'd rather not have somebody who's taking tens of millions of dollars in PAC money. You know, people are hands down rejecting that. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it over and over and over again. You know, and especially when it comes to Democratic Socialist backed candidates specifically, right? Don't get me wrong, Democratic Socialist espousing candidates or self-aligned, right, are also seeing outsized gains, wins, people who don't necessarily have a Democratic Socialist infrastructure behind them, but you're seeing people who do winning and winning bigly over and over again. Somehow having an infrastructure helps, you know, but it's about the ideas, right? Like, you have to have some infrastructure to get, you know, a number of things done, whether it be canvassing and other things like that. Now, some candidates have managed to do that without DSA backing. But suffice to say, if you have that already, there's a number of things that come with it, including vetting and other things like that, which we've seen be issues in other campaigns. But voters are saying they want that. They don't want corporate-backed candidates. They want people with a vision for the future, not people with a vision for the status quo. Seeing it time and time again. But CNN is over here asking whether or not it'll be Donald Trump's performance which hands Dems the midterms.
Donald Trump is notoriously weak on across the board. The economy hasn't gotten any better. There's some notorious blunders you can point at, like Iran. People don't know why we're still there. Today, we just saw the expansion of the war into Egypt. You see these headlines every single day. We're talking about anti-weaponization. We're talking about infighting. But at the end of the day, my criticism to my own party is that we have not developed a clear enough message answering one question, which is, what are you going to do tangibly for the American people if we give you the reins of power? I have not heard Hakeem Jeffries answer that question, and it drives me nuts. We can no longer simply say that we are not the party of Donald Trump, because you know why? People apparently don't give a damn, right? They just don't care. They want to make sure that they can afford their groceries.
Absolutely,
that
very
reason.
Absolutely, though. That's exactly. That's what I've been saying. And it's crazy to hear it being said on CNN. The words I've been saying over and over again, now just being repeated here on CNN. An Abby Phillips roundtable. It's incredible. Because I mean, how many times have I said this? You know, we got a real problem here. You keep trying to sell us. Sorry, Bakari Sellers joke. You keep trying to sell us a nothing burger vision of anti-Trump and nothing else. You keep trying to sell us this sort of, you know, like status quo vision of everything's fine when many of us think things aren't fine. You know, it's like everything's fine aside from Donald Trump. If we get rid of him, we'll be perfect. Even Republicans, leave him there. Almost, right? Like, that's basically almost what Democrats are saying. It's like, actually, we can work with Republicans. It's just MAGA, right? Like, that they've spent so much time, like, separating, like, MAGA and Republicans. Like, oh, there's sensible Republicans and then there's MAGA Republicans. Like, all of this sort of, you know, triangulation, you know, like, it's not working. It's not winning elections. Where are those Republican voters that were supposed to come over from Liz Cheney back in 2024 or whatever else? Right? Like, they don't exist. It's not happening. The triangulation and the platitudes, they're not working. We need vision. We need plans. At the very least, we need a concept of a plan. And Democrats have barely been able to come up with that. You know what the plan, you know what the concept of a plan that's being proposed by Democrats right now? It's affordability. They stole it from Zoran. The Democrats' concept of a plan is the stolen plan from Zoran Mamdani. They found out the Democratic voters think things are unaffordable in New York, and they're like, maybe we should try this. They realize that this is like a winning vision, not just in New York, but like across the country. Like maybe we should embrace that, but in the most milquetoast possible way we can. Like I'm seeing the most platitudinous like nods to affordability all over like the neo-lib campaign websites of all these people I'm going through as I like parse through all these freaking House races and Senate races. It's the same shit. Like they are trying to, without actually, they're paying lip service to, without actually embracing the actual message and policy proposals of the left, right? They're trying to sell a vision of affordability without an actual plan. Like basically, their plan is to return us to the way things were before Trump, and that'll be affordable enough. It's in 2 years after that plan didn't work. That economic plan did not work, which is basically keep things as they are, keep the ship aimed, keep the North Star in sight, keep the ship just aimed ahead, and we'll succeed. None of this is fucking worked for them. We've seen how it's not worked. The status quo is failing people, and they keep trying to embrace it. And it's ridiculous. But the anti-Trump message it's going to be it's apparent. Everyone knows the anti-Trump message right now. I'm fairly certain every single citizen, whether or not they're even a Trump voter, can at least name the things that Trump has done wrong. At least some of them. Can at least name like some of the things that Trump has failed on. You know how I know that? Because even Republicans and Trump voters, independent Trump voters, have soured on Trump on the issues. Not Trump as a man. He's still the cult figure that they deify. But they do, at least in the polls, they're capable of recognizing, like they have the cognitive ability of recognizing places where Trump has failed them on certain issues, right? And so everybody knows the anti-Trump messaging, whether on one side or the other. And that's, that will be motivating to some people, undoubtedly, but counting on that has been a failed strategy over and over again. And for Democrats to be right here in the midterms in 2026, Trump 2.0, still playing the same tired game is really, truly just testament to how out of touch and how unprepared they are to face this moment or any future moments. Exactly, it's the Temu knockoff plan. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Couldn't say it better myself. All right, now to other elections happening. One man who won an election already, who's headed to the general representing Republicans in the great state of Colorado for governor, Victor Marx. We've already heard some things from Victor in the past. I keep getting him confused with Ken Paxton because of just how much insane. I know they don't look at all similar, but Colorado, Texas, they're kind of close together. And for me, they're both equally insane, just in slightly different ways. They're really deeply far off the reservation level crazy. However, Next 9 News Colorado did an investigative report into Victor and some of his business activities, I guess you might call it. Although that is being very generous on my part. I'd like to note that. Been very generous today. Really good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Now let's just say they've uncovered some fascinating details regarding Victor's business activities. Religious in what would you call it? Classification?
Victor Marx says he's not an exorcist. He just prays away the demons that attach to people using a specialized prayer that he markets through his ministry.
What now?
I just want everybody to hear that sentence one more time. I know we're only a few seconds into the clip. So I need to hear that sentence one more time.
Victor Marx says he's not an exorcist. He just prays away the demons that attach to people.
Victor Marx says he's not an exorcist. He's just a guy who prays away the demons that attach themselves to people.
Could you drum up?
Oh, I almost feel like that needs to be heard one more time. Apologies to anybody who feel it's unnecessary.
Victor Marx says he's not an exorcist. He just prays away the demons that attach to people using a specialized prayer that he markets through his ministry. This isn't some side project. It is at the center of his multi-million-dollar operation. Despite criticism, it's drawn from other Christian leaders.
This guy's got a multi-million-dollar exorcism fucking operation going on over here, dude. This shit is wild. Like, I'm honestly, hearing it for a third time, I think was necessary. This shit is bonkers. He's got a multi-million-dollar exorcism business that he describes as, was it praying away the demons that attach themselves to people? I mean, what in the shit am I supposed to take? Like, this is what's so crazy about this. Like, this is what I've been saying about the midterms this whole time, is like, everybody don't focus on the midterms. We're doing this for fun today, by the way, because I feel like we deserve it this weekend on a Saturday of all days. But like, I just feel we deserve, you know, like a little exorcism comedy here. I mean, it's crazy. This is why we don't have to worry about the midterms very much, because the people being put forward by the Republican Party right now in the primaries, since Trump went through exercising all of the non-loyalists from the party, like, it's just all pure loons. It's dudes with multi-million-dollar exorcism operations, where we can just, when the midterms come around, people like me, I can just start doing compilations, you know, of him talking, and then like scary movie clips, and like clips from the original Exorcist or whatever, of like, you know, like girls walking down the stairs upside down, you know, like this is what this guy is up to, apparently. I mean, this is the business of Victor Marx. It's very serious work, people. All right, we're preventing all of the demons from latching themselves. You know, we gotta get those demons out of here. You know?
Immediately, if not sooner.
With Marx jumping into politics and running for Colorado governor as a relative unknown, we combed through more than 100 hours of the Republican nominee's speeches, sermons, interviews, and podcasts from the last 15 years. Those exorcisms are front and center.
Men and women who stood their ground and fought
to protect the next generation.
Victor Marx is battling demons as he runs for governor.
A man that understands war on the earth and war in the heavens.
Spiritual warfare is central to the Republican nominee's campaign to lead Colorado. Battling demons is at the center of Victor Marx's $7.5 million a year ministry.
$7.5 million. This guy's breaking in on being an exorcism guy, whatever you call it. An exorcist? He's an exorcist. A multi-millionaire exorcist. He's been out there. I had no idea there were that many demons all over the place. For him to be pulling in $8 million in demon revenue in 2024? Jesus Christ. Anyway, we're not going to spend too much time on this because it is sort of just a fun day type of deal here. It is just so wild. I can't believe this guy is doing this. And that this is who Democrats are going to be going up against in the general. It is crazy. Trying to remember right now who they're putting forward. Is it Phil Weiser? Oh my God. Phil Weiser is going to be the guy who unseated the slightly leftist, the left of center, left of Michael Bennet, Democrat, who won in the primary. How is he not going to win against that guy? Explain that to me, okay? Against the exorcism guy? Come on. The exorcism guy who, according to him, murdered somebody as a child. So the child murderer, exorcism millionaire, you're telling me you can't be that? Come on. Come on. Now we're not even talking about policy at that point, right? Like, you don't even have to get to the policies at that point. I mean, the policies are just sort of, like a cherry on top of that insane sundae. Wait, you don't know about this? You didn't hear about the child murder that he did? When he was a child, he murdered, I can't remember what the story was, but he claims to have murdered somebody when he was 6 or 7 years old or something like that. He's a child assassin / demon exorcist. How do you not beat that guy? Explain to me how that guy, how that's not beatable by literally anybody with a pulse. The only reason he got where he got is because the president thought he was great. It's because Donald Trump, because he loves Donald Trump. And he's all over Twitter talking about how much he loves Donald Trump's dick in his mouth. And Trump was like, oh my God, I love that. Get this guy in office. And so he knocked out incumbent Republican governor, what's his face? Right? Who was the incumbent? I'm trying to remember. Well, actually, it's a Democratic governor. Right? It's Polis. It's Polis, isn't it? It is Polis. Wait, am I confusing myself? What am I doing right now? What am I confused about? There's something that's wrong here. Did Polis not run? Oh, I don't think he ran. He didn't run for re-election, did he? He ran away like a coward, I think. I think that's why he wasn't running in the primary. It wasn't a Republican incumbent. I take that back. That's my bad. I'm thinking of a different race. Fact is, I've been talking about so many of these races. I have been literally pouring through information on every single race in America right now. I am getting, at some points, I am finding myself, I'm catching myself mixing up things. And I think it's only fair you all give me a tiny bit of slack on that, considering there's hundreds and hundreds of races that I'm covering, thousands and thousands of candidates. So much to keep track of in my head. It really is difficult. I'm not gonna lie. The reason I got confused with Jared Polis being a Republican is because let's not forget that Jared Polis earlier this year, or was it last year? In the last year since Trump came to office, Jared Polis, governor of Colorado, pardoned Trump ally and convicted felon, what's her face? I can't think of her stupid name now. Just gotta search Polis pardon. Peters. Tina fucking Peters, the Mesa County clerk who tried to steal the election for Donald Trump in 2020. He pardoned her. She had many years left to serve for her crimes. Jared was like, "Oh, you've served enough." Even though it was a state crime that she could never be pardoned for by the president, Jared Polis stuck his neck out and pardoned Tina like some kind of fucking Jan Sixer. I almost forgot about that. For one brief second, I forgot about that. And then I remembered. I was like, oh, right. That's why Jared didn't run, because he was too ashamed, or at least knew too well, that the Democratic Party was furious with him for this decision. This disgusting and despicable decision that he made. He couldn't possibly win a general election with that. Pardoning Tina Peters. What a fucking... You never heard of that shit with Victor Marx? It's crazy. But this is what I keep saying. Like, we're not going to spend much time on the general until the general starts. You might pepper in a couple of these in the, spots where I need a story. But the fact is like the midterms are kind of a lock. It'll be real easy. Democrats are feeling very, very motivated to vote right now. I'm not going to have to convince them. If anything, it's just going to be about, like, disenfranchising. Well, not disenfranchising, but demotivating. What's the word for that? There's a different word. I can't think of it. But, convincing Republicans to not vote for their lunatic, idiot candidates. That's really what it's going to be, because Democrats are hella motivated to vote right now. Right? So it's primaries. From here till September. Well, one more general. For funsies, it's the weekend. We deserve it. Plus, we're about to get into the thick of it again, because let's not forget Thursday. Remember Thursday, everybody? I didn't do Florida. We're going to do the great state of Florida today. I'm going to cover all those House races.
Troy Jackson was on the Parnas perspective, and he admitted something which I find to be awesome.
Isn't Parnas one of those chorus guys? Am I wrong?
Frankly.
Hilarious. One of us.
Folks don't know who Governor LePage was. Did you call it?
LePage.
LePage in Maine. I call him LePage.
Sure you do.
Because, let's face it, like the French Canadian, that's what's going on here. So Governor LePage.
This is strategy?
What?
To call him LePage?
Yeah, he's out of touch. He's an effete
like
French Canadian. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right. And the Besant.
My favorite part about LePage was the story of when he would have sovereign citizens come into his office, meet with them, they would advise him that he is allowed to assassinate members of the Maine state legislature if they disagree with him, because the reigning authority is the sheriffs from the counties, and somehow, like, because if they support him, he could assassinate them. And it wasn't just like a one-off.
Yes.
No.
He kept inviting these people back in, and the story ultimately was that Lepage's own attorneys were telling him, dude, you can't. First off, they're wrong. Just in case you were wondering, if you have the authority as governor of Maine to assassinate the lawmakers, you don't.
Okay.
Just so that's clear. Also, you shouldn't meet with these
Wrong.
people anymore because they're batshit crazy. And that's who Governor Lepage was. He's running for Congress. He very well may win.
He very well may win. Also, if you want to have fun, go to YouTube and listen to his voicemails to his colleagues where he is threatening to beat their asses and kill them.
Oh, don't threaten us with a good time, Brian. Here's 9 years ago, CNN clip.
Republican Governor Paul LePage. He's making news again for controversial comments. This time, according to the Portland Press Herald, LePage left an expletive-laced voicemail for a Democratic state lawmaker after a television reporter appeared to suggest that the lawmaker, a guy named Representative Drew Gatine, called the governor a racist. Now, that was a charge that Gatine later denied, but take a listen to this phone message that the Republican governor left the Democratic state lawmaker.
Mr. Gatine, this is Governor Paul Richard LePage. I would like to talk to you about your comments about my being a racist, you sucker. And I want to talk to you. I want you to prove that I'm a racist. I've spent my life helping black people, and you little son of a socialist sucker, I need you to...
Jesus Christ.
This freaking... I want you to record this and make it public because I am after you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, according to the paper, LePage...
I love how he ends it with thank you. I love how he ends that threat with thank you. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Later invited reporters over to the governor's mansion to expand on the subject, saying he wished that he could challenge the lawmaker to a duel. Now, LePage said he would point his gun, quote, right between his eyes because he's a snot-nosed little runt and he has not done a damn thing since he's been in the legislature to help.
Dude is a complete psycho. Oh my god. Oh my god, he wants a duel? He wants to do a duel? He's a complete lunatic.
Move this state forward. Now, LePage, who's a strong Trump supporter, made headlines earlier this year when he suggested that black men from New York and Connecticut come to Maine to sell heroin and impregnate young white girls.
Oh, that is racist. That is deeply racist, as it turns out, sir. Wow. I think that Democratic lawmaker was right. You are a racist, sir. Wow. Deeply bigoted.
If you have the authority, and that's one of your arrows in your quiver, you should use it. But it turns out that you don't have that authority. But here is Troy Jackson. He had his own way of fighting back against Lepage.
Now, as you know about any campaign, opposition research is a big part of it. And today we got a report from CNN that suggested you ran troll accounts in your past to troll Republicans online. Is that true? What's your response?
He snorted.
Well, I guess so. The thing about it is that, I fight for workers. And during that period, me and Governor LePage, we're having quite a time. And, he wasn't helping workers, and I'm interested in fighting for workers.
As you know.
I love that answer.
He looks like the cat that ate the canary.
Yeah.
Grinning like that.
Jesus Christ. Is incredible. Yeah, I guess I was a troll, and I guess I was trolling Republicans. You got me. Yeah, I did. Republicans suck. I think that's very relatable. Yes, he created troll accounts to troll Republicans. Good. Good. That's if I were in Maine, I'd definitely vote for that. Exactly. And they go after Hassan for his supposedly violent and hateful rhetoric. But you got guys like Governor LePage, Donald Trump, Ken Paxton, Victor Marx. I mean, literally name a Republican. And they've said some horrifying, bigoted, political violence, rhetoric, like all these sorts of things. They're never ending. It's just never ending examples of calls to political violence or deeply racist and bigoted things. It's like, look at this, look at Hassan Biker. He hates Jews. He says the state of Israel is apartheid. Okay, now I gotta do a quick switch. Boom, there we go. I'm prepared for this moment. Yes. Time for us to make a little switch from one list to the next. I'm working off operating from two lists today. I do feel I'm probably, oh no. What do I do? Do I ruin Sunday Funday with this? Or do I do this now? What do I do here? Well, we've run into something of a problem here, Space Fams. We hit a wall on the galactic content goal. %50 of the way through it. I'm going to add an extra hour out of pure generosity. Extra hour of content here, but we got to complete that goal. Otherwise, the stream might end suddenly. Just completing the goal is less than the bare minimum. Honestly, it's why we wind up with a galactic deficit every month. One which I haven't even calculated yet. We gotta get to completing this galactic content goal here, Space Fams. Otherwise, stream might end. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne for limited time, and Patreon. Your account was emptied by a hacker. Your account was emptied by a hacker. What the fuck? Did you call your bank? Did you call your bank? It's FDIC insured. You should be protected. No, don't end early. You're broke and I can't help. We're not ending yet. We're not ending yet, Columbia Rican. And in fact, we have enough people. We have 80 people watching. Maybe more than that. I'm not looking at YouTube vertical right now. But between horizontal, Twitch, and YouTube right now, we got enough people that if you all donated 25 cents, I think. Trying to do the math. It's like 50 cents or something like that. No, less than that. No, it's less than that. It's like 25 cents. Like if 100 people donated like 25 cents, I think that would get us there. In fact, that would, I think, get us over the hump. So we can do this. We got an hour. Literally any extra change anybody has in their Cash App, PayPal will help make us make progress on that goal, people. And all space donations are being accepted. Like I said, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon. All the links, you know where they are. All right, let's move on to the next section of the stream. Yes, it's a multifaceted stream today, big time multifaceted, perhaps more than ever before. Because I still have to complete the goddamn Florida election coverage. And I'm determined to finish this before I even sit down and start clipping any of this, which I have to do this weekend, literally today. I have to do it. I will punch myself in the throat if I don't do it. So I'm probably not going to sleep today. It's going to be all clip / Sunday fun day. That's it. / one other thing I was probably going to do. I promised somebody would help. Well, not help, but that would do. But the point is I have to finish this now, today. Florida's elections. Let me just look at my spreadsheet. Florida's elections in 3 weeks. We need to get the word out now. Immediately. If not sooner. And of course, Michigan, Kansas, Missouri, Washington, Virginia. All next Tuesday. I have to get to the clipping machine. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, let's do Florida. Let's do Florida. Let's do Florida, folks. Starting off in Florida's 2nd district because you got no primary happening in the 1st. Oh, wait, we did a couple of these races earlier, didn't we? But I have no way of knowing who we left off on. Oh, God, I could skip a few. Hold on. I gotta look at the old stream. I know this is probably annoying that you're all having to sit there for a second. But I have to do this. Who did I leave off on? Who is that? Brit? Oh, okay. Okay, great. Let's actually start back again on Brit, just in case my coverage was lackluster. We left off in Florida's 4th. We're going to start back up in Florida's 4th. Let's talk about Democratic Socialist candidate Britt Robinson. Not to be cute and confused with Brittany Robinson. Although that is technically her name. But if you're from Florida, you know what I'm talking about. Not to be confused with the victim. Brittany Robinson. Britt Robinson, the woman running for Florida's 4th. Hoping to get your vote. Why is my list not working? You're being a real dick. What in the hell? Holy shit. Okay, there we go. Is this the next video? No, one more. All right. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. I forgot to open this up. I need a new window.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Britt Robinson, and I'm running for Congress for Florida 4 because we need younger voices from working class backgrounds who will fight to put people first over the greed of entrenched politicians, billionaires, and corporations. I was raised mostly by my single mom, and right as I was starting my freshman year of high school, she got sick. She couldn't afford health insurance, so we relied on food assistance, and we still lost our home. I had to move across the country to live with family and friends to graduate. I was able to make it through this time, though, and envision a future for myself due to a safety net of military health insurance and my dad's GI Bill for college. We have the ability to build better support systems, yet we continue to fail at delivering support that everyday Americans need to not only survive, but thrive. When millions of Americans are currently struggling to afford basic needs, living paycheck to change jobs, they'll lose their health insurance coverage for themselves and their family until the new policy kicks in. And if they have a medical condition or if they have an accident while they wait, they risk financial ruin. Medical debt is the leading cause of both personal bankruptcy and homelessness in the United States. When we have a large vulnerability in the system that doesn't protect people, we were expecting Americans to walk a tightrope with no safety net. People can do everything right and still get screwed over. It's time we had a safer system built to represent the needs of the people. All Americans should have access to free health care, healthy food in a safe environment, free public college and childcare, a higher minimum wage, and free and fair elections.
Oh shit, did Twitch just go down? Everybody good over there? I just saw we had an internet blip. Oh boy. Are we good? Are we good on YouTube and Twitch? It looks like we are still having... Are we still having problems? Shit. Is it back? Hold on. I gotta reload my page. You good on YouTube? Okay. There was enough, but it's good now. Well, Twitch is down. I can't even... Okay, it's reloading. Okay, we're good. Alright. Alright, back up. Back up. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. It was opening a bunch of windows, but I don't see why that would be the reason. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I'm still having problems. I'm still having weird problems on YouTube. I mean, on Twitch. It seems good right now? Because it's not working for me. I mean, I guess I'm not the target audience, but it's weird that I can't see the stream right now. Like, that to me is a little troubling. Oh, there we go. Now it's back. All right, it's doing weird shit. Yes, I refreshed. I refreshed. All right. We're in Florida. A democratic socialist. A young woman with a vision for America. A young vision with a woman for America. A young woman with a vision for America here. Our government, our rules. Secure free universal health care. Free public education. Food security. People first economics. Free and fair elections. And she's got all the good policies in here, I swear to God. And endorsed by all the people and groups you might want. Democratic Socialists of America. Progressive Caucus of Florida. I'm sorry, Democratic Socialists of Jacksonville Democratic Socialists of America. 5051 next Florida. Progressives of Florida. Progressive Caucus of Florida, LGBTQ, Democratic Caucus of Florida. Abolish ICE pledge. Citizens against APAC corruption. Brit is all up in there. She should be your choice, too, if you happen to be in Florida's 4th. Oh, I forgot to mention, Florida's 4th happens to be a Republican district currently represented by this guy, Aaron Bean, located here, sort of in the, I don't know what to call this, the corner, the Florida corner. There's south of Georgia, north of St. Augustus, Gainesville, the Jacksonville region. The northern Jacksonville region. All right, let's keep this moving. Up next in Florida's 5th District. We got Alex Hazen. I think that's how you pronounce this name. Here's a clip from Alex from 2 months ago.
Hi there, I'm Alex Hazen, and I'm a simulation developer. I'm running for U.S. Congress. I'm not a career politician. I'm not accepting corporate money. I'm an outsider who believes in term limits. I believe in preventing data centers from overtaking our wildlife and our energy grid. And I believe everyday people should be writing laws and not corporations. We need to stop corporate greed from making life unaffordable. So if you want to fix the system and put people over profits, follow Alex Hazen for Congress and donate to our campaign today.
Who does this guy remind me of? You know what he kind of looks, like? What's his fucking name? What is that fucking guy's name? Pete Davidson. Am I wrong? Does he not look a little bit like Pete Davidson? Does this guy... Am I the only one that looks at this guy and goes, "There, is that Pete Davidson?" Am I wrong? Am I weird? Am I the weird one? Or are you the weird one for not seeing it first? That's the question we should be asking ourselves right now. All right, here's Alex's website. Endorsed by progressives of Florida. Democratic Progressive Caucus of Florida, Mr. Beat, 5051, and the next Florida LGBTQ plus Democratic Caucus. A lot of the same exact groups endorsing Alex that are endorsing Britt, aside from Jacksonville Democrats, Socialists of America. Almost the exact same groups endorsing this guy. Healthcare as a human right, immigration reform, climate change as a critical issue, combating corporate greed, election reform, supporting women's rights, and strengthening the American educational system. Fact is, you can go through all these policies, you can go through them, but Alex has got almost all the policies that we would want here, galactically speaking, to get that endorsement. So he does. He does get the galactic endorsement, at least the strong galactic recommendation. Whoopsies. Now, Florida's 5th is South Jacksonville, as you can see here. Sort of the beach, Atlantic Beach, Ponte Verde Beach, St. Augustine, Durban. A little bit of Jacksonville, as you can see there. And currently represented by Republican John Rutherford, who's going to his own primary. Alex has faded 4 different Democratic candidates who have now withdrawn or been disqualified since the beginning of this race, in a 3-way race going to the primary 3 weeks from now. Okay, let's move on to Florida's 6th district, where we got Ronnie Murchison Rivera running there, hoping to get your vote in the Democratic primary. Here's Ronnie from 2 weeks ago.
Hey everyone, my name is Ronnie Murchison Rivera. I'm running for U.S. Congress for District 6. That's like North Lake County up to St. Augustine. Just a reminder, get out and vote. This is very, very important. Early voting starts soon, August 8th, but the actual election for the primary is August 18th. Get your vote by mail-in, go vote early, go vote in person, bring a friend, because we need to.
Bring a friend, get out there, vote early, do whatever you can, says Ronnie Murchison Rivera. Running in Florida's 6th Congressional District. Let me just pull up his website here right now. These early ones are rough because the clips are so short. Excuse me. Okay. Now here's Ronnie's district, or at least what Ronnie is hoping to be his district, currently represented by Randy Fine. Oh, one of America's worst people is running in his own primary. This is Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, south of Florida's 5th district here, east of Gainesville, Ocala, and Leesburg, including Daytona Beach. And a bunch of beautiful Florida coast, one would assume. Ronnie's got a few endorsements. Courage for Democracy, Sunrise, Florida? I'm not sure which Sunrise movement this is, but this is clearly a Sunrise movement. Revolution, Organized to Win Florida, and Volusia. With some priorities to boot, including defunding ICE. You can see him here at a anti-ICE protest in Florida. This is the kind of guy we need. Someone willing to stand on the front line even when there's not enough people. Here for working families, to make housing affordable. To make it that no family should have to choose between paying for medicine or putting food on the table. Save for communities, your civil rights and freedoms, and education, and nutrition. A man with a beautiful family, look at him. Good Lord. Didn't get enough kids here, pal? Jesus Christ, Ronnie. What I assume are 5 beautiful kids and wife. I think he's the right guy for this district, currently represented by Republican Randy Fine. I think he can win in the general and here in the primary. Might have noticed, I think Ronnie is a cop, or a former cop. And actually an EMS, emergency medical services guy. He apparently just likes helping people. Hopefully he can help Florida's 6th district. Flip blue. And while he might not get all of the things I might want out of a candidate, he does get the most things I would want out of a candidate, out of the candidates running in the primary in Florida's 6th. So he gets the Galactic Recommend. Little asterisk next to his name on the old spreadsheet that I'm still running these elections from. I'm still running these elections coverages from. Okay, moving it on to Florida 7th, where Mariana Kinter? Am I saying that right? Yeah. No. Marialana Kinter is running for Congress as well. All right, Marialana, tell us what's up. What does Florida deserve?
Imagine a Florida that you can actually afford. I imagine it every day. And together, we're gonna make that a reality. I'm Maria Elena Kinter, one of 4 kids raised by a single mom. scraping by on food assistance and Medicaid. And that help, it didn't make us weak, it gave us a future. I joined the Navy, I served my country, and when I came home, I found my people, my community, right here in Central Florida. But now, Floridians are being priced out, and I refuse to stand by and watch that happen. Because it doesn't have to be this way. Picture a Florida where working families can still buy a home, where childcare doesn't cost more than rent, so parents can work and children can still grow up strong, where you never have to choose between seeing a doctor and going into debt. And the only thing holding us back from that reality is a Congress that only answers to their donors and ignores the rest of us. I'm proudly grassroots funded, and I don't take a dime of corporate PAC money or any foreign nation money.
Yeah! Marielana Kinter. Running in Florida 7th here. Here is her website. Fighting for our communities, working class priorities, lowering costs, expanding affordable healthcare access. Kinter here. Got a whole bunch of endorsements. SEIU Florida, Revolution to Win, Progressive Democrats of Florida, Mental Health Now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We all feel like we're taking crazy pills right now. Florida Young Democrats, Center for Free Thought and Equality, Florida Rising, another Sunrise Movement endorsement, Courage for Democracy, Track APAC, 2 different Sunrise movements endorse her. Florida LGBTQ+. Are you seeing everybody's getting the same endorsements that the people I'm endorsing or recommending are also getting the same endorsements or recommendations. It's across the board. The Galactic recommendations also get some very similar recommendations externally. You know, think green, vote blue, citizens impeachment, right? Like it's all the same guys. It's literally all the same guys. I'm not exaggerating. It's just literally what's happening here. I'm just personally noticing it as somebody who is traversing these websites in and out, day after day, week after week, dedicated to democracy. You're listed under the Idaho section. If you can help, please do. Trying to help. Oh, you mean with your situation? I see what's going on. Yeah. For a second, I thought you were talking about the primaries. It's like, didn't we do those already? I see what's going on. Anyway, unfortunately, it's not Medicare for all, but it is a fundamental human right. And she does support passing a universal single-payer healthcare system. You know, so can I complain about that? No, I cannot. In fact, I 100% support that. In fact, it's beautiful and it's glorious. She isn't perfect. But she does think that the American tax dollars should be spent here at home rather than to the tune of more than $1 trillion on foreign wars. She doesn't list the genocide in Gaza as a genocide, but she is endorsed by Track APAC, right? So do you see what I'm saying here? Like she's on it. She's like on basically everything I could possibly want, right? Even if it's not necessarily being explicit, she's doing the things that you would want and or expect from somebody in the galactic stable, wheelhouse, whatever you want to call it. The Kinter definitely deserves your vote in Florida 7th. If you happen to be there, she will be a significant improvement. Over incumbent Corey Mills, a Republican douchebag. Here representing Orlando, Daytona Beach, Flagler, and St. John's in Florida's 7th. Now, Corey is fighting his own primary battle here. And Marielana is up against 2 Democrats in the primary here on August 18th. So get out there and vote. If you can, she's got the Galactic recommendation. It is truly beautiful. Some of the people that we're getting to endorse around here recommend in some of these races, these primaries, 2026. All right, on to other House races in Florida. Up next is Florida's 11th, I think?
Hey everybody, we are here in Kissimmee, Florida, and it's totally is loud, of course. We are protesting, of course, the Tesla dealership, and today I'm specifically protesting the tariffs that they're doing. But while we are here protesting, we had a congressman show up, and he is just standing there, and he's counter-protesting. A sitting congressman is here anti-protesting us.
That is nuts. That is genuinely bonkers. Yeah, so this is, I believe. Yes, this is Dan Williams. Just wanted to make sure I was right about that. This is Dan Williams here, who was running for Congress in Florida's 11th, looking to unseat that dickbag standing in front of him in the video. Perfect. Was it Daniel Webster? Dickbag, I think Daniel Webster is what he said. Incumbent Republican, who at least at the time was still in the race in the Republican primary, although I believe he's dropped out. But here is Dan Williams' website. Protecting Democracy. Actually, let's go here. Oh, wow. I actually didn't look through all of this, did I? Jesus. I'm just realizing there's even more than I noticed. I didn't click the Meet Dan part. I only looked at the legislation part. Jesus Christ, he's got so much more in here than I originally realized. Wow. Okay. Anyways, he's got a seriously good platform here in Florida's 11th. 25 years in Florida, 20 years in higher education. Where's the portion that I wanted to look at? I can't. I think I'm just going to go to this. I think this is the part that I looked at. He has a bunch of like legislation that he wants to introduce. Ending pardons, ending corrupt pardons, digital information protection. And shit, hold on. Where is the part that I wanted to look at on this website? Hold on. I can't remember. I can't remember where I wanted to look at it on this thing. God. I'm killing myself. Anyways, he wants more direct democracy. And he wants to like engage the electorate on the issues. He wants, LGBTQ plus rights. Believes that the immigration system is broken and inhumane. And unfortunately, there's no really good, like, incredible candidates in District 11, which honestly isn't that shocking to me. Florida's 11th is very, very red district. I mean, if you just look at the voting history here, they've been voting Republican for the last 20 years. They've been voting Republican for the last 20 years here. And currently have a Republican incumbent. They're probably going to continue having Republican incumbents here if you don't break the monotony of candidates that have been put in these elections. And I went through the 3 different candidates running in this election. You got Dan, who we just talked about. You got this guy, Royal Webster. Yes, his first name is Royal Webster, or James Pericola. And boy, oh boy, these 2 dudes suck something fierce. I mean, real bad. Like, just atrociously bad. Might as well be Republicans running in the Democratic primary type of bad. And Dan's at least vaguely good, I guess you could say. Like, better than the rest. You know, feels like more of a change. Is at least at protests. Like, you know, that's the vibe I got from him. And I was like, okay. Dan, I guess. If I have to, which I do have to, it's literally my job to come up with a recommendation around here. That recommendation is Dan. You're in Florida's 11th. If you happen to be in Orlando, west suburbs, southeast Hillsborough County. Actually, I take it back. Wait, I take it back. Actually, I forget which parts it is now because there's a redistricting that happened in Florida. So it's slightly changed in terms of where those areas are. So it might be wrong about those regions. But if you're still in Florida's 11th after the redistricting, vote for Dan. Vote for Dan. He's clearly the best. The other guys suck. All right. No. Royal is not a name. Apparently you're wrong. That guy thinks it is his name. You ever seen Royal Tenenbaums? I think the patriarch of that family was named Royal. Not mistaken. Little Wes Anderson vibes. Oh, snap. Somebody just donated it and it slipped right by me. Somebody whose initials are CR. I can't dox them since they didn't put their name in the message. But DSA all the way is the message in the message line of the $10 dono on Cash App. And 10 minutes before that dono was another dono coming from Colombia Rican. 5 bones. Really appreciate you, pal. Both of you. Those donos getting us way closer to completing the galactic content goal. We still got like 15 minutes. Still 20, actually. 20 minutes left on the galactic content goal timer. We're practically done. Like $5. Literally like $5 away from locking it in, space fams. Final countdown. Stream almost saved. Nearly very close. So very close to being saved. Oh, yeah. Super close. All right, let's move it along. Keep going through these elections. I need hydration real bad. Let's move to the next election in in Florida's 12th district to the galactically recommended candidate Darren McCauley. Here's Darren from 2 weeks ago talking about Tampa Bay.
Papa Charlie's clear up, 2-3. As an Air Force colonel and flight surgeon, I've spent a lot of time up here.
So you were going to be departing to the west, everyone?
Flying into combat areas, helping wounded airmen and soldiers in battle. So when the time came to tell people about my run for Congress, this seemed like a good way to do it. Even from up here, you can see the damage that Gus Bilirakis has done in Congress. Skyrocketing costs and utility rates, cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. Now, I'm running for Congress to protect Medicare and Social Security and take on price gougers. I don't have billionaire corporate donors like Gus Bilirakis, so I have to get creative.
Okay, I'm back. And the PayPal link is in the chat and or in my YouTube and Twitch bios. Those of you looking to make donos. All right. Where is my window? There it is. Oh, and I'm behind because I had to grab a drink. All right, now in these races, not every candidate is made equal, I'm afraid. But I gotta give my galactic recommendations. Gotta do what I can. And from what I can tell, Darren McCauley is the best of the worst in Florida's 12th. Yeah. Sadly, no perfection here in Florida's 12th. It's Darren or Kimberly Overman vying for this Republican seat represented by Gus M. Bilirakis. Whoopsies. And Darren McCauley here, I think, has the best issue set of the two. Fewest platitudes, I guess, or best platitudes. I'm not sure which one to call it. But wants to improve economic security, including the VA, Medicaid, Medicare, and the ACA, SNAP, and other things, fully functioning government, and shit like that. Honestly, I could go for a lot more out of Darren. But democracy is going to happen whether we like it or not in Florida's 12th. It will be him, or it will be Kimberly Overman. And Florida's got to make a choice. My recommendation to you is Darren. That's all I got. He's not great. I don't love him. I think he could go a lot further than he's gone. He's no radical. And I'm not here to claim that he is. So do not expect such from him. But we do have a bunch of good candidates in Florida. I've already seen a few of them. A few milquetoasts, a few great candidates. One of the great ones is in Florida's 13th district. A guy with a Bernie endorsement, I think, if I recall correctly. A Brant Robinson, hoping to represent you and America in the House of Representatives.
Representative Luna, you haven't held a single town hall meeting during your entire second term in office. That is unacceptable. Representative Luna, I'm running against you for Florida's House District 13. I make the commitment that when I'm elected, I will hold a town hall meeting every single month. And for those who can't attend, and there'll be many, we commit to making sure they receive minutes from the meetings so they understand our commitment to meeting them where they are. Representative Luna, the fact that you haven't held a single town hall meeting speaks volumes about how much you value the constituents of our district.
And I take that back. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Like I said, I got a lot of races running around in my head. It's not a Bernie endorsement. It's a Florida for Bernie endorsement. It was the Florida wing of the Bernie party's endorsement. The Bernie campaign, right? That's endorsing Brandt for Congress. Also Florida Rising, PCTA, PESPA, and Gen Z for Florida. Brandt's got some pretty good policies here, in my opinion. Very good policies. Certainly just worlds better than Anna Paulina Luna, the psycho Republican who currently represents this district. Oh, she's one of the most psychotic of Republicans. And she will absolutely be going to the general. Whoever wins here between Brandt, John, and Leela is going to be facing Anna. You know, like you said, this is Tampa Bay. District now looks like this after the redistricting. He wants health care for all. The goal of universal health care, and in the meantime, fighting to protect Medicare benefits. Ending a for-profit healthcare system, and fighting for affordable housing and affordable insurance. Reproductive freedom and bodily autonomy for women. Protecting Social Security. And an economy that works for everyone. Like I said, this guy, he's on all of the stuff that I would like to see our candidates in this race be on. Hitting all the good ones, all the things. The only thing that I don't have from him is an Israel policy or foreign policy stance. And the only reason why he doesn't get an asterisk in this case is because I think he's so much better than the other available candidates that he just getting the endorsement. I still think that he could have gone further, right? But due to the terrible, right, the lack of good policies on the other campaigns, just all in on this particular guy in this race. I don't think you got a better option. even close. I don't think it's even a chance. If I'm proven wrong, I'll be shocked. That's why he's getting the full galactic endorsement. Oh, Snikes. $10. $10 dono from VA. Not the VA, but somebody with the initials VA donating on PayPal. 10 bones. That's enough to complete the galactic content goal. With just a few minutes to spare. We did it. Oh, we did it. 5 long hours into the super secret probationary red alert galactic content goal countdown timer. We still did it. Impressive. Thanks to all of you and your generosity. We can now rest assured that we're going to get all the sweet galactic content that I have prepared for us. Speaking of which, I better get right back to it, because I have so much to talk about. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for your donations. Really helps out. Not just me, but of course you all. Now you have hours more of stream to count on here coming up. Could somebody please tell Columbia Rican to leave Top Chat, please? Yeah. Yeah, nobody should be in Top Chat. That's a silly life choice. Kind of like me continuing not to feed myself. Doing a terrible job at that. Alright, bye. I just gotta like trudge ahead through the list right now because I have so much to talk about tonight. It's crazy. Like I'm losing my mind. I'm already making sacrifices in my head over what we're gonna be able to cover because there's no way. Like I'm just realizing that like by taking on the Florida situation, there might be a few things we're gonna have to delete. Just move on to tomorrow because it's just crazy. I can't do another 12-hour stream. I can't do 2 12-hour streams within like a 72-hour period. Like that's crazy. I can't work 36 hours in 72 hours. Let's not forget, I also do stuff to prepare for these things ahead of time. I don't just wing these things. I don't just miraculously put it all together. But yeah, don't worry. We still got a lot of content ahead of us. We got so much content I can just go until I pass out. I'm going to try and avoid doing that. By moving forward into the next race in Florida's 15th district. Yes. Another guy with a galactic endorsement. Big time. Here in Florida's 15th district. Unfortunately, 14th. Florida's 14th has no race in the primary for Democrats. Kathy Castor running unopposed. Democratic incumbent there. But in the 15th, we have Robert People running for the people. Here's Robert. Wait, don't I have a clip for Robert People? Oh, yeah, here it is. Yes. Here's Robert People on with Spectrum Bay News. Spectrum Bay News 9 last month.
is Democrat Robert People. Robert, thanks so much for joining us on Political Connections.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So let's talk a little bit about your past, how you got here. You joined the U.S. Army right out of high school. Was it like the day you turned 18, maybe?
The day after, actually.
Day after you turned 18?
The day after is when I shipped out.
And why did you decide to join the Army as a young man?
I was looking, I did not have really direction. I had an idea of what I wanted to do, but wasn't sure exactly where specifically I wanted to go. So it came down to knowing that I wanted to, you know, be of service to others, to, you know, serve in a, you know, and for a cause bigger than myself, right, as far as learning. Plus, I was following my older brother because he had joined 2 years before when he graduated high school. So that's really what it came down to. Was
you've got a really interesting story in your bio online about how at some point of being in the Army, you had a superior who started challenging all these young guys, like, are you just going to quit or are you going to go to the next level? You decided you weren't going to be one of those that dropped off. You were going to the next level. Tell me about the mindset there.
This was a little bit before 9/11, and I was at about 4 years by this time, and I hadn't expected to re-enlist or stay in for that period. But there was an assembly. This was at Fort Cavazos, and when he challenged us,
I gotta say, Robert is keeping it together over here. When I heard that he was in the military before 9/11, I was like, damn, dude, how old are you? You were in the service before 9/11? What are you like 60 or something? Dude looks like barely 40. Really keeping it together.
This is the base command sergeant major, and he challenged us to, you know, implement a lot of the complaining that we were doing into ideas. You know, stay in the Army for a little bit longer, become sergeants. If you feel you can do a better job, then, you know, step up and do it. And that, I took that as a personal, you know, more of a personal challenge. Let me re-enlist one more time and, you know, see if there's anything to what he's saying. And obviously, of course, that kept me in.
Anyways, Robert apparently willing to go above and beyond his service of this country. While enlisted in the military. And now hoping to represent Florida's 15th congressional district here. Okay, why is this not working? What the fuck is going on? Okay, it doesn't matter. Over here. Florida's 15th is currently represented by Republican Laurel Lee, who is almost certainly going to, actually, she's definitely going to, she's already in the general election. No primary candidates in the Republican Party. Robert People and Christopher Rizzery, I think that's how you say it, in a two-way race here in the 15th district. Here's Robert's platform. His website, right? People for Congress. His platform. People is not fucking around. He's here for the people. Clean energy. Ban congressional stock trading. Medicare for all. No AIPAC contributions or further arms to Israel. No child goes hungry. Women's health is not up for debate. Reform the immigration system. Reverse the big ugly bill. Protect. You see what I'm saying here? This guy he's killing it. Robert is fucking killing it over here. I got no critiques. No critiques. Keep it up. And if you're in Florida's 15th, vote for Robert Peoples. Come on, Peoples. You can't believe I'm showing Bay News 9. Used to work there? Crazy. Look, every local outlet is destined for the galactic stream at some point. You know, you just got to be watching long enough. It'll pop up. All right. Now, in Florida's 16th district, I have these out of order. No, I don't. No, I'm getting confused. Idiot. In Florida's 16th district, Got another good candidate here. Pretty good. Kelly Kirshner. Hoping to get your vote on the 18th. What is going on? Why is this not loading? There, what? No? What's happening?
I'm Kelly Kirshner, and I'm running for Congress, District 16. For too many decades, billionaires and corporations have used our government like a vending machine. You put money in during elections, and you get policy out. And who pays for it? We do. The citizens, the families, the seniors, and ultimately our children, as our debt balloons greater than ever. This past year, $2 trillion alone. When we enact true campaign finance reform, billionaires will stop getting the tax breaks, and the citizens will stop getting the shaft. Medicare will be funded, Medicaid will be funded, Social Security will be secure, and we will truly bring back a representative form of government. I'm a retired Peace Corps volunteer from rural Guatemala. I was a neighborhood activist and the former mayor of the city of Sarasota. The common thread that I found in all is that when you unite people around a shared common objective to form a more representative government, then people will gather and results can happen.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is Kelly Kirshner. That's Kelly Kirshner here, looking to represent you in Florida's 16th Congressional District, which is here in Hillsborough County. After the redistricting, including a slightly different portion of Florida, but still much the same. And Kelly is up against 4 other Democrats in this race: Jan Schneider, Glenn Pearson, Tamika Lyles, and Jonathan Harris. I do think Kelly here has the best policies. It's also endorsed by the West Florida Labor Council, Think Green, Vote Blue, Florida LGBTQ Democratic Caucus, and the Florida AFL-CIO. Where's the priorities portion? Here we go. We own the government, and it's time it worked that way. Here's the good news: it's fixable. Lower the cost of living, insurance, healthcare, affordable housing, Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare are an earned right. Invest in affordable energy, lowers your bills, and tear up the tax breaks that let billionaires pay less than we do. Protect the Gulf Coast. Build an affordable economy. Healthcare is not a luxury. Stop treating it like one. 1 in 3 people in this district depend on Medicaid or Medicare. These are not handouts. They are promises. Now, he doesn't go far enough on this. He doesn't say he wants to go for Medicare for all, universal health care. I'm willing to, I have to say that. But, you know, he's got the right attitude. The children shouldn't be paying for the tax breaks. Our kids and grandkids are being handed the bill for these tax breaks to billionaires right now. He wants to close those loopholes. Once again, could be better, but he also wants to end the wars of choice, which is at least foreign policy stance that I can get behind. It doesn't go far enough. Does it declare what's happening in Gaza genocide? But he's hitting all the right places, in my opinion, and he's better than all the other candidates running in this race. You got a DCCC-backed candidate running, big APAC money in practically every one of these races. Big APAC and/or corporate money in every single one of these Florida races, and/or the DCCC itself getting involved. They're not backing Kelly that I'm aware of. Okay. Next. Fort Myers. Florida's 17th? Florida's 17th district. Where a guy by the name of Howard Sapp is running for Congress.
Democrats are making themselves heard on the Gulf Coast, with hundreds gathering at anti-DOJ rallies protesting Elon Musk and his cuts. Howard Sapp is one of those Democrats.
A lot of people are frustrated, angry, confused, not really understanding what's happening, why it's happening.
Why do you think Democrats are being so vocal here, and do you think it's spreading?
Things are beginning to affect and hit home, and when those things hit home, people begin to react.
Despite all of the noise that's being made right now, how do you expect to win with the numbers stacked against you?
It's going to be difficult. I'm prepared for that. One of the things that I really want to do is make sure that people understand that I'm not, quote unquote, the politician, but I'm a person that's concerned about people.
Your thoughts on President Trump now flirting with a third term?
I don't see it, something I would not like, and I would say let's stick to the Constitution.
Do you think the economy has improved under President Trump?
When he said
before
the election what he was going to do and he can make things...
Wait, what did I do? What did I screw up just now? I screwed something up. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. This isn't the 17th. This is the 19th district. Son of a bitch. I keep ruining this.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Florida, why do you have to have 30 districts? I'm sorry, Space. This is Florida's 19th. I'm like, did I say 17th? I'm like looking at the number. I'm like, wait a second. I'm doing something wrong. God dang it. I made a huge, tiny mistake. What can I say?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Should be better. I do my best, but sometimes I make mistakes.
So much better from day one. From day one, things seem to be in such a decline that the numbers just don't match what he was saying.
Democrats are saying that Elon Musk has...
You thought I was a numbers guy.
I totally agree. The thing...
Oh, it's so true, Greeny Deal. I thought I was a numbers guy. Apparently, I'm flawed. A flawed human being. It's sad. It's sad, but true. All right, let's go here to Florida's 19th district. Incumbent Republican Byron Donalds looking to hold on to his seat here in South Florida, Fort Myers and West Naples. Big red district. Where... Oh, you motherfucker. Come on. There we go. No, stop this. You bastards. There we go. Where you have 3 different people running. Howard. Guy we're talking to here. Robert Neild and Victor Arias. One Democrat's already dropped out, one Jared Kane. Howard, here's his website, howardsap.com. It's running on a campaign of affordability, affordable housing, clean water, education, finance and debt relief, healthcare, homeowners, wind and flood insurance. That's a big one in Florida. LGBTQ plus equality, workers' protections, and women's rights. Defend the right to family planning decisions, including abortion, without state interference, which is a huge thing in Florida. Worker protections. Penalize companies that violate federal and state labor laws.
Right to jail, right away.
LGBTQ plus equality. Protect the equal rights of same-sex couples for marriage, adoption, and family services. prevent state intervention in medical decisions made between patients and their doctors. So it's not just LGBT, it's not just LGB, but he's also got the T in there, if you're noticing. Unfortunately, no Medicare for all in here, but he wants affordable access to healthcare. One of these sort of platitudes I'm not the biggest fan of. I'd rather real, genuine plans on that. Although he does want to retrofit the bankruptcy system, the court system, to accommodate those weighed down by medical debt, which is at least a plan. It's not nearly enough of a plan, but it's something. Affordable housing, clean water, education, stuff like that. I do think Howard here is your best candidate. Sorry, we skipped over the 17th and the 18th because there's no race in the 18th, and I looked over the 17th somehow because I don't have a clip for the candidate there. The candidate that I'm endorsing in the 18th, or not even endorsing, recommending in the 18th. I'm sorry, I keep saying it wrong. The 18th, there's no primary. In the 17th, there is a primary. I'm recommending Alan Spence. In the 18th... Fuck. I just gotta pull this up real quick. I'm not gonna talk about this one too much, because Alan's not really putting in the effort from what I can tell. Nobody's putting in the effort in the Democratic primary. It seems like everybody's already ceded it to the Republican in the 17th. Can I see you? You were writing a very long message. Wait, what? I can see you, Chogi. I can see you perfectly fine. It seems like everybody in the 17th district has kind of given up. I'm beating this Republican, Greg Stubbe. Greg Stubby. Which I assume describes his penis. Greg Stubby, Republican incumbent, going straight to the general. 2 Democrats fighting it out. Alan Spence, my preferred candidate here. He's got an okay policy set. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it's fairly good. But I don't think he's putting enough effort into the race itself. Mostly because, I mean, he doesn't even have a very good, or almost any social media presence at all. And for me, there are some things I need out of candidates for me to give an endorsement or a recommendation. Things like website, like even the vaguest of social media presence, and clear and distinct effort that's being put in. And I'm just not fully seeing it, like, or that's like worthy of me spending more time than I already have. Anyway. Let's keep moving through these races. Up next, we got Florida's 20th district. Pretty great candidate here in one Elijah Manley. Running to represent Democrats in the general in Florida's 20th. Here he was on News Nation Live 1 whole year ago.
Young Democratic hopefuls are fighting back against Donald Trump and against members even of their own party. Elijah Manley, one of them, U.S. House candidate for Florida's District 20.
Hey, y'all. It's Elijah Manley, candidate for Congress in Florida's 20th Congressional District. We need to talk about the dangerous dismantling of our government led by Donald Trump and his billionaire buddy, Elon Musk. We need to stand up, we need to fight back, and we need to stop this administration. For generations, we fought for freedom because America made a promise. Work hard and you'll get ahead. But for too many, that promise was broken. In South Florida, we know people who make big promises. But when the time comes to fight for us, they are nowhere to be found.
Manly is taking on an incumbent in one of Florida's bluest districts, Democrat Sheila Cherfilis McCormick. He's 26 years old, has never held an elected office, and that is not stopping him, and neither are his odds of winning. Last election year, 96% of House incumbents won re-election. Manly's among a number of young Democrats hoping to change that. Can they reshape the party from within?
Yes. Now, this was back a whole year ago when everybody was questioning whether there could even be change. Is change possible? Was saying everybody, can you even change democratic politics? Could you unseat Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the woman whose district this happens to be? Yes, this is Debbie's fucking district. Oh, she's one of my least favorite Democrats on the planet. And what I found kind of hilarious about this race is the fact we've been told that somehow anti-establishment is a secret code for anti-blackness. Meanwhile, you got white woman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, incumbent establishment Democrat, getting challenged by 4 black people in the Florida's 20th district. I mean, it's hilarious. I found this one to be just in terms of the dynamic, just on the optics of it, are fucking hilarious. Like, people are like, no, establishment just means black. Except in this one particular case where it's clearly the exact opposite.
There's a growing movement for change within the Democratic Party, and the cry is also coming from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. This at a fundraiser in New Hampshire Sunday.
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption, but I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace.
Joining us now, Elijah Manley, U.S. House candidate again for Florida's 20th district. 26 years old, you've never held a public office. Why now? What prompted you to run?
Well, thank you, Marty, for having me, first of all. I'm a substitute teacher, a 26-year-old activist and organizer from South Florida. I'm running for Congress because I'm really scared of where the direction our country is heading in. We have an out-of-control regime in Washington that seeks to divide the American people, that are taking us away from our allies, and that is out of control. And we need new blood and new leadership. I watched as the Democratic Party had no strategy going into the new year, into this second Trump presidency. We had no strategy. We had no leadership on how to fight back against Donald Trump. I told myself, I'm not going to sit on the sidelines and do nothing about it.
That's right. Elijah did not sit on the sides. He did something about it. He went out there. He ran for Congress over a year ago. He started. Yes, indeed. And he's endorsed all over the place. Florida Young Democrats, Florida Rising, Friends of the Earth, Progressive Democrats of Florida, College Democrats of America, Florida High School Democrats, No Dem Left Behind, Path to Progress, Citizens Against APAC Corruption. Yes, indeed. And he's got the policies to back it up. The economy, healthcare, housing, education, criminal justice, the environment, civil rights, democracy, foreign policy, infrastructure, energy and transit, data, digital economy, and AI safety. Yeah, he's got a bunch of great policies, including healthcare. Believes healthcare is a human right. Cancel medical debt, Medicare for all, cap prescription drug costs, expand Medicaid. And more and more and more great policies from this freaking guy. Can't endorse Elijah enough here in Florida's 20th. I keep fucking up the numbers. Here in Florida's 20th. For the love of God, I cannot endorse Elijah Manley in Florida's 20th anymore, I don't think. He is the best out of a very hotly contested field here. As I mentioned, it's a 5-way race. 4 hopefuls, actually, I guess technically 5 hopefuls. Debbie hoping to hold on to her seat, 4 hoping to unseat her. And I mean, for the love of God, let's just hope Debbie gets out. But please, just vote for Elijah. He's clearly the best. Some of these people are no better than Debbie. Okay? I went through the math. Some of these people would be no better than Debbie. It would just be switching out a name for another name. It'd be the same fucking policy prescription set, which is what I think is happening here. I think it's intentional. Elijah started this over a year ago. Most of these people are new, okay? They're newer comers who realized, ooh, Elijah might have some... He might have some gas. Might need to put some water on that fire. I can't remember if I looked at the polls on this or not. Let me see. I think I do. Oh boy, I do. I do have a poll. Yes. Now this is why this race is so important. Because these polls are all over the place. Yes, I told you all. I've been going through the polls too. But just look around here. The primary. A whole bunch of different polls from between February and June that put Elijah in all sorts of different places here within the polls, right? He was leading big time earlier in the year and is now sort of pulled back against Wasserman Schultz in some polls, but not all. Because you notice there are 5 polls here, all from between May 29th and June 1st. Posted the June 10th that have Wasserman ahead, Manley ahead, Holness ahead, Campbell ahead, right? Which means that the voters are really undecided right now. You have 5 people. It's making it chaotic, right? People do not know. It's all over the place right now. We got to get behind Elijah. He's the one who needs it. He's the one who deserves it. He's been in this thing since the beginning. He's got the right policies, right endorsements, in my opinion. And I think he can do it. You look at some of those numbers, he clearly could do it. It's just a matter of if you get enough people out there to vote, I think. Knock on Spacewood. Oh, knock on Spacewood, pray to Gary. Hopefully Elijah can pull it out in that race, because that one's really important to me. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is the worst. She's one of my least favorite incumbent establishment Democrats. She was involved in stealing the election from Bernie in 2016. She was like DNC chair back in 2016, if I recall correctly. That was all her doing. Stealing the election for Hillary so Trump could win. Her fault. Oh, she doesn't belong anywhere near government, in my opinion. She's the piece of trash that orchestrated all that. All right, up next. Fairly good candidate here in the likes of Bernard Taylor, running for Congress in Florida's 21st. All right, Bernard. See what you got. Bernard for Congress last month with the clip.
Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate you, brother. So, guys, my name is Bernard Taylor, and I am running for Congress in Florida Congressional District. So, as Cliff said, I'm a firefighter. I ain't never been involved in politics before, so I ain't got no stump feast for you. You just want to hear me talk. I want to take you guys with me on the back of the ambulance, if you don't mind. Okay? So, get to the fire station. My shift is 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 the next day. First call of the day. I'm running a diabetic emergency that turns into a cardiac arrest on a patient of mine who I ran on before. He's been rationing his insulin for 3 months. If any of my medical aficionados are in the building, you know what happens if you are in diabetic hyperglycemia for an extended period of time. You eventually go into a diabetic coma, cardiac dysrhythmia, and eventually cardiac arrest. This man wasn't barely out of his 50s, whole lot of life to live. Had legislation not been affected to where he could afford his insulin, he may have been around for his family. You may not do politics, but politics does you.
You may not do politics, but politics does you. Well, this is Bernard Taylor's website, campaign website. Look at the guns on this guy. Couple of cannons on Bernard over here. Forearms of greatness. Look at those guns. BernardTaylorForCongress.com. Honestly, doesn't just have some sweet guns on him. He's got some sweet legislative priorities, like ensuring health care for all. An endorser of universal health care system. A strong economy which starts with strong schools. Protecting our waterways, beaches, state parks, natural areas. Which he believes helps support tens of thousands of jobs. I agree. And affordable housing, something that's a big issue in Florida as well. He also wants to protect senior citizens, support veterans. And foreign lobbyist interests in Washington. Fix the broken immigration system and the harmful actions of ICE. Also wants congressional term limits and a bunch of other great shit. I think Bernard is absolutely the person you should vote for here in whoopsies. This is the wrong district. I'm sorry. I got so many things to look at. I'm always forgetting at least one thing. Anyways, it's Bernard Taylor versus James Martin here. Mano y mano, two candidates already dropping out of the Democratic primary here in Florida's 21st district. Get out there. Vote for Bernard. He's the guy. You know, I'll let him finish up his own coverage with one more clip. Why are you airlocking me? What did I do? Why am I getting airlocked? This is unfair. Did we even have a vote? Just airlocking me? What did I do? What did I do? I'm just trying to do democracy over here. Do I deserve to get airlocked?
I've served this community as a firefighter and paramedic for years. I've seen the struggles of everyday families with healthcare costs, housing, and safety. I'm running for Congress to continue to serve because the people of St. Lucie, Martin, and Palm Beach counties deserve a voice in Washington. I'm running to make sure the power goes back to the people. I'm running to make sure that the people of this district have a representative that represents them and not the interest of big corporations and foreign lobbies. The people of Florida 21 will see significant impacts based upon the legislation that was just passed with a vote of our current congressperson. These cuts include cuts to health care, cuts to food assistance, cuts to housing assistance, and many more impactful things that will affect the residents here in Florida 21. Politics needs to go back to the people, not to the corporations.
Okay, well, there's Bernard Taylor. Man running for Congress in Florida's 21st. And hopefully, if you're there, you found that compelling enough to go vote for the man. An EMT who's been going around saving people's lives is now hoping to make America better. I bet his legs are skinny. What is this, some sort of Hassan? This feels like a very Hassan coded. This feels very Hassan coded. But he's got tiny legs. He's got a tiny head. Sounds very Hassan coded. Not gonna lie. Okay. Look at me, I'm in top chat. Yes, you are. Good job. Okay. Let's move along to Florida's 22nd district. We got another pretty good candidate here as well. Well, the only reason that Bernard Taylor doesn't get the full Galactic endorsement, he's so close to it. I almost feel like I should. But, you know, he doesn't call Israel a genocide. And that's one of the few galactic necessities around here. At least it tends to be. Shit. Shutting up. Who was it? Yes, Acacia Early. Acacia Early, she's running in Florida's 22nd. Looking to take Lois Frankel's old district. Here is Acacia on... What is this? Whatever it is.
Facing incarceration to becoming a leading attorney in Florida. She's achieved many firsts, including securing over 300 dismissals and being one of the most influential attorneys in the state. My guest today is a multi-award-winning American litigator of Jamaican heritage, legal analyst and community advocate, Acacia Early. I'm Archibald Gordon. This is Profile.
I think this is TV Pay. I'm just realizing what this is. I'm just realizing. I think this is a Jamaican station. It's like one of the only Jamaican stations that exist that I subscribe to. I don't know how I didn't notice that when I first watched this.
Acacia Early, welcome to Profile.
Thank you for having me.
It's absolutely our pleasure, especially given this record, and I want to share it with people who may not be as familiar with you. Jamaican-American litigator, so born in Jamaica, now based in the United States, based in South Florida in particular, known for courtroom expertise and cross-examination skills, and recognized as one of Florida's top female attorneys, over 100 trials handled, and we talked about the fact that these 100 trials were handled in 10 years roughly, or just about 10 years, approaching 10 years I should say, secured over 300 dismissals, notable for a record-breaking murder case dismissal in 9 days, raised in St. Catherine, Jamaica, and Bronx in New York, and parents emphasize education and training, which we'll talk a little bit about. But you've also faced your own challenges in the United States with the justice system, faced incarceration during college for felony embezzlement, and you turned your life around with this story that you're going to be sharing today. So let's talk about, first, when you hear all of this, you listen and you hear the story, you hear me reading it out, what do you think?
I think that I've come a long way. And so my dad was actually born in St. Catherine, came here and met my mother in Bronx, New York. And I just had the best of both worlds, the best of both cultures. And it was a perfect marriage and blend. And part of that is what instilled my confidence, but also my hard work ethic. So just like you said, both sides of the criminal justice system.
And you say your father in particular, Rastafarian.
Through and through.
When you say through and through, explain what.
Okay. Rastafarian dad. A woman who completely turned her life around. Kezia Early. Woman with her law degree and tried more than 100 cases as an accomplished trial attorney. Now in a head-to-head race in the Democratic primary in Florida's 22nd district against a woman by the name of Pia Dandia. Florida's 22nd is over here, Boynton Beach, West Palm Beach, Delray Beach, a little north of Boca Raton. Here's our website. Policy platform here. Fighting for the people. Lower the cost of living. Affordable health care. Protect Social Security and Medicare. Reform property insurance and hurricane preparedness. Housing affordability. Public safety and school safety. Lowering taxes and supporting small businesses. Support tax relief for working families and small businesses. She's got some pretty good policies here. Not perfect. No Medicare for all or universal health care. She wants to do a bunch of stuff that would hopefully lower costs. A lot of platitudes, unfortunately, but it was a one-on-one race. You got two candidates here. It's between Kezia and Pia. Honestly, feel free to do your own research, but I do think Kezia's technically got a better platform. One that we can try and hold her to more than Pia. That's really what it is like, I'm just looking for, like, even on platitudes, I'm like, all right, at least if you have the platitudes, we can try and hold you to those platitudes, right? Even if it's not actual policy proposals. Be like, well, you promised to lower healthcare costs. Are you doing that type of thing? You know, and she's making promises, at least. I'll give her that much. But it is fairly platitudinous. But none of these races have perfect candidates. We have good candidates. We have great candidates. In some cases, we have bad candidates. But no perfect ones. Whoa. What the fuck? What is happening? My freaking soundboard just went insane. This is one of the problems. This is one of the reasons why I need a new mic stand. The one I have is on the ground. I have to like straddle the thing while seated. And it makes my ability to move around here. Speaking of which, I do have a new mic stand that would attach to my table rather than the ground. Which would make my life so much easier. Yes, I know it doesn't look like it. It looks like I have a normal microphone. It's merely an illusion. I have a normal microphone, but not a normal microphone stand. In fact, really technically, for this game, it's not really a normal microphone either. It's an audio recording microphone. Not a podcaster mic. As I come from the world of audio and music, I have to reload my goddamn soundboard. No, do not do that. Thank God I didn't do that. I like that I'm yelling at myself. Okay, I gotta reload this. Because I kicked my cord, and then it had a freaking meltdown. Which it's often doing. Every day the AI changes something on your phone a little bit. This is why I don't update my operating system. If you don't update your operating system, they can't put the AI on your phone. I know you can't do that now. It's gone too far. I'm just saying, in theory. This is why we don't update our phones. Because they insist on putting in... It's nonsense. Holy cow, I am so hungry right now. I need food super bad. I'm still waiting on my snacks that somebody ordered me on Throne the other day. Was it Thursday or Friday? Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, I got sidetracked by my freaking... my soundboard having a little tantrum. Just realizing I haven't even taken a break or attempted to feed myself. Not that I'd be able to do a very good job of it right now. Take a break? 6 hours in. We're 6 hours in. I'm planning to end the stream in a couple hours. I'm not taking a break now. Planning to end this nonsense in like 2 hours. Taking a break now would, in my opinion, be rather weird timing. All right, let's move on from the 22nd District and Casia early. Up next on my list is Victoria Doyle. Victoria Doyle, who is running for Congress in Florida's 23rd. Here's Victoria 11 months ago on her YouTube channel.
But I want to introduce you to somebody who doesn't know that I'm going to introduce her. This is Victoria Doyle. And as we talk about change and messaging and our rights being taken from us, I think it's really important that you meet her. Can you just sort of set the stage where you are?
Hi everybody, it is so great to be here and see you. I'm Victoria Doyle and I decided to run for Congress in Palm Beach County, which is District 22. I'm doing so.
Hello and welcome to my website. You can click on the tabs to see my...
Not seeing a fight that we can be proud of has upset me to no end, as I'm sure it has you. I see Congress people making wonderful speeches, but it's always one person here, one person there, piecemeal. I want to see coalitions. I want to see 100 Democrats on the steps of the Capitol every night after work, filling us in, telling us what they're going to do, and suggesting to us what we can be doing. Where are the coalitions? Where's the power? They have power. They are not using it. Donald Trump is taking power from Congress and expanding the executive branch, as you know, every day of this presidency. And it is disheartening and disappointing, and I think we need to vote some people out and put some new energy in there and step up this fight.
Get some new energy in there, says Victoria Doyle. Yes, indeed. Victoria's got a fancy website here. Their own talking avatar. Although I muted it.
Here or donate to support our grassroots mission to truly fight for change.
Yes, she's got a, I kind of like that addition. It's a fun little pop-up friend, little pop-up Victoria. Yes, well, Victoria's got priorities in 2027 if she goes to the House. Ensure affordable, good quality of life. The wealthy must contribute their fair share. Companies, too. Fund and protect your Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and veterans' benefits. Restore a woman's rights over her own body. Healthcare that is affordable. Although she doesn't say Medicare for all, universal healthcare. Everyone in America should have access to healthcare regardless of income. Is pretty close. Strengthen and protect our rights. Meaningful reforms to political systems. Immigration reform and DACA protections. No abolish ICE here from Victoria, I'm afraid. I wish she would have gone further. But we have what we have. And technically now, this is Jared's old district. Let's not forget that Florida's 23rd is now what used to be essentially Florida's 22nd. Florida's 22nd used to be represented by Lois Frankel. She's now in the 23rd. Jared Moskowitz used to be in the 23rd. He's now in the 28th, I think. No, 25th. So Victoria is basically the only serious challenger to Lois Frankel, the incumbent establishment Democrat. I can tell you right now, she is better than Lois. She is drastically better than Lois. While I don't think her policy platform goes enough, it goes above and beyond what Lois is promising right now. And she's not taking a bunch of big corporate money either. And on those things alone, I am giving her the big galactic recommendation in Florida's 23rd. We got to get these incumbent Democrats out. Maybe it's a typo. Yes, wrong and sure. Probably right. This isn't grammar class, okay? But you're probably right. Okay. Let's keep moving through these Floridian districts, making big progress. We're almost at the end of this list. It's taken me forever. Florida's 24th district, currently represented by incumbent Democrat Frederica Wilson, who is dropped out of the race now, leaving it to about 6 different Democrats running in this race. My preferred candidate here is Oliver Gilbert. Let's go to Oliver now. To his announcement for congressional candidacy.
He wasn't going to say it this time. But listen, you all helped me in celebrating the man of God that leads this church, Pastor Arthur Jackson. He's right, you know, my dad told me I had to come see him. And I went to see him, and I thought I was meeting a pastor. I didn't know I was meeting my brother. And being led by him in this church has been a great pleasure of my life. And being a part of this church family has been a great pleasure for me. There's some folks, before I get into my remarks, that I have to acknowledge. My wife, Walkeria, is here. Y'all please give her a round of applause. My good friend, the mayor of the city of Miami Gardens, Rodney Harris, is here. State Representative Felicia Robinson, she's my cousin. She's been bossing me around since I was a kid, you all. She's here. And you all give a special round of applause to my Aunt Rose. She's in her 90s and she lives right down the street from Antioch. My family's been in this community for, I don't know, 70, 80 years. Give Aunt Rose a round of applause. I also want to acknowledge...
I'm going to skip past some of the acknowledgements here.
in Miami Gardens at Antioch Missionary Baptist Church with my church family. Now, I was raised by a teacher and a preacher. One taught me the importance of education. The other taught me that when education opens doors, you have to have real purpose to walk through them. Together, they taught me that faith without works is dead, and that God blesses you. If he blesses you, then it's your responsibility to actually bless others. I grew up right here, right here. I attended school right here. I went to Miami Norland Senior High School. I am a Viking. I graduated from the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, located on the highest of 7 hills in Tallahassee, Florida. I am a graduate. And I attended University of Miami and graduated from the UM Law School. I am a Cane. Oh, listen, I know you all might be Noel fans. Y'all gonna clap harder than that for you. No, I see a Gator fan there. I see two.
Okay. We'll listen to the end of that in a second. But this here is Oliver's website. Democrat running for Congress in Florida's 24th district. He's got a fairly good policy proposal set. I gotta say, I gotta give it to him. Gas is $5 a gallon, rent is half your paycheck, and every trip to the grocery store gets more expensive. South Florida families have had enough. It's time to put people first. Healthcare for all. Universal healthcare. Eliminate income taxes for working families. Families who are working hard to make ends meet shouldn't have to carry the same tax burden as billionaires. The IRS should be spending more time auditing the ultra-wealthy than scrutinizing an Uber driver's gas deduction. Stop ICE raids now. Our government has shamefully spent billions ripping families apart. They said ICE would only target criminals, but every day more and more hardworking people are being arrested and deported. Often leaving your children behind to fend for themselves or leaving the only country they've ever known. It's time to end funding for these shameful deportation policies and redirect that investment where it belongs, into our communities. Universal child care and pre-K, expand rapid transit, invest in jobs and business and job training, build small businesses. And he's got a bunch of actual policy proposals here that you can go through on healthcare, disability care, affordability on homes and shit like that. He's got a good policy set. The only thing that's lacking that I worry about is foreign policy, which is why he doesn't get the full galactic endorsement. Just a strong recommendation against the rest of the field. I'll let Oliver. Sorry, did I say Oliver? Yeah, Oliver. Wrap this discussion up.
That we have consistent means to use the gifts that God gave us to actually bless others. I would tell him that God's grace, it was God's grace that took that young boy who parked cars on 28th Avenue for people when they went to the Dolphins games and asked for $5 in a tip just to watch a car. It's that young boy who's running for Congress right now. I tell him that, Roosevelt, when we were in college and I was sleeping in my car, when I was homeless because I couldn't actually pay my tuition and my rent. I see the pastor, y'all. I see the pastor. Peripheral vision. When I was homeless sleeping in my car, it was God's grace. It was God's grace, because that's the young man who is before you now saying he's running for Congress. I would tell my dad that in the real world, it was God's strength that woke me up at 5 o'clock every morning to catch that bus to law school. And it was the protective force of the palm of his hand that brought me back home safely. I understand exactly who I am and whose I am. I understand that God places us on this place, in this planet, to actually serve. And I am here to serve. And it's not
Whoopsies.
office that says the bold don't live forever, but the timid don't live at all. So today I ask you to do something for me. I ask you to go boldly into a future where we can have better. Boldly into a future where Americans believe in America again. Boldly into a future where people, our kids, have an opportunity for a better life than we do. We owe it to them. A charge to keep that we have is to make this place better. That is not my charge. It is not your charge. It is our charge. And together, we will have that conversation. Together, we will walk down that road. And together, we will be successful. God bless you all. God bless Antioch. And God bless the United States of America.
There you go. There's Oliver Gilbert speaking to a congregation in Florida. Antioch, I think is what he said. Talking about his congressional bid. Florida's 24th, and hopefully he takes it down. Now to a race that we've talked about in the past, in Florida's 25th, currently represented by incumbent Dino Dem, self-described DeSantis Democrat, Jared Evan Moskowitz, now facing a primary against Democratic Socialist Oliver Larkin. Here's Oliver from 5 months ago. I know, it's two Olivers back to back. Don't... just vote Oliver in 2026.
In Florida, status quo leadership tells us to ask for little and expect less. They tell us Florida's not changing in our lifetimes.
We're 35 years into Republican rule. We may be here for another 70.
We deserve a representative in Congress who works for us, not special interests. What? A representative who fights for Medicare for all, a $25 minimum wage, and confronts the corrupt corporate influence over our politics. I'm Oliver Larkin, and I'm running for Congress in Florida's 23rd District. Born on the 4th of July to an Army family, I was raised with a sense of duty to help others. In 2016, I was a grassroots organizer for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. And in the years since, I've been a leader to help unionize my workplace with the Communication Workers of America, protect LGBTQ rights, and restore voting rights to over 1 million Floridians. But the work is far from over. Living in Florida has become unaffordable. Groceries have gone up, rent is through the roof, and millions of us are losing our paychecks to skyrocketing healthcare premiums. We need to tax the rich and reinvest in America. Billionaire greed is the paramount issue of our time, and we need more members of Congress who will fight for working-class Americans against the billionaire oligarchy. My opponent, Jared Moskowitz, is Florida's least effective Democrat. He's taken Trump's side with ICE deportations, became the first Democrat nationwide to join Elon Musk's Doge caucus, and has voted with Republicans to censure fellow Democrats. On top of that, he's taken corrupt, dark money from AIPAC and corporate PACs. And in Florida, he's made headlines for his stock trades with Marjorie Taylor Greene, his refusal to hold public town halls, and his appointments by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, twice. he's not helping you put food on the table or pay your rent. As a democratic socialist, I believe a better world is possible. I will work to abolish ICE, end regime change in Latin America, end the genocide in Gaza, and reverse Trump's billionaire tax cuts so that we can invest in America. My name is Oliver Larkin, and I'm running for Congress because an affordable South Florida is worth the fight.
Yeah, this is Oliver Larkin. I think he's got to be one of my favorite candidates in Florida. Incredible platform that he's running here against DeSantis Democrat Jared fucking Moskowitz. Terrible human being. And I would love to see Jared out, and even more, I think I would love to see Oliver in this district right here. Along the beach from Delray all the way down to Miami now. Formerly represented by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, now it's Jared Moskowitz just trading horrible establishment Dems. Feel bad for the 25th here, but you have an option, a great option. One fantastic option here in this primary. It's Oliver or Jared. Gotta go Oliver. Look at this, guys. Website. Holy cow. Endorsements up the wazoo from all of the best and brightest. Jamal Bowman. Malat Kiros. Nina Turner. Hassan Piker. Broward County DSA. Broward Young Democrats. Citizens Against AIPAC. Citizens Impeachment. Think Green, Vote Blue. Democratic Progressives of Florida. Democratic Socialists of America. Just the whole thing. Just the broadly the Democratic Socialists of America. Like, yep, this guy. Florida Rising. Florida Young Democrats. Every DSA organization in Florida. I didn't know there was one in Orlando or Pinellas, but there is, and and they are endorsing Oliver. Palm Beach DSA. Progressive Democrats of America. Progressives for Democracy in America. SEIU Florida. 1199 and FPSU. Tampa DSA. West Palm Beach SBWU. Everyone endorsing this guy. Look at his policy set in a second, but I got more clips. Here was Oliver at the debate, the Miami-Dade Black Caucus debate held, I think, last week between him and Jared Moskowitz.
25. And since we do not see, should I say his name? Yeah.
2 mics, 1 man. That's right. That's right. Oliver Larkin went to the Broward County Democratic Black Caucus, and Jared Moskowitz couldn't be fucking bothered. He's like, yeah, but do the black people matter in Broward County?
He was invited. But we don't have your opponent, Mr. Jared Moskowitz, here tonight. We're in the House of the Lord, y'all. We're in the House of the Lord. So we're going to keep it respectful, but we will make note that we have one candidate from Congressional District 25 present. Once again, Mr. Oliver Larkin. Now, when you show up, you get all the time. So he's going to take his time. So for your 2-minute introduction, tell us a little bit about yourself and why are you running. Let me just point out our timekeeper here. She's going to give you the 1 minute, she's going to give you a 30-second and a 10-second. All right? And please, when we ask you to stop, go ahead and stop. All right? The floor is yours, starting now.
Well, thank you, moderators, and good evening, everyone. How are y'all doing? My name is Oliver Larkin. I'm a Democratic candidate for Congressional District 25. Our district covers Delray Beach all the way down to Miami Beach, the coastal Tri-County area from southern Palm Beach all the way down to Miami-Dade County. As a proud son of Broward County, I grew up in the city of Fort Lauderdale, where I moved in 1996. Let's give it up for Fort Lauderdale. Moved to South Florida when I was 4 years old. My dad retired from the United States Army and got involved in political activism at an early age. When then Senator Barack Obama was running for president the first time around, I was 16 years old. We were at the height of the Great Recession, and I got involved knocking on doors, phone banking, and that's when I knew that I was a Democrat. I went to the Democratic, the DMV, and proudly got my driver's license with a pre-registration. But it wasn't really until the presidential election in 2016 that I became fully involved. I did some climate organizing in high school, but when I was graduating from college in the spring of 2015, I'd taken out a mountain of student loan debt. I was working a minimum wage job at a restaurant as a line cook, and I was so inspired by Senator Bernie Sanders' campaign that I quit that job and I drove to New Hampshire to volunteer. I spent half a dozen states, 11 months, campaigning for the political revolution of Medicare for all, universal child care, paid family and medical leave, the issues that I'm running on today. And I came home, I unionized my workplace with the News Guild, Communication Workers of America. I proudly worked on New Florida Majority's 2018 Amendment 4 campaign to restore voting rights to over 1 million Floridians. And we have tremendous need right now in our district, in our state. There is an attack on political representation, and we need present leadership that shows up, that is willing to hear your concerns, that is going to show up for you, which is why we've been having town halls. We had our largest ever canvass over the weekend with over 2,500 doors knocked with over 70 volunteers. So we're out here, we're organizing, and we are going to remain organizing and committed to serving this community on this campaign trail and once in office. So look forward to the questions tonight. Thank you so much for having us.
All right, we're going to get you to thank you.
Okay. So I got one more Larkin clip. So before we go to that, whoops. Let's look at some of Oliver's policies. Healthcare, democracy reform, economic justice, environment and infrastructure, immigration, housing, education, gun safety, foreign policy, veterans and military families, and the forever wars. Israel committing a genocide. He wants to end that too, as well as the illegal war in Iran, good old Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Condemns Russia's illegal war of aggression and believes the United States must facilitate some sort of peace process on immigration, wants to abolish and persecute ICE. Wants climate resiliency and better public transportation and utilities in Florida. Economic justice, $25 minimum wage, Medicare for all, right to abortion, and much, much more. Now, Oliver made a little appearance on Fox News the other day, which I thought was just incredible. But I'm going to let Oliver finish talking here at the Democratic Black Caucus of Broward County, and then we'll go to that clip. I really, if you can't tell, I really want Jared Moskowitz out and Oliver in. Oh, so bad. This guy is crushing it.
Is doing and protect TPS with a pathway to permanent legal residency and citizenship.
Thank you so much. Now, close this segment out and give you your final 2 minutes. I would love to throw in what distinguishes you from your opponent, of course, and why should people vote for you. You have 2 minutes in your closing statement.
It's very simple. I'm here. Where is he at? Where is our congressman? I went on Fox News last week thinking I might find him there because he seems more comfortable on Fox News than he is in the 25th district. I'm running against a Democrat, the first Democrat to join the DOJ caucus that has taken a gutting knife to the federal workforce, voiding collective bargaining agreements. I mentioned his support as the only Democrat in our state delegation to vote for the Laken Riley Act. Someone who is openly campaigning as a twice-appointed Ron DeSantis Democrat. What does that mean? Boo! So I'm here, and I'm going to continue to be here because I care about serving this community. I don't take a dime of corporate PAC money. I'm running a 100% grassroots-funded campaign, over 11,000 unique donors strong, and we're running it with an organizing culture that is going to endure beyond just one election cycle, because it's not just about showing up during election year. It's about doing the deep organizing work that is going to turn our state around and take it back from the Republican Party. So our community, our campaign is about bringing young people into the process. We just passed the July 20th voter registration deadline. We're bringing young people into the Democratic Party, getting them to change their affiliations from NPA to Democrat. We need to rebuild this voter registration advantage. We need to give young people and disaffected communities a reason to be Democrats and to see the possibility that the Democratic Party is the vehicle for social, economic, environmental, and racial justice in this country. And our campaign is proud to be at the forefront of that, building a movement in South Florida. So it's not about me. It truly is not. It's about everyone in this room, everyone on the campaign staff, and I'm going to continue to be here. Thank you so much for having me. www.oliverforcongress.com. That's Oliver, F-O-R, Congress.com. I'm sorry to Mr. Gilbert. I know we share a first name, but we got the URL first.
Yep, like I said, back-to-back Olivers in the 24th and 25th districts here. I'm just realizing that Oliver Gilbert must have been at that caucus meeting. Okay. Galactic candidates in the same room, apparently. Good to see. All right. Now to that faded Fox News appearance of Oliver's. Who better to go to for a little analysis on this Fox News appearance than the Majority Report?
Fundamentally, what's happening with the Maha stuff, I think, the subtext is not just about health. It is about sort of a sense of total distrust of institutions, establishment, media, doctors, science, all of it. A sense that sort of, I think at the next sort of layer up, not below that, is a distrust that is founded on the idea, this is the way that it presents itself in the context of medicine, is that it's just corporations who are trying to make a buck, always. News media just trying to make a buck, always. And that's where AOC had talked about that intervention.
Yeah.
Because that is a natural extension of many of the things that the anti-oligarchy tour and talk about.
It approaches a class consciousness and takes, or an emerging class consciousness potentially, and then
I'll be right back.
Towards charlatans and snake oil salesmen. I mean, that's what it does.
And yes, but you still have that anti-corporate sentiment that you can play off of.
Yeah.
And there is a conspiratorial, I mean, once, like you say, once you lose faith in all the institutions, rather than having a nuanced take on these things, which would involve a lot more work, frankly.
Fascists provide simple solutions. They always do throughout history, and a group to demonize, and it's a marginalized group usually.
And you also, then it's very easy for you to go down a conspiratorial wormhole, because suddenly all of those nuanced responses to the failure of institutions, right? Like, not every politician is a complete sellout. Not every media outlet is, providing only disinformation on purpose. There are systems that are set up largely driven by capitalism that are incentivized to do certain things in certain ways. It's all a very nuanced perspective that people can have. Or you can get the easy answer that is much more digestible, that there's a lot more conspiracy going on. And
Democrats need to identify villains to fill that vacuum.
Yes.
Like, yeah. The billionaires.
Exactly. This was pretty funny, though, because Fox News does not like to remind its viewers that Donald Trump has a bit of an Epstein problem.
Yeah, well, this question.
And we
really
should
walked
say,
into it.
the problem is significant enough for Donald Trump to want to make sure that his defense attorney, former, to be fair, Todd Blanche has not been his defense attorney since January 18th of 2025 because he's been working at the DOJ since the 20th of January.
Did you see in his confirmation hearing, he said, "I am his lawyer"? Was?
Yes. Was his lawyer. Well, it was his lawyer.
It's so good.
Here's Oliver Larkin,
who is running against Jared Moskowitz in Florida. This is this sleeper race.
Come on, Florida, lock in.
Come on, and Moskowitz did not. Moskowitz was not one of the 6 or 7 rotating villains on the NDAA. He's a little afraid to take that vote, and there's a reason why.
Also skipped a debate.
Mm-hmm.
And we can play number 7 after this for some
And here
CNC
is
compare
Oliver
contrast.
Larkin's probably first and probably last appearance on Fox News.
Yeah. What is the number that is fine with you? Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community?
Pause it for a second. Now, I don't know what the immigration community is, but I guess the theory is we should never have immigrants in the country because some immigrants, like some in every population, commit rape. Now, if the idea is we need to get rid of rape in society, it's going to take a lot more than getting rid of immigrants.
You know, like if there are.
Yeah, we might have to, I don't know, start with the Supreme Court, then hit the White House and the Pentagon. And I mean, we got Kavanaugh, Trump, Hegseth. I mean, we might have a problem outside of the immigrant community, as is being put here by that Fox News reporter.
A lot more than getting rid of immigrants.
You know, like if there are rapists in the immigrant community, like Fox News is very like keen to like emphasize. You know what will help with that is sanctuary laws, which allow people to come forward regardless of their documented status and say, hey, this person might become a problem. And by going against those kind of laws, Fox News wants those people to be unsurveilled.
I will also tell you, you can get rid of a lot of rape by jailing men before they commit rape. It would just jail all the men.
Yes.
But
more of a man problem than an immigrant problem.
Well, then there will be even more prison rape, which is also a problem that they never seem to care about, by the way.
But here is the Fox News guy trying to make it like
Daddies are more
we should
stronger
have
than
no
mommies.
immigrants because rape and crime exist.
Raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community.
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. They've sent APAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold accountable.
He's trying so
that are in control
hard.
of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much.
He's trying. First off, I love that Oliver can't be like bullied into shutting up, and he just keeps like once the question asked, he just railroads until he's done answering the question. Love that vibe. I just love how the Fox News anchor is trying his okay, got it, thank you, moving on, okay, great. He's trying his very best to just block out the sun over here, and Oliver's like not having it. What was that? What do you want to talk about? Sex offenders?
implicated by the Epstein files, that the Department of Justice is still not leaking, and they've sent APAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to
Mr.
hold
Larkin,
accountable the
thank you.
pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much.
Oh my God.
Easiest counterpunch in the history of counterpunching.
Totally.
Served on a platter.
And he gets impatient. That's what's funny is he's mad at himself. He's self-flagellating. I gave that to him. I blew it.
I blew it.
Yeah.
That's literally like it. It feels like Larkin was probably like 5 minutes away from being able to sort of unplug the entire satellite uplink for Fox News.
I know.
Like they were going to shut down the entire network
Shut it down.
for the day after that.
Shut it
So
down.
good. So good.
It was beautiful.
Shut it down. We got a 5-alarm fire over here. We got somebody saying too much truth on Fox News. We must end the broadcast. Oh, Oliver spitting hard over there on Fox News. Crushing it. I actually watched that whole interview. I thought about watching more of it, but it was like I'll get too caught up. I gotta let the majority report cover this, or I will just sit here talking about this for like an hour. Oh, because he decimated them. He decimated them and obliterated them. He made them look very foolish over on Fox News. That was just a small clip. All right, up next in Florida's 26. That's right, we still got 3 Florida races. Actually, I almost forgot. There's a Senate and a gubernatorial race. 2, I gotta quickly go over 2. Florida's 26th district. Up next, Nicole Laughlin, looking to represent you, Florida. Nicole, go.
I'm Nicole Laughlin. I'm a lawyer, and I'm running for U.S. Congress in Florida's 26th district because Americans deserve leaders who tell the truth, follow the law, and put people first. Right now, our leadership is failing. In South Florida and all across this country, people are asking, how am I going to make ends meet? Everything is too expensive, and it just keeps going up. Rent, groceries, gas, healthcare, all rising fast.
Oh,
snap. That's not a personal failure, it's a leadership failure.
Let's go, dude. Did it. We did it. We did it before it even happened. I'm over here. I'm looking for Nicole's website and getting that going. I'm looking through the 26th district race. It's been a whole 5 days since I looked through any of this. Sorry, Florida's 26, but it looks like the primary, at least for the House, is canceled. Because Nicole is going to the general. All other Democrats have now dropped out. There's a little green over here. By the way, Maxwell Frost, no primary either. He's another galactically endorsed candidate, one of the only ones. At least he was the only one up until right now. With a little green around their name before the primary. Look at that. Look at that. They got an update. No challenger. Whoopsies. No challenger. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Lovely. That's a win before we even get started. Okay, good job, Nicole. I don't know what you did, but you did it. Great job. Not a full endorsed candidate, I would say that. A strong galactic recommendation, but not a full endorse. But she was, I will say this though. I will say this much. Strong galactic recommendation. She's on the track A PAC, $0 from pro-Israel PACs, okay? Progressive Democrats of Florida, LGBTQ plus Democratic Caucus of Florida. It's all the same people that have been endorsing all of the other people. And guess what? Looks like Bernie endorsed her recently. Let's go. You see what I mean? She's the right one. Even Bernie thinks so, apparently. He got on before I could even give my full galactic recommendation. Bernie got in there and gave his full endorsement. So there you have it. And honestly, I think that gets it a full endorsement now. I wasn't sure about her, but with a Bernie endorsement, fuck it. What do I got? Oh, I'm more... I'm more choosy than Bernie? Come on. Ridiculous. I'll give her the endorsement. But she doesn't need it. She's going to the general. Doesn't even need it. Too late. Bernie beat me to the punch. Okay. I think we only got 2 more house races left. Actually, 1 house race left. Right, I forgot. 28th. Florida's 28th. No primary there. Phil going unchallenged to the general. And Florida's 27th. I got a galactic recommendation for you. Vote for Robin Peguero. Here's CBS Miami from 4 months ago.
This November, voters will decide which party controls Congress, but first, primary voters need to choose their candidate. Polling conducted by the group managing Elliot Rodriguez's campaign shows he has 43% support in his race for District 27.
But one challenger says don't cut him out just yet. Candidate Robin Peguero sat down with CBS News Miami's Lauren Pastrana to explain why he thinks he can flip the seat.
I'm ticked off with the direction of the country. I'm ticked off with my representative, Maria Elvira Salazar, who is not speaking up for people in our community, who is so beholden to one single constituent, that's Donald J. Trump, and not the rest of us.
At 40 years old, Robin Peguero may be a first-time candidate, but he's not new to the political scene. The attorney has served as a congressional speechwriter, spokesperson, and chief of staff, saying he's dedicated to public service.
Honestly, I think Peguero's going to win here. From what I can tell, he's of all the candidates I have here, he's fairly centrist. He's fairly centrist. A lot of platitudes in his agenda here, cutting costs. Doesn't mention Medicare for all, universal health care, anything like that. Just wants to defend the Affordable Care Act and cut prescription drug costs, which are fine. Those are fine goals, which I'm okay with and I support, but they don't go far enough, in my opinion. He also doesn't have endorsements from any of the... This is one of the only people that don't have endorsements from the people that I would want to see endorsements from. In fact, he gets endorsements from people I'd prefer he didn't get endorsements from, like Lois Frankel. And so, honestly, I'm fairly certain he's got it in the bag. But technically, I went through the candidates, and I do think he has the best policy platform. How that's possible, I don't know. But out of, how many was it again? Out of 2 candidates between him and is Robin Peguero or Elliot Rodriguez, he's the best candidate in my opinion here. They're trying to unseat Maria Elvira Salazar. It's a close, I think it's a fairly close race, but I think he's going to take it down. And he's got to wait, like, he's got a better policy set than the other guy. Somehow. I don't know how, because it's pretty bad. But the other guy is even worse. In my opinion, not gonna dally on that one too long. He's got a very loose galactic recommendation. And like I said, no primary on the 28th. However, we got a primary in Florida's Senate race and gubernatorial races. Angie Nixon running for Senate here. Let's go here to the Native Land Pod from 5 days ago. Get us started on Angie. Angie. Go.
And so then I went to go talk to the governor who decided to rubber stamp this for Donald Trump, and he had me arrested. This is authoritarianism, dictatorship, fascism, all in one, and it's disrespectful.
But Angie, let me ask you this. He had you arrested for what? What was the charge?
They said I was trespassing because I didn't leave. I didn't leave after they shut down the offices, and I waited. However, I'm a state lawmaker and I pay taxes. That's my office too. And so to tell me that you're gonna to arrest me now, and then they charge me with resisting without violence. It's a slap in the face. But we see this time and time again. We saw this previously, like you alluded to it back in the day. And so I have kids. I'm a Black woman. I'm always going to speak up for Black issues, and also speak up to make sure that people's voices are heard.
Yeah, and that was Angie Nixon there speaking on the Native Land Pod, talking about the, is this Bakari's? I've just realized that, okay. I didn't even realize he had a pod. I just see him on CNN all the time. Angie here, if I understand correctly, went and confronted the governor when they were doing the redistricting, when Republicans were trying to, gerrymander away Black districts in Florida. She went and spoke up and then got arrested for it, even though she's a state lawmaker, or was at least at the time. Now, she's got the full galactic endorsement here for Senate, which pleases me to say. When you take a look at her website, Angie for Florida, endorsed by a whole bunch of great people here. AngieNixon.com, by the way, if you want to find her. Maxwell Frost, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, all endorsing local leaders. And then a fuck ton of different organizations. 3 different SEIUs, 1199 and 32BJ, and the Florida Public Services Union. Black Voters Matter Action PAC. Progressive Democrats of Florida. Think green and vote blue. Track APAC. These are more of the same ones that have been endorsing almost every galactic candidate. U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights Action. Florida Rising, Jacksonville LGBT Chamber of Commerce, Florida Young Dems, and much, much more. Yes, indeed. Angie's got the priority set for you. A government that works for its people, not the corporations. Medicare for all, free child care, free paid family and sick leave, a national rent freeze and moratorium on evictions, universal jobs program with inflation-adjusted wages. She's crushing it. Nay, smashing it. Protect you from mass surveillance. I mean, I'm telling ya. Vote Angie for Senate, Florida. Do it now. Do it as hard as possible. I swear to God. Vote with all of your might. By the way, this is the race here. Over 3, 5, 10, 12. 12 candidates have withdrawn from this race. Angela and Alex Vindman are the only two left fighting here to unseat Republican Ashley frickin' Moody. Okay, one more clip from... Actually, I have two more clips from Angie. Two more clips. There we go.
This message is for retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Today I'm calling for a debate on August 4th before early voting gets fully underway. WJXT and WESH have already agreed to host. Florida Democrats deserve the chance to hear directly from the candidates asking for their vote. A primary isn't about who has the biggest campaign or the slickest ads. It's about showing voters what you believe and what you'll fight for.
Yes, indeed. And it seems that, at least as of the latest polls in the general, this is not the primary, this is the general, Nixon, as of July 20th, is at least looking better against Moody than Vindman is. Although neither candidate in these latest polls is beating incumbent Republican Moody. She is, as at least of the latest polls, doing better than Alex Vindman. Now, you know, it's not everything, and like I've been saying, I'm not trying to focus on general election electability arguments, but it's just like, I don't know, an important note, I think. All right, one last clip from Angie before we go to the gubernatorial and wrap this up.
Floridians are struggling to cover the basic necessities.
Florida, we have a problem. Corrupt politicians in D.C. are working for greedy corporations instead of fighting for the rest of us. All while things get more expensive and our paychecks stay the same. Enough is enough. Something has to change, and we can't wait any longer. I'm Angie Nixon. Too many hardworking people, families, and seniors in Florida are fighting just to stay afloat, while politicians in Washington tell us that things are just fine. But you and I know that's not the truth. Prices are up, rent is out of control, healthcare is too expensive, and childcare costs are destroying family budgets. I didn't grow up with a lot of money. I grew up in a family that worked hard and still struggled. So fighting for working families, it's not politics for me. It's personal. I know that working people in Florida are powerful and resilient. And when we stand together, we can change everything. That's why after graduating from the University of Florida, I stayed here and I fought for better wages, safer neighborhoods, fair housing, and affordable health care. It's why I decided to take on the machine in Jacksonville and won. And it's why I'm running to be Florida's next United States Senator.
Hell yeah, Angie, do it. Do it. She is doing it, and hopefully she goes all the frickin' way. All right, last candidate we're going to talk about tonight before we try and finish up the rest of the stream. Other things I was planning on talking about today, I might have to cut a few issues out so I can get some sleep today, get some things done. Let's go here to the Florida gubernatorial race, which is heating up. Heating up big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different candidates still in this race, with 8 already withdrawn from the Democratic primary. Over a dozen different people shooting their shot. Looks like a half a dozen are gonna, at least for now, be on the ballot on the 18th, although I'm guessing at least 1 or 2 more drop out between now and then. And hopefully, none of them are this lady. Dana Foster, looking for your vote here in Florida. Doesn't matter what district you're in. Dana for governor.
How are you going to fund all of this, right? And so what we want to do is look towards some of the areas within our policy pillars to see, okay, how can we close some of these loopholes? So first and foremost, as it relates to housing, for example, we want to close some of these loopholes as it relates to tax breaks for those that are wealthy. Also making sure that we're taxing the luxury non-resident properties, like so individuals that come and they have a resident and it's not their primary residence, right? We also want to make sure that we're increasing the corporate tax rate as well. Even if we increase it by 1 to 2 percentage points, that's an added $1 to $2 billion to our state budget. And so again, because I'm coming with this mathematical background, I have 2 degrees in finance, so I understand the state budget to the T. It's about making sure that we are being fiscally responsible.
Yeah, someone with a finance degree. Looking to run Florida. Now, of course, gubernatorial races are not federal races, and we have to see them through the lens of the state itself. Right? Each state is different. Florida, no exception to that rule. But this is Dana's website, Foster for Florida. 6 days, 2 hours, and 1 minute and 9 seconds until early voting starts. Good reminder. Thank you, Dana. See, she's already keeping us informed. Look, Dana is great. See, she's already keeping us informed. Not only that, she's got quite a policy platform, including her 6 pillars. Economic opportunities for working Floridians. Affordable housing now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Healthcare that works for everyone. Immigrants make us stronger. No human is illegal. Gun reform for a safer tomorrow. Protect and fully fund public education. These are 6 things that are super, super important in Florida. So Florida is one of the worst when it comes to the housing crisis right now. Deeply unaffordable housing. Healthcare. DeSantis has defunded like all the state healthcare apparatus. Immigrants. Do I have to? Florida? Very large immigrant population there. And as somebody who watches the news for a living, they got a serious fucking gun problem. Gun violence problem. Oh, it's bad. All the time somebody's getting shot. At all times somebody is getting shot in the state of Florida. I swear to God. Like every day there's a new shooting. But she's got a whole bunch more policy proposals here that I think are genuinely what Florida needs, and to some degree just what America needs from its state governments. Go Dana Foster from Florida. She's the one for you. Check her out if you're at all skeptical, and if you want to give her your support, you can volunteer on our website, I believe. Get involved. All right, Space Fams, that's it on Florida. We did it. Great job. How long did that take? Like 2 hours? That's not terrible. 28, 30 different races, technically, if you don't count the no challengers. There's like half a dozen. Still a ton. It was like, I care deeply about democracy, which is why I do all this. But boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. I'm not getting paid enough. If it weren't ideological, I wouldn't be doing this. Let's just say that much. If I didn't have ulterior motives of getting in the max left candidates here in Florida or in any of the other states we're talking about here, I wouldn't be doing it. But it's my goal here in these primaries. Get max left candidates to the general. In each one of these primaries. Honestly, we're getting results. Let's be real. I'm not going to say it's me getting results, but we're seeing results seemingly from the efforts being put in by people like all those candidates, people that are volunteering for these candidates. And I assume people like you watching the stream right now getting involved. All right, I got to close these windows out. Switch over here. Holy cow. Like I'm going through two different lists today. Like I had a regular Saturn Day list and then remembered that I didn't do Florida halfway through the list and was like, no big deal. We'll do both. We'll do both. And then here we are. If you combine all of the videos, like from the two lists themselves, it's like hundreds of videos. Okay, all right, all those windows are closed. Now back to my 75 video list for the evening. That I'm only 25 videos through the way. Suffice to say, I'm afraid, Space Fams, we're going to have to skip a couple. I think we're going to do AI tomorrow. I think Sunday Fun Day is going to be big AI day. I've skipped AI talk 2 days in a row. And somehow the list for my AI stuff just keeps growing. Started off with just a few. Now I got like a bunch of disturbing updates on the AI. Whatever you want to call it. Situation. We're just going to have to hold on to that tomorrow. Because I promised somebody I would do something today in real life, down on Earth. So I have to leave the space station, get back down to Earth, do a thing, also somehow get sleep, figure out how to do all of the editing that I need to do today, and also do the Sunday Fun Day stream, which I still haven't put together yet. I mean, I have videos but I haven't watched any of them. Like, I've got lists for Sunday Fun Day, of course, but I haven't actually put together the stream. Like, I got a loose list. I got multiple loose lists running around all over the place on my YouTube channel, on my YouTube account, but they're not organized until I actually sit down and start organizing them. I haven't listened to them because I'm listening to what's happening today, not tomorrow or Sunday. I hold off. I hold off until like usually around this time, but I started late and now I'm going late today. I'm really fucking myself this week. I don't know why. It's like I'm a masochist or something. Like I just like punishing myself. I don't even know what I did that I feel like I need to punish myself like this. Maybe I just care. It could be I just care too much. You know, about you, Space Fams, about the future of the planet. The only livable, viable planet in this solar system. You know, this space station's really no long-term solution. The moon sucks. No air. No gravity. It's a disaster over there. We need the Earth and the genuine oddity of democracy, a political system not seen in this galaxy. It's really unique, and we should cherish it, protect it. All right, let's talk about the numbers. Let's get back to this list. for this show. Harry Emden. Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo.
Let's do it. Let's talk about these elections.
Trump is heading towards an electoral black hole. I feel like this is like one of those magician's tricks, right? Where the floor just falls out beneath you. And that is exactly what is happening with President Trump. Kate off on the side laughing there. Trump's approval hits record term 2 lows all out this week. You know, you mentioned the CNN poll, 34%. You think that's all? How about AP Newark? 33%. You think that's all? How about Quinnipiac University? 32%. So you look at it and you get 3 different pollsters all saying that Trump is hitting term 2 lows this week. In fact, Quinnipiac, I believe that is an all-time low for him. And the CNN poll, as you were mentioning, Kate.
I gotta say, Space Fams, I really love you. Where's my face? Why is my face gone? Ah, here I am. How did I not notice that I was missing? Nobody mentioned this. How did none of you mention this? Are we doing AI cats doing martial arts on Sunday Fun Day? Almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. I'm sorry to say. What I was going to say, though, is I love all of you. Numbers guy. Exactly. Numbers. We love numbers around here. Numbers make the world go around, as it turns out.
That is tied for an all-time low for him. So is there a bottom? It does not appear to be, to me, that there is a bottom for President Trump.
No bottom for President Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yes, indeed. Harry Emden is right. There doesn't seem to be a bottom. I think the bottom is 0. I'm fairly certain a 0% approval is the bottom. But maybe that's not so bad. You know, maybe if you just compare the president to other presidents, it'll look better. Wrong.
In the 21st century, you could see it right here, and I'm averaging CNN, Quinnipiac, and the AP. Look at this, approval, 21st century presidents. At this point in term 2, you average them out, you average out CNN, Quinnipiac, AP, you get 33% for Trump. Obama wasn't too hot to trot, but he was at least at 41%. How about George W. Bush? The Iraq War was raging on back then during the 2006 election. He was still at 38%. Trump is at the lowest of any president at this point in term 2 for a 21st century president. You have to go all the way back to Richard Nixon to find a lower approval rating at this point in term 2. And of course, Richard Nixon was resigning in about a few weeks at this point in 1974.
Yes, indeed. Donald Trump, the most unpopular president in the 21st century. Number 1. Number 1 most unpopular guy in American political history. Great job. Great job, sir. Really good job.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Thank you very much. I love you, sir. You're super duper unpopular. I wonder how unpopular he is in comparison to, I don't know, say Kamala Harris at this time in 2024. Harry?
Young voters are fed up, and they're taking their anger out on President Trump. We'll start off there. Take a look here. Voters under the age of 50 on Trump. In the fall of 2024, Kamala Harris led in our polling by just 3 points. Look at where Donald Trump is. He was within 3 points of Kamala Harris. Now his net approval rating on the year in the average of CNN polling, look at that, minus 41 points. That is a shift of 38 points away from the President of the United States.
Ooh, that's no good.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Batman. What a friendless loser. So true. So very true. Okay. Well, I wonder, what are the House races looking like, Harry? Tell me. How will voters under 50 be voting this November?
Because just take a look at these shifts. Okay, in the fall of 2024, the choice for House margin, Democrats were leading amongst those under the age of 50 by 4 points. Look at that lead now, though. Look at that lead now. It's more than 4 times that, a double.
4 times. 4 times. People under 50 prefer Democrats to Republicans now in comparison to fall of 2024. Oh, how the tides are a-shifting. I wonder in what other ways the tides might or might not be shifting. Perhaps in motivation to vote. Not just who you want to vote for, but whether or not you plan to vote. Whether or not you are feeling extremely motivated to leave the couch and or, you know, and go mail a ballot in or, walk your feet into a polling location and pull a lever or press a button on a voting machine. Actually, I don't think there's any more levers anywhere at this point. I think it's mostly the electronic machines now I'm aware of. But yeah, you get what I'm saying.
It's like bam off the screen, to quote Emeril Lagasse. And these are bam numbers. I mean, look at this. Voters under the age of 50, the choice for the House. Among the extremely
that's one of Harry's worst. If I had to rank them, that's got to be one of Harry's worst. Emeril Lagasse reference. What is it? 2012 or something? What year is it right now?
You know, you go back to the fall of 2024, Democrats only had a 2-point lead amongst them. Look at this lead now in the 2026 average. It's a 46-point advantage among the voters who are most likely to turn out because midterm elections have lower turnout than presidential years. The extremely motivated is a very key.
This is an insane fucking number, okay? This shows you how motivated Democrats are. I think this is a really important fucking number for multiple reasons. First off, people are 23 times more motivated than they were in 2024 to vote for Biden or at the time actually Kamala.
I'm staying in the race.
But this is what we've been saying is that Democrats have not been able to motivate voters at all. They completely failed in the fall. But now, all of a sudden, Democrats are 23 times as motivated as they were 2 years ago. And I don't think it's just Trump. I really, really don't think it's just Trump. I do think Democrats are, for the first time, feeling genuine optimism about voting. People being more excited about electoralism on the left than in quite a while. I think it's because we're seeing actual results, right? First off with Zoran, I feel like he got us started off. When you really think about it, we have to give Zoran credit in multiple ways, but including for 2026 and these primary wins that we're seeing right now, not from his efforts now, but from winning back in 2025. Right? The win itself, I think, motivated people. People like me saw what could be done. Saw what could be done with the right effort in places where we thought it was completely impossible to do these sorts of things. He did it. He proved it could be done. And we're like, oh, okay. Can we try this in other places? As it turns out, yes. As it turns out, very much yes. It seems like Democrats have been begging for this. Because here's the other thing. Is while Democrats feel 2,300% more motivated than they were in 2024. I love that that's not an exaggeration. That's literally what we're talking about. 2,300% more motivated to vote than they were in 2024. Democrats' numbers internally within the party continue to implode. And broadly, among all voters and within the party, Democrats, the DNC and Democrat incumbent establishments, popularity continues to implode. And to me, this is proof of the fact that if you put out the right messages, if you put the right candidates out there, rather than people who are going to go out and triangulate to Republicans and bring Liz Cheney out and hug fucking Mark Cuban, Mark Cuban, who the fuck is that? Mark Cuban and whoever else, and shout joy, and we fixed everything already, even though nothing was fixed and we were still funding a genocide. You know, but literally anybody better than that, and it will motivate people to come out and vote. It's crazy, right, J-Bo? It's amazing. When politicians talk about good policy, suddenly people are like, oh, we should go vote. It's weird. It's weird. How does that work? That's so strange. I'm so confused. Oh, I'm so very confused. How is this possible?
New York, Pennsylvania, you go out to Colorado. Well, it's no longer just in the urban areas anymore, at least according to the casualty prediction markets. We got a Wisconsin Democratic primary going on. We got Hong, who is running, who is now, in my opinion, the clear favorite to win that Democratic nomination. She's a Democratic socialist. Her chances up like a rocket. On June 30th, it was just 41%. Now a 96% chance to be the Democratic nominee in Wisconsin. A Democratic socialist, according to the casualty prediction markets.
Oh, you know it's for real. Look at that, though. Everybody accepts that this is the movement of the Democratic Party now. Anybody not on the train is being left behind or left holding on for dear life as the train takes away from the station. And guess who's most motivated right now among voters?
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Is socialism the antibiotic needed for the STD that is the fascist Republican Party?
It could
I
be.
mean, Trump seems to be like
Motivated
herpes.
to vote. Just take
he
a
just keeps coming back.
It does feel that way a little bit. Columbia Rican, I must agree with you. But guess who's feeling most motivated right now among all voter sets? As it turns out, it's Democratic Socialists in America. Yes, indeed. Oh, shit. My trackpad just died. Oh, that's annoying. Hold on. I'll be right back. Here, watch Harry. By the way, look. 41% of Democrats now identify as Democratic Socialists. Almost half the party self-identifies openly as Democratic Socialist. And 20% of Democratic-leaning independents, even. All those independents we were going to win over with Mark Rubio, I keep calling them different names. Marco Rubio, Mark Rubin, Mark Cuban. Oh my God. All those voters we were going to get over with Mark Cuban and fucking Liz Cheney. 1 in 5 identify as Democratic Socialists. Oh, those right-leaning independents, huh? They forgot about the left-leaning independents, apparently. As always. But, as it turns out, Democratic Socialists are shockingly the most motivated to vote this year.
And are they voting? Like, what about turnout?
Yeah, what about turnout? Motivated to vote. Just take a look here. Okay, Dem-leaning voters voting in 2026, extremely motivated. 66% of Democratic Socialists self-identified say they're extremely motivated to turn out and vote. That is higher than the 57% of all others of Dem and Democratic-leaning voters. So these are people who turned out in 2024, and they are extremely motivated to turn out in 2026. These are regular voters. They come from inside the tent. These are not infiltrators. These are Democrats who have been voting Democratic for a long period of time.
And this isn't just about a label, you think, either.
No, it's not just about...
Yes, see, this was my favorite quote of the night. So we're going to listen to it at least one more time. I just want us all to hear that. You know, because we've been forced to listen to people like James Carville and John Fetterman, all these other fucking turds be like, the party, These are not Democrats. These aren't Democrats. These are Democratic. These aren't actual Democrats. Can you hear that one more time, please? Harry. Thank you.
Self-identified say they're extremely motivated to turn out and vote. That is higher than the 57% of all others of Dem and Democratic leaning voters. So these are people who turned out in 2024, and they are extremely motivated to turn out in 2024. These are regular voters. They come from inside the tent. These are not infiltrators. These are Democrats who have been voting Democratic for a long period of time.
And this isn't just about a label,
my God. That is my favorite quote of the entire fucking night. These aren't people from outside the tent. These are Democratic voters who refused to vote in 2024 for the genocide and the bullshit platitudes and triangulations from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. These are all those people. It's incredible. These are all those Democratic voters. Where were they in 2024? Well, they were waiting for actual tangible change, actual solidarity and a vision for the future. Now they seem to have it. They are extremely motivated. Ugh, God, is that my favorite fucking quote from Harry for like the year. Oh, these are coming from inside the party. They're not infiltrators. Exactly. Like I was saying before, it's all the elephants in the circus tent that we need to get out. It's all the James Carville or whoever's calling it clowns in the tent. I'll take the clowns. Or who was it? It wasn't James Carville. It was Bill Maher saying clowns in the tent. I'll keep the clowns. Get rid of the fucking elephants like Bill Maher and John Fetterman and all these fucking fake ass Democrats, dinos, Democrats in name only, that are constantly hugging Republicans and voting right along with them in Congress. Sick of it. I'm done. Tent can't have all the elephants take up a lot of space. You know, clowns, you can fit so many clowns into one clown car, you know? It's just more equitable when you think about it. Exactly. Send in the clowns. I'll take the clowns over the elephants all day in this fucking circus tent. All right, let's go here. One more, and then we're going to move on from U.S. politics entirely. Kinda.
This I found to be a really interesting poll. We're getting close to 8 points. And from what I read, a 7-point spread, if we see it in the balloting, means that the Democrats have a good shot of taking the Senate. This is, we're extrapolating here and whatnot. So, but...
And the races that would have to go our way, as a reminder for people, it would have to be Maine as a flip. It would have to be Texas as a flip, Alaska as well.
Well, I mean...
Ohio.
We could see Ohio go. We could see there's some talk of like Iowa and Nebraska. I mean,
Obama
independents.
Just endorsed in Iowa as well.
Independents. You have a couple of independent candidates. There's a lot more pickup opportunities than anticipated, and certainly the ones that they thought that there was a chance of a flip to the Republicans, not happening at the moment. Georgia in particular, North Carolina's looking good too. Yep. So we'll see. But this poll was specific about the way that people perceive the parties. And I found this interesting. Democratic Party, party of change by 10 points right now. Now, the biggest cohort for most of these questions was neither party. So you have a very disillusioned American public, which is obviously very problematic.
Yes, I mean...
but keep this up there, because I want people to look at this. Party of change, 31% for the Democratic Party, 21% for the Republicans. Every election now is a change election. Donald Trump won in 2024 because Kamala Harris, amongst other issues, Obviously, the Gaza stuff weighed heavy. But she was projecting stability, democracy. Well, I'm even traveling around with a legendary Republican icon, Cheney, to make it clear to you people that we are the establishment.
We are the status quo. Vote the status quo back in. It's so good. Joy is what we were told over and over again. You should have joy because things are so good because the U.S. is funding a genocide. And you can afford everything in your life. And if inflation's totally not a problem. We solved it.
We are the institutions. In fact, there's not going to be any daylight between me and Joe Biden. There's going to be so little change. That is a mistake because every election now is a change election.
Exactly. It was a huge mistake. And that's being evidenced by all the numbers now, right? It was a huge, massive mistake. And you look at the numbers now, like the ones we were just looking at, and it's quite clear that people are finally excited about politics, but it's not because of the incumbent Democrats continuing to try and do the same thing. It's about the new wave of energy that's entered the party, you know? Honestly, Democrats should be thankful. Democrats should be thankful that rather than completely poo-pooing Democrats and helping to revitalize this dead party and doing their own thing, a third party, which technically could have been done in theory, although it would have been technically more difficult also, and would have been more complicated too in the general. And so DSA-backed candidates, leftist candidates, played the game. They played the game, and they got into democratic politics. They played along. If anything, they're revitalizing the Democratic Party. Whether or not the Democratic Party wants it, they're doing it. And if anything, they're saving the Democratic Party. It was looking like it was going to die a year and a half ago. Hassan covered the Bill Maher rant. We covered the Bill Maher rant. we covered the Bill Maher rant hours ago. Many hours ago now, before we got into the Florida elections and all this other stuff. Suffice to say, more and more people are turning away from the partisan politics because neither party is offering them anything aside from extremism. And that's what's winning right now, right? If you looked at that graph, just go back to it real quick. If you look at this fucking graph that Emma and Sam are looking at here, at the very bottom, it's extremism. Can things get done? Party that fights corruption, cares about people like you, party of change. The very bottom here, party of extremism. And on that, Republicans win, hands down. People aren't all that undecided about that one. Pretty clearly decided that it's Republicans who are the party of extremism. A lot less undecided. That's the biggest number on the board aside from the undecideds up here. So everybody agrees Republicans are fucking extremists. Racist, bigots. They don't hide it. Everybody knows. You miss all the good stuff when you're sleeping? Well, you're a European viewer, if I recall. One of our many European viewers. That's why it's so great that, after the fact, you can go back and rewatch the streams. They're posted on YouTube and Twitch, and you can watch live. And then later you can go back and rewatch what everybody else watched. Oh yeah, do you hope Bill Maher is okay? He's not. Suffice to say, Bill Maher is not okay. He's doing bad. All right, I'm afraid we gotta skip a bunch of stuff just for my own sanity and ability to sleep, feed myself, and do work for the stream. For the elections and tonight's stream, I unfortunately have to skip a whole bunch of stuff. It's kind of bugging me right now. Actually, I'm a little bit perturbed by my timing. But I just have to make sacrifices somewhere, and I'm bad at that sometimes, like knowing where to make the sacrifices, and instead just sort of saying, oh, we'll just do it all. Why sacrifice when you could do it all? But that's always just a lie that I'm telling myself, I think. I'm realizing that more and more as I continue this sort of self-propelled profession of mine. I'm realizing that sometimes I have great ideas. In fact, sometimes I have great ideas for the systems with which to get those ideas facilitated. But due to my severe ADHD and also my financial situation, which is constantly adding extra layers of stress and wearing at my mental capacity, time, and other things like that, I struggle. I know it's some combination of those two things. It's my finances and it's my severe ADHD that struggles to actually implement things that I want and or know that I could if I just had unlimited time. I don't have unlimited time. I feel like I need a whole team of people, not just, all of you posting, clips and stuff in like the Discord, but like a genuine team of people to do the thing that I do effectively. Feel like I need like galactic interns or something. I would feel bad not paying people for things beyond modding. I feel kind of weird. Like, like I feel like I need a galactic clipper for all the streams and a whole host of other jobs at this point. Who was the necromancer that resurrected James Garville? I don't know, Dr. Frankenstein? GSL GNN by ADHD people for ADHD. Okay, that's funny. Okay, that's just funny. Look, I think for an ADHD person, I get a lot done. Okay? When you think about it, I do a fuckload of research every day. The fact I'm able to pull these streams together every 5 days a week and still manage to keep my life just moderately together, I think is a real accomplishment when you think about it. Since I'm doing it all on my own. A single man with no resources. All right, we're gonna move on to the environment. For time's sake, I am just gonna... I'm gonna skip so much shit right now. I feel very bad about this. Don't worry, we'll get to this at some point this weekend, I swear to God. Just can't today. Got a lot on my plate this Sunday that I gotta do. Where it's all over. And I regret all of my life choices. Alright, let's talk about the climate. Which, of course, is getting bad. One of the reasons for that is, of course, climate change. This year, in particular, not just climate change, but a climate change-fueled super El Nino in the Pacific. Which could be the worst one on record, if scientists are correct.
In April 2026, something extremely rare happened in the Pacific Ocean that could potentially alter the course of history. Twin cyclones formed on opposite sides of the equator, disrupting the trade winds and setting off a chain reaction that may just trigger the strongest El Nino in over a century. Reports of a coming super El Nino began flooding the media, along with comparisons to likely the strongest one ever recorded in 1877. By some accounts, the 1877 El Nino reshaped the world politically, and it's been described as arguably the worst environmental disaster to ever befall humanity, killing over 50 million people, or 3% of the entire world's population at the time. I mean, how is that even possible? Well, today we're digging into what really happened in 1877. And because this year's El Nino is playing out in a completely different world, I wanted to know if the 1877 El Nino really was that devastating. Could something like that happen again? When you have
Oh boy, thank you, Maya. Oh, as you can see here, according to this graph which PBS has furnished us, sea surface temperatures are higher than they were back during the event. Here, back here, you see this 1877. That's where this surface temperature anomaly happened in our oceans. And now, 150 years later, we are exceeding it in this latest El Nino period, and it does not look good. Oh no. Oh no, it does not look good. And we're seeing the results of that firsthand across the planet already. We've only really just begun on the El Nino. We've only just begun to live. All right. Let's go to Europe, where things are getting a little weird. Sorry, America, but you're getting skipped because we've already talked about America all night. 7 hours. Seems a little selfish, don't you think? We're not the only ones on the planet, as it turns out, and boy oh boy, are we making an outsized impact on the planet. We are, of course, the #1 fossil fuel emitter fossil fuel user and carbon emitter per person on the planet. Having an outsized effect on the planet, this environment, one which is collapsing in front of our eyes. Literally. Here's Greenland.
У берегов Гренландии
Earlier this
перевернулся
week.
дрейфующий в арктических водах айсберг. Подобные повороты обусловлены таянием подводной части айсберга из-за более теплых океанских течений.
Oh my fucking god, it's collapsing. It's all coming down. We've been talking about the Doomsday Glacier, a little north of Greenland. Sorry, what am I talking about? No. Far south of Greenland, what am I talking about? No, it's the Antarctic. It's the Antarctic. What am I talking about? No, I'm right. In Antarctica. Wait. No, that is the south. My brain is so fucking broken today. I've been going for too long. Right, the Thwaites Glacier, which is Antarctica. Had to look it up. Had to look it up for a second there. I couldn't remember which pole the Doomsday Glacier was on. But yeah, just a little north here, the Doomsday Glacier's been having some serious problems. And as you can see, Greenland's ice also a bit unstable right now. Massive iceberg calving over here. A lot of movement happening in the waters. Feels rather foreboding in this moment with all of Western Europe on fire. Here's global news from yesterday.
Across southern Europe, some residents are returning home after wildfires forced them to flee, while others are being evacuated as new flames erupt. In France, a fire in the Vaud region has reignited, sending nearly 2,500 people from their homes as firefighters battle extreme heat and strong winds. Greece is also fighting multiple wildfires, with villages evacuated near Athens. In Spain, some residents are returning home after earlier evacuations, with fires brought under control, though several hotspots remain active.
Yeah. Like I said, much of Western Europe on fire right now. UK, Spain, France, Italy, Sicily, even across the Mediterranean in Western Africa, Tunisia, Morocco. I think the Western Sahara too.
Realmente es muy duro ver la devastación del incendio.
Πολύ δύσκολη, ειδικά η σημερινή ημέρα.
The situation is extremely hard today, especially today, because we have really strong winds, gusts exceeding 73 kilometers per hour. The direction of the fire can't be determined easily.
Κατεύθυνση ανέμου που δεν μπορεί να προσδιοριστεί εύκολα.
Our brothers, the firefighters, are all the ones fighting the massive battle. Wow, Erica Kirk in the chat, very upset about the use of Charlie Kirk's likeness in unintended ways she finds distasteful. That's very upsetting, Erica. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, big sad. Big sad over that for you. That seems rough. Let's go here now. Reuters 6 hours ago. In Greece, where heavy winds are continuing to fan the flames of wildfires, which are rapidly growing. Images like this now becoming commonplace. Literal inferno.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Πολύ δύσκολη, ειδικά η σημερινή ημέρα.
The situation is extremely hard, especially today. We have really strong winds, gusts exceeding 73 kilometers an hour. As the firefighters are the ones fighting the massive battle.
This is wild.
Τα αδέρφια μας πυροσβέστες.
Well, it's everything's on fire or underwater season, and right now everything's on fire. Right now, everything's on fire, and it seems like it's only going to get worse. Seems like it's only going to get worse, I'm afraid, Space Fams. Now, right next door. From Greece to Turkey. Turkey, as they say. Raw video capturing the latest wildfire outbreak there. Another massive blaze, rapidly growing out of control. In another Mediterranean forest. Yay! No. No, wrong. We don't clap. We don't clap. We don't clap out of irony. Ah, everything's terrible. most un-American take you've ever heard? What did I say now? What did I say now that was so anti-American? What now have I done that is so America last, according to you? For the love of God. All right, let's talk about this situation, which has been unfolding over the last few weeks. Really, when you look at it, over the last few weeks, there's been an unfolding situation as things in Europe have continued to get hotter and hotter and more oppressively hot.
That's hot.
Yes, very hot.
So hot right now.
And along with that heat, of course, have come all of these fires. But there's another thing going on. With heat comes fire, sure, but also dryness, drought, lack of water, groundwater especially, because just continuous, never-ending evaporation not being replaced by any rains. Eventually, you start having things like reservoirs, lakes, ponds, streams, estuaries, and other things like that. Even rivers. Large, small body water alike here in Europe are doing just that. They are drying out, and they're drying out fast. They've been doing it over the last few weeks. We've been keeping track of this. I figured I would remind everybody of how dry Europe is getting. Starting here in the Netherlands, of all places, from 2 weeks ago, where houseboats normally resting on local estuaries are instead resting on dry riverbeds.
Nou ja, normaal staat het water tot daar zo'n beetje.
Well, normally the water comes up to about there, and of course a few times a year we also get high water, and then it floods right over the top, so we have that as well. In summer, we always go through a period of low water, and the sandbank out in front appears. It changes every year because the water shifts back and forth and flows in and out, so it's impossible to predict in advance exactly what it will look like. A few years ago, they dredged everything beneath these houseboats, so we're actually sitting fairly level. We're now tilted a little bit, but you notice it from things like cupboards staying open or doors all swinging in the same direction.
Now, when she's talking about the dredging, this is something they do in estuaries like this that are have fairly populated. It's like you go through like the canals and little streams and rivers and creeks and whatever else with like a series of boats and whatever else you can get in there to remove like silt buildup, because rivers are natural like purveyors of like, what do you call it, like conveyors, I think that's the right word, purveyor is the wrong word, conveyors of silt from one location to the next. It's how we started farming, right? But like naturally, like these things move sediment, plant debris, and whatever else, and so they got to go through and sort of dredge all of that out. But even with those efforts, these beds are so dry, leaving these people in a bit of a lurch. Literally. The Netherlands is known for being there's a lot of water in this region. I don't know if anybody's familiar, but it's like the land of 1,000 canals, you know, and like little like rivers. It's a wonder that it's not underwater from the ocean. So for them to be out of water in the estuaries is a little concerning. All right, now to the The great Danube of Bulgaria, right? Originating in Germany. That's right. And then goes all the way through much of Europe, all the way to Romania, emptying into the Black Sea. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Suffice to say, levels in the Danube, one of Europe's great rivers, are getting troublingly low. Historically low, in fact. That evidenced by videos popping up of sunken World War II vessels appearing out of the blue. Yeah, the waters are so low in the Danube. Old Nazi ships are now popping up literally out of the water that were sunk 80 plus years ago, 80, 90, however many years ago in the Danube. They're just now reappearing all of a sudden. And as you can see, the banks are like hundreds of feet. Actually, it's hard to tell exactly how far that is without like reference point. Could be hundreds of yards or meters for our European viewers. Like, it's hard to tell exactly how far in that shoreline is coming beyond where it should be. But usually where the plants stop growing is where the water stops on rivers. So this is deeply unusual, this random beach here, for a place like this. In fact, hold on, let's just take a quick look. Where is this? Is this Romania or Germany? I'm trying to go based upon what I'm looking at. I think this might be Romania. I'm just going to search Danube Bridge. Oh, there's so many of them. There's so many of them. That's not it. That's not it. What if I go double arc? That looks a hell of a lot like it. I think this is it. Bratislava, Romania. Oh, no, Slovakia. Bratislava, Slovakia. I think this is it. No, actually, that's not it. No, it looks like it. That's not it. All right, I can't sit here looking through bridge photos. There's too many bridges. Point is, I'm fairly certain that's an unusual occurrence right there. Gotta go check on your apartment? Go check on the apartment. Go like the wind, Colombian Rican. Look at that. Sandbars appearing out of the fucking blue. Yeah, you can tell the water levels are super low. From what I understand, a lot of these boats that you're seeing here are parked because they cannot operate in the normal functions that they normally do. Like these, we watched a video clip earlier this month, or actually not this month, last month, talking about like barges like this that carry, like transport goods along the Danube are like being reduced to 30% or less cargo. And that was, they were at 30% capacity. That was a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago, right? I think a lot of these ships are getting just parked, anchored, and they're just hoping they don't literally hit bottom, which is terrible for boats. Terrible. These things are supposed to float, you know? Boats are supposed to float. When they're not floating, they run into a lot of problems. Which is why they have like special like dry docking things that they do when you take a boat out of water. You know, you don't just leave it lying on the ground. It breaks. It's supposed to be, you know, it's not intended for all of its weight to be like resting on the what do you call it? The keel or whatever. Like it's not the engineering of boats is they're supposed to be in the water. Pretty sure those are ships? Okay. Okay. Are we going to do that game right now? You're looking at that bridge? What do you mean you're looking at the bridge? Like right now? Like in real life you're looking at it? Or what? Now, this may shock you. This may shock a lot of people here, but as it turns out, boats, as I mentioned before, not supposed to be in sludge either. Not supposed to be in sludge, like mud or land. But hey. They're doing both here, as it turns out. Look how far the water has gone out. That's wild. It can be a little hard to tell with these things until you see from the shore itself. Boy, oh boy. The water is supposed to be so much higher here. It's crazy. It is crazy. I mean, you can see the floating dock over here that's not floating and is instead on land. That's a problem. This water should be at least 10 feet higher or something like that, I think. Close to it. This is all wrong. Everything here is wrong. At least multiple feet, maybe not 10. Like 5? Like 5 feet higher? Grass is already growing in, though there's so little water in here. That's crazy. I can almost guarantee you that this grass you're seeing here is new growth grass. This is wild. All is all wrong. That's not what a marina is supposed to look like. That's not even a marina anymore. It's just a puddle. That's just a puddle with boats in it. That is just a puddle with boats in it. That's not how that's supposed to look at all. For more accuracy in water level. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy. So there's 30 feet of water missing. Or feet? Is this feet or meters? This is meters. Is that meters? That's meters, isn't it? Jesus Christ, you gotta be shitting me. No, wait. That's gotta be feet. How? It can't be. No. That can't possibly be meters. What is this measuring? 60 what? Fathoms? What are we measuring here? I'm trying to figure. Is that a meter? Can that possibly be a meter? I don't think it is. I think it might be in feet for whatever reason, even though this is clearly in Germany or someplace like that. I don't know why you would measure in feet in Europe. It doesn't look like a meter to me. Either way, it's either 30 feet or 30 meters below where the original water level of this reservoir is, I assume. Or is it the Danube? I can't tell. The stairs leading down here, you can see they're measuring from the second stairwell. I assume that's the original water level. That's wild. 30 feet or 30 meters doesn't matter at that point. That's just an insane amount of fucking water. But I would actually like to know. I wish I knew what the scale was there. More Nazi boats appearing out of the blue. Is it metric? Metric feet? I mean, what? It can't possibly be meters. It looks like too much. 100 feet? Is that 100 feet drop? Unfortunately, you can't see the whole thing. I feel like it'd be easier if you could see the whole thing. But it doesn't look like 100 feet to me. It doesn't look like 30 meters. It could be. It just doesn't seem like it. And there's no scale given, so I can't just assume anything here. It's one or the other. I have no idea. Honestly, like I said, though, it doesn't really matter. That's a shit ton of water gone. That is a shit ton of water gone. Because we're not talking about, like, 30 cubic feet of water. We're talking about, like 30 billion cubic feet of water. Right? Because it's like that 30 feet or 30 meters, right? 30 cubic feet, 30, translated over the entire region, I guess, right? Or something like that. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm struggling with it, but it's fucked. That seems fucked. I wish I knew more about this, like, one spot. I need more information about this spot. You think it's in centimeters? That actually would make sense. I guess that would make sense. 90 centimeters, what is that in inches? Oh, is it 100? So like 10 meters then? That would actually make a lot of sense. Which is 30 feet. Which is 30 feet. Honestly, we need to just standardize. We shouldn't be happy. We just need to standardize our systems of measurement on this planet. Okay? No more can we continue this madness. This madness. Oh. Metric. Freedom. Science has decided that metric is better than freedom units, so we should just all go to metric. It's breaking my brain. Can't you see it's breaking my brain? For the love of God. All right, back to more revelations seen this week. As a result of the continued evaporation of Europe's water. Prehistoric findings. That's how bad it's getting now. Yes, the water got so low in Bulgaria that prehistoric mammoth remains started popping up. That seems extra bad. When we start testing, like, you know, like whatever, like Ice Age timeline stuff, we're probably in a not good area. My guess, when ancient mammoths start just popping up out of the blue, probably not good. That's just my vibe. That's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. When mammoth jaws start popping out of the fucking Danube, I get a little concerned. I'm like, hey, are you sure we're not hurtling towards complete destruction of the planet? At least as it relates to humans? Okay. We already saw the Nazi ship. Okay. Yes. Now the United Kingdom is no exception to this drying, according to BBC as of Friday. Thursday? Friday. Thursday, Friday.
What does a drought mean?
Britain too, running out of water.
What does a drought mean for you? And is the UK running out of water? Well, I've been having a look at what's going on. This, first of all, could well be what your part of the UK looks like right now. If you have a garden, your lawn might even be a similar colour. Of course, though, it is not just about grass being brown. Some reservoirs have been low on water, which is used to generate power or even treated and supplied to you. At this time of year, some of this is expected, but summer so far has been exceptionally hot and dry.
Exceptionally hot and dry. Yes, indeed. Story of 2026. Yep. Let's not forget, it's not just humans who need water, but also the animals.
So far this summer, a few areas, including northern and western Scotland, have also been wetter than average, but many others have had a lot less rain than usual. In the driest areas, there has been less than 2% of the average July rainfall. We've also seen wildfires declared major incidents. When all of these factors lead to water supplies being affected and drought being declared, that can mean several things for you. A hosepipe ban. 7 water companies have one temporarily in place, impacting more than 20 million customers. Farmers have had to begin harvests early, with warnings of some crops failing and extra care needed for livestock.
No food for the cattle. The fields are bone dry.
We're on well water and the well's dried up, and we've got one spring going. I've been carrying water up from the local town up to help supply the cows and things. No, it's really getting really desperate for water now.
And that is not just a problem for farmers. Experts point to food security too.
Yeah, because of course farmers aren't just farming for fun. They are, of course, farming for you to eat the food that they're farming. And if they can't make the food, you can't eat. And that's a problem. I think we all agree on that. All right, one last clip. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 last clips to talk about the European heat wave a little bit more.
The extreme heat is revealing something unexpected beneath Europe's rivers and lakes. As water levels crush, history is rising from the depths. And some of the discoveries are linked to one of the darkest chapters of the 20th century. Take a look at these images.
Yeah, the music really adds to the vibes. It does feel like we're in some sort of final countdown moment, or if we don't do something soon, we're in some serious doo-doo. In fact, we may already be in that doo-doo. That's why we keep saying there's an imminent thing we need to deal with. It's not all completely binary, right? We can affect it. We can affect the climate, A, without fixing this, but also B, without completely collapsing into oblivion. We can pull ourselves out of this. We can improve our systems, how we create energy, how we transport ourselves around the planet, how we transport goods around the planet. We've talked about these solutions in the past. They have existed and continue, and people continue to come up with even more novel, innovative ways of doing the things I'm talking about here. We just have to embrace them. Stop allowing people to get to power who are explicitly intending to do the opposite of that, like Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
"19 minutes? What are we talking about 19 minutes for? Do we only have 19 minutes? I don't know if this is going to be done in 19 minutes. I mean, honestly, I'm going to be ending soon because I'm exhausted. I basically covered everything I have on the thumbnail or title. But not quite done. I'm going to have to save a bunch of this for tomorrow just so I can prepare for Sunday, do all of my election clips that I need to post, and do the one other thing I need to do today. God. Why are my lips so chapped right now? Maybe I'm not hydrating enough? That could be it. Okay. What am I doing? Right, one more clip. This one from Times World Now. These like YouTube clip channels. I think out of Europe. To more on this European heat wave. As the Danube River hits a record low in Budapest. Yeah. No kidding. Looks low. Looks really low. Yeah, this shit looks all wrong.
Gyakran járunk a Dunához kirándulni, évtizedek óta, nem csak Budapesten, máshol is. Pont inkább az ellenkezője volt látható nem egy esetben. Persze nem mindig volt árvíz, de ezen a részen ráadásul én még nem is voltam, valahogy úgy hozta az élet, hogy ide a hétfőhöz még egyszer sem sétáltam ki.
Never even walked out to the bridgehead. It's a strange sight. On one hand, it is exciting, adventurous, beautiful. But there's a little bit in the whole feeling of life. This is something serious. Must be considered from many perspectives. Yeah, people walking around literally on the Danube, in the Danube. It's a very strange sight for local Hungarians. Let's see what this old-timer had to say. Not that guy. Not that little guy. This guy. Wait, no. Yeah. I don't remember the water level ever being this low. So have this out here and marketing the area. This is not happening yet. This is no. This is. I mean, that's. Dude's like 100. This dude is like 100 years old, and he's never seen this happen before. Probably a bad sign. Trump and Jared Kushner see this and they think new beachfront property. Yeah. Yeah. Except beachfront property's a dime a dozen in the apocalypse. Are dinos elephants, or are those two different species in our imaginative circus? Whatever works for you best, okay? Whatever you find most helpful, illustrative for that analogy, metaphor, if you will, I think you embrace that, okay? I'm just looking at some of these photos from the Danube. And you look between the regular photos and like the recent photos, you can clearly see just how low the water is. Like this one's from 4 days ago, and you can see how low it is. That one's from, actually that one's trying to sell a cruise, so it's probably not actually from 2 days ago. But like you look at the difference between that and this, like you can see how much lower the water level is on the wall, like where the bridge is at. It's really, really low. People aren't supposed to be able to come out here. But they are right now. It's supposed to be water. Enough water to just, you know, breeze through in a ship. That is not the case right now. Night and day difference. We're seeing some troubling trends right now, Space Fams. Trends I worry that if we do not solve, we're going to be in some serious, catastrophic level environmental situations. I just hope we get our act together here very soon. We got just a few years left till the 2030 cutoff. The year we are expected to... or that we needed to, sorry, that we set out to hold ourselves to climate goals that if we didn't, scientists had predicted dramatic consequences would happen in the year 2030. I know at the time it seemed like a long way off, but that shit's like 3 years away now. 4 years away, whatever. 3.5. Unfortunately, for the planet, Europe, not the only place running out of water. We've talked about the United States running out of water. And I'll do one more clip on environment stuff before I move on to the global news story that I'm going to cover before we end this puppy. But if we just go all the way across the planet to the Philippines, East Asia, you shockingly have a very similar situation. Philippines also running out of water. And they're running out of water fast. Take a look. Yeah. It's got to be tens of meters of water level gone in this Filipino reservoir.
A docking bay underneath a mountain of soil, and in between, the occasional foot traffic. Hard to imagine this was all underwater not long ago, except for the decaying remains of a fish kill. Romeo Lobos is one of dozens of fish farmers operating in this dam. He says it was debilitating to see fish they'd taken months to grow, dead and floating in the water.
Hinahakot namin, napakahirap po paghakot.
We gathered as many fish as we could, but it was difficult because it was muddy. We could only sell them for 50 cents per kilo at the market, almost like we were giving them away, but it's better than nothing.
The local Fisheries Bureau says there was too little water and oxygen for the number of fish in the dam after a prolonged dry spell because of the El Niño weather pattern.
This is Magat Dam, one of the biggest reservoirs in the Philippines. It supplies a rice-producing region, but the water level has been dropping since January. You can actually see the water lines over there, and at the beginning of the year, the dam was at just over 190 meters. By July, it had...
This is world ending. This is life ending for some number of people. Just a complete loss of water in the biggest reservoir in all of the country of the Philippines? A country of what, 15 million? How many people live in the Philippines? $100 million, excuse me? Oh, fuck me.
fallen to 160 meters. That's a major drop. Even a super typhoon added only...
Oh, shit. Shit. Sorry, everybody. Volume too low. That's my bad. I'll replay this for you. It's fine. It's one. It's a minute.
A docking bay underneath a mountain of soil, and in between, the occasional foot traffic. Hard to imagine this was all underwater not long ago, except for the decaying remains of a fish kill. Romeo Lobos is one of dozens of fish farmers operating in this dam. He says it was debilitating to see fish they'd taken months to grow, dead and floating in the water.
Hinahakot namin, napakahirap po paghakot.
We gathered as many fish as we could, but it was difficult because it was muddy. We could only sell them for 50 cents per kilo at the market, almost like we were giving them away, but it's better than nothing.
The local Fisheries Bureau says there was too little water and oxygen for the number of fish in the dam after a prolonged dry spell because of the El Niño weather pattern.
This is Magat Dam, one of the biggest reservoirs in the Philippines. It supplies a rice-producing region, but the water level has been dropping since January. You can actually see the water lines over there, and at the beginning of the year, the dam was at just over 190 meters. By July, it had fallen to 160 meters. That's a major drop. Even a super typhoon added only 30 centimeters. And while you can see here water flowing for irrigation, it's barely even half of the normal flow.
This is what's crazy. We were talking about the super typhoon. I was talking about how, the rains were going to hit the Philippines. They kind of missed the Philippines. Like, they hit it, but the typhoon certainly missed it entirely. But not enough rain from a super typhoon. From all the weather coming off of that thing, hitting the Philippines a couple weeks ago. 30 centimeters? God, that is depressing.
As evidenced by this water line here.
Despite the warning from the government that planting now may be counterproductive, some rice farmers here say they'd rather take the risk than end up with nothing.
We might not be able to make money, but if by some luck we got some rain, then we may be able to harvest enough for our own consumption.
Yeah, this is life-threatening. These sorts of droughts, excuse me. These sorts of droughts are life-threatening. Food security, all of a sudden, under severe threat. And this is what I've been saying, is we have a clusterfuck of shit happening this year, people. Because of the because of the El Nino, we're gonna have some climate change-induced weather, perhaps like we've never seen before. Droughts and storms and whatever else. That's going to severely impact agriculture, right? But on top of that, we still have Operation Epstein Fury going on, and was going on at planting season. So people who already didn't have the necessary fuel, necessary fertilizer, who were already expecting lower yield, are now looking at a completely changed formula based upon the environment. And a formula that was already going to give less in product is now being even further drastically affected by these conditions. And it's not just the Philippines, it's all over the world. This is a fucking problem. You know, it's a confluence of factors that are going to lead to severe suffering this year and next year. As harvests come in short, people are going to be devastated. It's also going to lead to more conflict, whatever else. It is a disaster waiting to happen right now. Let alone all the people who are, whatever, like going without water to drink or shower or clean or whatever else. You have that on top of it, you know? And it's just, we're just looking for hurt in the near future. Not all that thrilled about it. And by not all that thrilled, I mean I'm genuinely incredibly concerned. I wish people that were in charge of the country and the planet would take these things more seriously. All right, I'm sorry to scare you, but sometimes that is the purpose of this stream, is to at least get across a message of serious concern. Some of them are on a humanitarian, like a humanity, like ending scale, or at the very least, like things with dire consequences on a global scale, right? Like, I try and make it valuetaining and entertaining and informative, but there's just information right now that is, there's no sugarcoating it at all. Like, sugarcoating it, in my opinion, is like irresponsible. It's probably more responsible to just sound the alarm on some of these things, even if you're wrong, rather than to just, you know, sit there wondering. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me to do that. And the fact is, I've been covering these environmental issues for years now. I see what I see. I see a planet that's doing worse than I think I've ever seen it while covering these exact issues. It is difficult, honestly. It's depressing. But, like, we have to accept it so that we can come up with constructive plans for the future, in my opinion. We have to get past the sort of denial phase of loss, of the loss calculation, like how we deal with this loss of normalcy of the planet's environment, the one that's kept humanity going for, you know, hundreds of thousands of years. And we need to come up with a plan to make humanity thrive for the future. Right now, we can't even do that if we don't recognize the problems facing us, in my opinion, without adequately informing ourselves of these things, educating ourselves, if you will. Speaking of education, a real lapse of education or working knowledge in the White House was exhibited earlier this week. yesterday, a very, very mislabeled map of Africa was, how do I say this? The U.S. State Department furnished a map of Africa at an international global health conference earlier this week. I think it was yesterday. It might have been Friday. I'm not sure at this point. Or Thursday, I mean. But suffice to say, this map has caused quite a buzz, especially in Africa. Let's get into this here. Here's 10 news from yesterday. Boy, oh boy, what a story this one is.
We all make mistakes, but the multi-billion-dollar US State Department shouldn't have made this one.
At a major international conference, it has produced a map of Africa that has become an embarrassment to America and a source of outrage for Africans.
So, this is what delegates to the Global AIDS Conference in Rio de Janeiro saw the US State Department detailing more than $500 million in potential health funding to Africa.
Oh, we're such good guys.
But take a look at the 6 countries they named.
Yes, everyone, tell me what's wrong with this map, aside from literally everything. You can't just say everything. Because while that's correct, it's also not at all specific enough for me to give you any credit. Oh, boy. No, this wasn't Trump. This was the State Department. This is little Marco Rubio.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
This is little Marco. I am not blaming the president for one. Well, I mean, vicariously, it's his fault because he put little Marco in charge. But honestly, little Marco's more intelligent than Donald Trump, which is why I found this so amusing that even the most competent portion of the State Department and their Trump administration, little Marco Rubio, put this in front of the international community. I mean, this is one of the most embarrassing things I can imagine. I mean, every single one of these fuckers is wrong. Wrong. It's just 6 very wrong shapes. Like, the shapes themselves are wrong. They don't even line up with any countries. That's the thing about this map. None of these things that are being pointed to as Nigeria, Mozambique, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, Malawi, or Cameroon are in fact any of those countries, nor do they, in fact, encompass any one African nation. That is what is so just incredible about this. It's all wrong. Wrong.
Mozambique, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, that's the Ivory Coast, Malawi, and Cameroon.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Well, let's put them where they should be. Cameroon needs to shift over to the east so that this block that they call Nigeria can move a few thousand k's to the west and onto the coast. Mozambique
Why are we
shifts
so
from the Horn of
painfully
Africa
embarrassing?
all the way down to its proper home
God
in
damn
the
it.
south of Africa.
Jesus
Uganda,
Christ.
not too
It's
bad,
so
but
bad.
still not quite right.
Don't say that. It's absolutely that bad. They should have generally known where Mozambique was. It's not even close, okay? It was all the way up in Somalia, Somaliland, Kenya. Instead, it's supposed to be way down here and shaped like that. That's not even close, okay? Don't give them that credit, okay? They don't deserve it. That's not even kind of close. Multiple African nations would... Actually, I just realized it's Ethiopia, not Kenya. Well, actually, a little bit it's Kenya, I think. It's honestly, like I said, every single one of these things crosses over multiple African borders. It's incredible. Like, this is one of those things, like, especially on the continent of Africa, you don't go playing border games like this. You make sure that you're accurate about the borders. So nobody gets any ideas. And America's like, who cares where the countries in Africa are? Mozambique, wherever, I don't care. Ethiopia, same thing. Mozambique, Ethiopia, same country.
Shifts from the Horn of Africa all the way down to its proper home in the south of Africa. Uganda, not too bad, but still not quite right. The Ivory Coast, they don't even have it on the coast, so let's put it where it should be, half a continent away up to the northwest, leaving Malawi.
Anybody who knows any history, anybody who knows any history could have gotten that one. Like, that one, in my opinion, is the most... the Ivory Coast. It's one of these places that pops up in history for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It's always been in West Africa. And it's named the thing it's named for a bunch of reasons, including the fact that it was like the place where, like, at least, like, I mean, holy shit. Like, how can you be so bad? I just don't understand.
Place.
I just don't understand the incompetence. How we could be this incompetent. But at least I couldn't. At the time, I was struggling. I was like, how could we be this unaware of history and geography? That we're putting Cote d'Ivoire down in fucking Lesotho or whatever. Like down in South Africa or wherever the hell that was. And, you know, like, how are we this bad? Well, as it turns out, there's a very explicable reason for this. One that still includes incompetence and meritlessness.
State Department under likely future presidential candidate Marco Rubio has apologized for the confusion. Under the second Trump presidency, its budget has been almost halved. The Department of Government Efficiency, DOJ, led initially by Elon Musk,
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Foreign aid program USAID, although some foreign funding continues under a reduced State Department budget. The map debacle is also a warning about AI. Reuters reports it was generated using OpenAI, the makers of ChatGPT. Ironically, a company initially formed by Elon Musk. Social media has not...
Yep, shock of shocks. The multi-trillion-dollar debacle that is AI that we are promised is going to bring about some sort of future utopia and needs to be inserted into all of our lives. That multi-trillion-dollar fiasco was the thing that the government of the United States implemented, utilized for this clusterfuck of a map. Now, how it is that AI, the multi-trillion-dollar effort that is the AI race right now, is so bad, so deeply bad, and hallucinating. It just hallucinates borders and countries in Africa. Should tell you a lot, because there's a fuck ton of maps on the internet of Africa. I couldn't tell you exactly how many. I would assume millions and millions, maybe billions, of images of the continent of Africa, including the countries and their borders within it. You could get. I mean, you could have even used maps from like 1850 and gotten way closer than this. And you're telling me that AI is what we need to replace everything? I beg to differ. This is a waste of fucking money, energy, water, and resources. That's what this is. This is what the Trump administration is bringing us. Pure AI incompetence. They can't even do their own incompetence. They slough off all of their incompetence to AI to be as incompetent as they would probably be in real life, but with less effort.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But no one's letting the
I received a
US
message
go
from a
over
long-time
this.
source that a person had posted on Substack about this Africa map that was completely crazy. Not one country was right. And so I went to the Substack post, and it was about an AIDS conference that was underway in Brazil, bringing thousands of delegates from all around the world to talk about the future of aid. And the State Department was there presenting on the future of their new aid deals with various African governments. I managed to track down somebody in the room who told me what had happened, how the audience had reacted when this map of Africa was up there for several minutes. They were taking photos, messaging each other. And so I convinced this person to send me their photo anonymously for us to examine and use. So I sent the photo to our visual verification team and also obtained a recording of the conference where you could see the map up there and the presenter talking through it, showing no reaction to it.
This is incredible. This is an incredible episode in meritlessness coming out of the Trump administration that is... I mean, wow. Just wow. It's almost unprecedented. If it weren't for the unprecedented level of meritlessness in the Trump administration, I would say unprecedented, but it's up there. It's in the running for most meritlessness, like most meritless and incompetent fucking displays out of the Trump administration since taking office in term 2. I've been trying to document it. It's getting a little difficult to keep track of which kerfuffle is number 1 right now. But it's up there. Maybe top 10. You would assume.
Presentation, and then we feed that to an OpenAI tool that was made and released by them that checks for hidden watermarks that are added at the image.
Yep, so a bunch of nerds did some AI investigation and came up with, looks like this thing was made with AI. AI tracker. Now, one thing I've been thinking about lately, because I see people talking about data centers, is the internet in general. Because the internet is housed on data centers. Always has been. Or, well, at least in the consumer internet world that we live in, right? Since, like, the 90s or whatever. Ever since Oracle came around, I can't remember whatever. They have been the data center people housing the internet since the beginning. Them and Amazon Web Services now, basically the two main players. And we had all these AI data centers popping up, all these large language models that we clearly don't need, that are deeply incompetent and give us maps like that. And while we didn't get to do our AI data talk, or AI talk, I was planning on doing tonight, but I got foiled by my own petard, foisted, whatever it is. I will make this one point that I've sort of been formulating recently, because many of these, some of them haven't been built yet. I say we shut that shit down, right? Like, say I'm the arbiter of all things, right, in America. I say we shut them all down, the ones that are getting built right now, because we don't need more. The internet existed on the data centers that existed before this insane AI race. There was a normal amount of data centers that existed before this, and now we have a stupid number. Like, we had normal amount, now we have a stupid number. It's just normal, stupid amount. But what I was thinking is that if we shut down if we stop all of the building, and then we seize the AI specific data centers, we could come up with some sort of, like, really equitable internet, you know? Like, really, really equitable. Like, the opportunities in the wake of, like, tearing down the AI overlords and their plans to take all of our jobs with this shit and, like, put all of this AI crap on our phones all the time or whatever else, and at our fast food kiosks and the supermarket counters, wherever else that we don't want it. After we get that all shut down, we're going to have a bunch of unused data centers that technically could be used for non-destructive things. We don't have to use them all, of course, because it is detrimental to the environment. What I'm saying is that already existing is the hardware which has been hooked up to the grid, to water. We have just a boon all of a sudden. We just have a massive glut of compute and of space for whatever the fuck else that we want to do. I don't know, come up with a competitor to some of these tech companies that are ruining our lives. Boom. Do it. Nationalize a data center and make it so that normal humans, not billionaires, can get easy access to the data center and start their own fucking projects on it. Do you see where I'm at right now? I'm thinking big picture. We can steal their shit. We can seize the means of production and turn it into an internet made by and for the people, as what's-his-face intended originally. Berners-Lee. We can Berners-Lee this shit. You know, we could house, like, that's one of the things that is so, like, what's the word? Preventative, right? Aside from, you know, like, the fact that the government has been super pro-monopoly, like, is the cost of trying to set up a platform to compete with any of these fuckers, right? Like, how are you going to host all the data? Where's the money coming from, pal? Like, that's the big problem there. Is how do you get to the point where you can compete with any of these people before ever becoming profitable? Which is what they all did to become as powerful as they are, right? They remained unprofitable long enough that they became ubiquitous with whatever service they were using, became monopolies, and seized all the power and prevented anyone else from ever competing. And we could all of a sudden have our own data centers, so our own services. You know, I'm just saying we could be working together on some things. It's still a very fledgling idea in my brain, but all the AI stuff I've been going through recently made me think of this idea, and I actually think it's a good one. You know, we shut down all the AI data centers and then try and figure out better uses for them. Keep the ones that are just maintaining the internet and go from there, because that shit was not as harmful. Nearly. We're talking about like 5% compared to what these fucking, like, this boondoggle we're watching now unfold. We have way too many data centers now. Way too many. We need some to continue to have the internet. But beyond that, we're building way too many for a reason that is clearly bad. Can't even come up with a map of Africa. We're spending trillions of dollars and jacking up all of our energy bills for a fucking thing that can't even come up with a map of Africa? You're kidding me. You're kidding me. That is the most blatant example of how useless this fucking technology is. All right, final clip on this, and then we're gonna wrap this all up. Great job, everybody, for making it this far.
Now moving on to some more stories from around the world. A map of Africa displayed by the US government at a global conference has drawn attention online after reports that every African country was mislabeled. The map featured during the event has triggered questions over the accuracy of official US materials and sparked reactions from African observers. At the 8th 2026 conference in Rio de Janeiro, the incorrect map was displayed during a session on U.S.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a really good point. It does call into question all the other maps that the United States has been using for all of its other activities, including the war in Iran. Right? Anthropic. They've been using Anthropic for intelligence. How do we know the maps that they're using are accurate? How about that girls' school? How about that fucking girls' school that we blasted? Murdered 150 children. What about that? Was that another AI accident? And the fact is, every AI accident has a human person who put it in place, accepted its conclusions, and carried out whatever it recommended. So there's maybe half a dozen people, all, in my opinion, culpable for whatever AI ever does. AI, they want AI so that they can remove culpability. I think AI increases culpability. Because it's not just the person pulling the trigger anymore. It's all the people who implemented it. It's the people who built the technology. I think everybody should be held accountable. From Anthropic all the way up to the White House.
Oh my god.
Oopsies. They didn't mean to click that. My bad. It was a Wisconsin tornado clip I had for earlier that we're not watching today. Okay. Oof. What a stream. 9 beautiful hours of Earth news. Hopefully you found it both informative and value-taining. Columbia Rican, good to see you back safe. Right after I told you to go... go with whatever I said, go speedily. Gary speed, I can't remember exactly what I said. I regretted it. Not saying, but safely. I'm glad to see you back safe. It's like, I should have said, but with safely. Safetiness. Safely, but quickly. But I neglected that. Glad you're alive. Good God. All right, people. Well, that's it for the Saturn Day Galactic Spacecast. Sunday fun day. Hopefully we'll be doing that like 12 hours from now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm not sure I'm going to be doing any sleeping today. We'll see. It's 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Went a little longer than I was hoping. That's on me. All right, Space Fams. Where's my sound? Well, we got through another stream. Quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. Stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget about this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorputist, Possessive Audio, Oenoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Real Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Agios, Emily S., Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few Earth dollars a month on Patreon. Oh, that's bad.